round robin, get to the monthly finals. 16 players, double elimination bracket, but Juicy, there can only be one golden ticket winner.
Yes, indeed, only one. And as we head into the prize pool, guys, we are going to check out how much money we are playing for today. The champion is going home with $14,000. And obviously, second, third, we have $8,000, $6,000. There's so much money on the line. There's a golden ticket on the line. There's extra points on the line. So much to play for today. But most importantly, it's the glory. These players want to win.
And this is the most important story of the weekend. We'll be coming back to this graphic a lot today, everybody, because this is the points leaderboard as it stands for qualifying for Worlds and for the Last Chance qualifier. These current points you see on screen are all the points made through last weekend's group stage. They do not yet account for the points players get simply for making it to World Finals. So keep a close eye on slots 10 through 12 today. And this is unofficial. I'm just going to say this right now. But unofficially, Adriel, Vitor, Asaf, Riley, and Mugi should have enough points to qualify for Worlds. Mugi gets 150 just for being here this weekend. Keep an eye today on Morten, Viper, Greco, EGW, and Baton. EGW, Baton, and Greco all in this weekend's championship. Morten and Viper have to watch and see if they get knocked out of World Finals contention and forced to fight through the LCQ, or if they can hold off those three players as those three control their own fates, Juicy.
Yeah, wow. I love how excited and how much passion you have for these points and for everything going on, and it makes sense. I mean, these are World Finals qualifications here that we're talking about. Everyone else, like Ian and Wallace and Lucas and some other fan favorites, they might need to hit that last chance qualifier in order to get that final last qualification. That's going to be next weekend, same time, same place. But for now, let's head in, check out the group stage and see how these players made it into the monthly finals here today.
That group stage, Jackson, can be so difficult, between the you might get a really easy group, you might get an absolute group of death. You take a look down, for example, Group F was brutal. Arden, Riley, Ian, Betfist, Sandbox. Those are all people who've been at the top level of the game. Group G was a difficult one. You see Morten just barely missing. Morten and Viper, both the guys who were on the bubble today, both missing just barely behind Pedro and Asaf. So lots of challenges in that group stage. Of course, you see the gold names, the top 16 make it. Here are our matchups in the first round. The upper bracket, double elimination, 2 losses, and you are out. We'll kick things off today with Clown and the 3-time world champion Mugi. On to Coco and Evolve on our second match. World finalists now for once more sub against Saudi. Mugi's the 2-time. The 3-time world champion Mohamed Light up against Doom, who has had some of the most fun moments we've had, and maybe notorious moments in World Finals history. Baton and Asaf. Pedro making his way back to Worlds again against Greco, who's looking to secure a spot in the top 12 this weekend. EGW and Riley should be a fascinating one, and then Arden Toas and Adriel. So lots of firepower, lots of star power, and of course, lots of opportunities for players to etch their names in the history books this weekend, Jackson.
Yeah, this is maybe the most stacked monthly finals that we've had. I feel like we've had every single month some couple breakout players where it's like, okay, we haven't seen this guy before. Let's see what he has. But this one, I recognize every single name on this list. I know all these players have what it takes to make it to World Finals. Now the question is, are you going to back that up with the gameplay that you need to bring out here on the final monthly finals? We are heading straight into Clown versus Mugi. This is a tough one. Someone asked me yesterday, who do you got to win this first match? They were going on the website. They're trying to get the predictions in. And I was like, my mind says Clown and my heart says Mugi, because I've predicted against Mugi so many times because he's a player who is just so talented but lacks that practice. So I think, whoever's practicing more should win. But Mugi's just that guy. I've predicted against him so many times and been wrong so many times.
Well, this is one of the most fascinating pieces here because for the first time ever, We have Clown playing for the position of power. He's already got his golden ticket. He is already in World Finals. Will be making his World Finals debut in Shanghai, China later this year. Can't wait to see that. Mugi has also unofficially qualified on points. So two people who are in the World Finals now playing for a combination of money but also seeding, because your placement here in this ranking will matter for who you get for your first round matchups when we get to Shanghai.
Awesome. Yeah, well said. That makes a lot of sense. We are heading into the first game. Clown with this Roll Giant Double Spirit Cycle deck, and Mugi with a Mortar Mother Witch Goblinstein deck. Goblinstein, wow, Cannon card locks as well, though. Unbelievable start for Mugi here.
So I was going to ask you, Juice, is this an indication that spirits are or are not dead? I was going to say, hey, double spirit deck in this new era of Clash Royale. And, of course, he ends up taking a world of damage early.
Yeah. Great question. I think that the spirit nerf is not as impactful as I originally thought it was going to be. The way that I play the spirits is still very similar. They're just less useful aggressively on offense. So that's why we've seen a lot less of those double spirit hyperbait type decks. And a lot more spirits used, I feel like, how they were intended to be in Clash Royale, which is in like this kind of deck where you have these spirits to support your pushes, one to heal, one to get that nice crowd control for anything like skeletons or skeleton army and stuff like that.
Clown went 3-0 in previous stages using this exact Royal Giant deck with the double spirits. And of course we see our first CRL appearance of the evolved Royal Elite Barbarians. The E-Barbs, Juice, an absolute menace right now all across all stages of Clash Royale.
Yeah, it is insane how good they are. When this update originally came out, I thought that Hero Berserker was going to be the super OP new card. But these Evo E-Barbs have just been dominating the arena. You can pretty much play whatever deck you want and just throw the E-Barbs in and it just works. I was running Evo E-Barb Splash Yard yesterday. It makes no sense, but it was working because they're so good.
Final 30 seconds of regulation time. So far, it has been all Mugi. Ooh. Even there, the Phoenix can't get on tower. Nice fireball value for Clown. But so far, seems unlikely he's going to turn anything into any real damage. Between the defensive setup we've seen and the offensive pressure, and in particular, Clown's inability so far to deal with cannon carts, what do you think of what he needs to do here to get back in game number one?
Another great question. That's why I love commentating with you, Rich. You bring the important questions, but to answer it, I would say the big thing is you need to get those Evo E-Barbs in cycle, and you need to get a nice defense with those and then counter push. I like what he did on that last play where he dropped the E-Barbs directly on the Gobstein Scientist. Gobstein is a really nice counter. Gobstein plus ability, great way to deal with E-Barbs, but if you can get the E-Barbs on top of the Scientist and then get a quick fireball on that mini horde with a double dual lane RG pressure, I think that's what he wants to do. But at this point, I don't know. Maybe Mugi's just happy to sit back, defend, and take this damage lead with a win.
Evo minion horde split. Clown opts to take out before on the right-hand side. And with a minute 12 left, so far both of Mugi's towers completely untouched. Clown has not made it past the bridge much at all through 4 minutes.
Unbelievable pressure. Fireball's going to come out, a successful defense, but then the Evo Mortar as well. Cannon Cart actually takes out the cage, and the Evo Mortar will lock on tower, Rich.
And this is just a massive downhill flood. Clown with an uncomfortable position, recognizing that this one did not go his way. 3-0 with this deck in the previous stages. 0-1 here on our Saturday morning. And he'll have to go back to the drawing board and come up with another solution in game number 2. Jackson, obviously a lot of good pieces there for Mugi to contend with the Royal Giant deck. How much of this was pure matchup and how much of this was a couple of early mistakes that gave Mugi too comfortable a position to play from?
I think that there's definitely a combo of both. I think that Mugi definitely has a solid matchup, especially with this RG variation not having a Fisherman. Without the Fisherman, it's kind of difficult to, like you said, to deal with those cannon cards, and they provide so much value. On the other hand, there is a couple times where the cannon cart just locked on the tower. There's a little bit of, I don't know, there's just insane pressure. Like, I think it's less about, you know, a mistake that Clown made, like maybe a couple small mistakes here and there, but more just Mugi completely outplaying with ridiculous amounts of pressure, dueling pressure the whole time. If you are forced to defend for 5 minutes straight in Clash Royale, it is inevitable that you're just going to lose.
Mugi played a variety of mortar decks with this combination in previous stages, primarily based around the Goblinstein, Cannon Cart, Fireball combo. Overall, went with 4 wins and 2 losses, adds 1 more here on this stage, and a very important one at that. But obviously, keep in mind, Jackson, as you know, the meta is going to be dramatically different when we come to World Finals in November, or it's likely to be. We have a long time. We have a couple of months of potential changes and balances between here and there. Do you imagine that players are thinking at all, if they've already qualified, about just kind of playing more simple meta decks and not exposing ideas yet, or is it way too far to even be thinking about that, and they're just kind of playing whatever because they know the game will be very different come November?
Yeah, I think it's the latter, right? I think that this game is in a state where every single month there's new cards, there's new evos, there's new heroes that are getting added to the game. It's becoming like back in the day when I was a pro, it was definitely something where it's like you have to be very secretive. You have to be very careful about revealing decks because decks would kind of stay in the meta for a lot longer. But now, like, Clash Royale is becoming more or less about practicing, grinding, becoming extremely skillful in certain specific decks, and more about being able to really adapt at a very quick and high level.
Well, the adaptation has been one of the most important skills, and you know, when we look at our current World final qualifiers, most of them, and again, these are unofficial people who have qualified, but out of our people who have unofficially qualified, we have official qualifiers of Mohamed Light, Sandbox, Clown, and Pedro. But unofficial on points, Sub, Adriel Vitor, Asaf, Riley, and Mugi. Only 2 of them have never been to World Finals before, and both of those 2, and Clown and Asaf, are guys who have been on the bubble, guys who have been in the Clash Royale zeitgeist. Asaf, of course, very well known as a top-tier ladder player, and then Clown has just come close but not quite so many times. Everyone here has had to show that adaptability to a variety of metas over the course now of multiple years of solo competition.
Yeah. All right, we're hopping into game 2. Clown's in a must-win-ish scenario. There's still the lower bracket for him later. We have a drill deck for Clown, and then Mugi with this giant skelly bridge spam type deck. A lot of the times either has Piggies or Evo Battle Ram. This time with the Evo Battle Ram, but also a bowler to deal with this drill. Honestly, I think it's just a really solid matchup for Mugi. He has not only bowler, but also Ghost to defend drill, and he's able to apply a lot of pressure as this game continues on.
Is there any out-cycle ability? And the pre-arrows for the connection, and that's going to be a lot of nice damage early on, as Clown is going to once again find himself in an early hole. Not as bad as last time, as he has actually touched the tower, and he's already to his first evolved drill.
Evo drill down, Snowball to try and slow everything as well. We do see a Hero Berserker ability to take out pretty much the entire giant skeleton. I honestly did not expect that, but a counter push for Mugi now.
3-1 split on the pigs. The giant skeleton will go down far away from tower damage danger. So, as we are entering into double elixir, it seems like this matchup continues to favor Mugi more as it gets heavier. But Clown does have a very, very, very fast cycle. But does the fact that it's both the bowler and the Royal Ghost mean that damage is going to come very rarely for Clown?
Yeah, I think you make a good point there. You could usually be able to outcycle 1 drill counter, but having maybe 2.5, even if you count the skeleton dragons, is going to mean it's very, very difficult to get some damage on offense. And then that, it wouldn't even be so bad either if it wasn't so difficult to defend this deck as well. So you're just in a situation where it's like you need to have somehow perfect defense versus the most consistent damaging win condition in the game right now, which is Evo Roll Hogs, while also somehow getting a drill to connect. without spawn damage anymore, because Drill got nerfed, so it doesn't even have the spawn damage in tower. You need goblins to connect, and that's just such a difficult task.
And you can see Mugi playing all of the poison value high up at the bridge so as not to give Clown the secondary option of potentially poison cycling on the tower.
Right. Yeah, I'm forcing a defensive poison now as well. Honestly, this is a beautiful defense from Clown here. This is unbelievable. I love the idea of Drill to keep your Tesla alive for longer while cycling to Evo Drill. But once again, like you said, he needs to get poisons on tower, needs to get goblins on tower somehow, and Mugi, his pushes are going to just get more and more difficult to defend as the clock is about 20 seconds away from triple elixir.
Evo Berserker definitely putting in a ton of work here. Or Hero Berserker putting in a ton of work. Low Tesla has to come out to deal with the Skeleton Dragons surround on the bowler.
My goodness. Clown is peaking in his gameplay right now. This is unbelievable defenses. Perfect. No damage taken. He has to get a poise on the bowler. This is really going to be the push. If he can somehow defend this, maybe he has a chance to win. I think it's too difficult.
And the Hero Berserker ability does get activated. 2 giant skeletons, Skelly Drags, a Hero Bowler in hero mode.
Yeah.
Pigs opposite lane. And Clown playing out of his mind right now.
Unbelievable. He stops the bowler. He stops the piggies. The assault continues to happen from Mugi. He knows that he needs some damage right now. Not having a big spell. There's 20 seconds left for Rich.
A piggy's going to escape. Couple are going to escape now. Snowball trying to make some room for the defense. That's going to be a lot of damage. That might be the death now. Evo Drill plus Poison is in. Can any of these goblins get on tower? Poison ticking. 8:59, 8:30, 18:37. One more tick. One more tick. Not going to do it. Mugi, 17:58. Just by the arrows gets the win. And Clown with maybe the best loss of the Clash Royale 2026 season.
Wow, could not have said it better than you. That was the best gameplay I've seen since the last time I watched a Muhammad Light, maybe. But what a play from perfect defense, but just the end. The Tesla was placed well too low. That made it so one piggy went straight to the tower. The Tesla went down pretty quickly too because he was trying to get the attack at the same time. And then the snowball at the end. If the snowball on offense, I mean, it's hard because he had to cycle back to it. But the snowball on offense is 1 second sooner. Maybe push that fisherman away to get that goblin hit. And then the poison. I mean, everything was insane. All right, let me talk to you about the first matchup here. I mean, these are the decks. I would say the fireball for Minion Horde is one thing, but you know, you can't deal with the cannon cart. And then we talked about the second game. I don't know if there's too much left to be said here. Mugi just getting some pretty solid matchups, and Clown trying to hold on for dear life, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, great work from Mugi. I don't know if he's working with Tight again this year, but that would be my expectation. I haven't gotten confirmation on that, but phenomenal deck picking in both stages for Mugi. And as we said before, had some success with this Mortar Cannon Cart combination in various different variations, and then on to this very heavy Pigs deck, and the double shutdown for Drill ends up winning. Well played by Mugi. It's rare that you say that the defensive player had a more impressive game, but Clown, what a performance despite the loss. Mugi moves on in our quarterfinals. He'll await the winner of our next match between Coco and Evolve. Clown in our double elimination format will drop down into the lower bracket where he will await the loser of that match. So they will both be facing off against someone from our second matchup of the day. And again, reminder, Mugi and Clown. Clown officially has a golden ticket, having gotten one from a monthly final. Mugi is unofficially within the range of qualifying on points. And we're going to say that we believe he's qualified for Worlds, but that, of course, will all be left to be decided by the end of the weekend. And now we turn our focus, Jackson, to probably, when you look at some of these matchups today, there are a couple that are like the big marquee matchups in our opening round. I think we just had one of them. Coco and Evolve is an interesting one. Coco, somebody who is certainly a top tier player, but kind of just on the outside of, at least in the Western conversation, the general zeitgeist, despite having been very successful overall throughout his career in Clash Royale. And then Evolve is someone you're talking about, you're knowing everyone on here. Evolve primarily known for his ladder play, a few top 30 finishes. But have you seen Evolve at all in much more competitive play?
Yeah, honestly, I'll be honest. I'm not super familiar with Evolve. I'm a little bit more familiar with Coco, like you're saying. This will definitely be an interesting best of 3. And yeah, I'm just interested to see like what Evolve has. What does he go with? What is his strength? I feel like every Clash Royale player, whether it be a specific card or a specific play style, they always have a strength that they try to leverage to give them, the best chance possible against other better players. But yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to see what it has here.
This is Evolve's first making it to a monthly final. He'd made it decent far in the other stages in previous seasons, but had never cracked into that top 16 or 8 when it was a top 8 season or top 12. The top has changed over the years. Never been able in the previous years to crack into a monthly final. First monthly finals appearance, of course, has been compete since around 2023, both in some of the primary leagues and in some of the smaller leagues. And here we get our first look at Evolve as he squares off against Coco in our first round.
All right, Coco bringing the Mother Witch. Mother Witch, another card this season. For some whatever reason, Mother Witch is meta this season. There's like, I think 50 out of the top 200 players are running Mother Witch, whether it be in bridge spam decks, mainly just bridge spam decks. I guess it's just the synergy with E-Barbs, right? Because E-Barbs are just so oppressive. They're so strong. What's the best way to counter E-Barbs? Some sort of swarm. What's the best way to counter some sort of swarm? Mother Witch. Makes sense.
And not a lot of Mother Witch run by Coco in the previous stages of this month's competition. Not a lot of Mortar run either. Did run some Mortar Cannon Cart in the previous stages. Had some success, mixed success with Mortar Cannon Cart. Of course, I expect that we'll see lots of varieties of that deck combination today as it opens up very nicely for Coco in the early moments.
Yeah. Yeah, just insane connection, actually. I don't know. I'd love to like go figure out why Evolve ended up taking so much damage there. I guess the one thing that Evolve has going for him right now is he's already played his E-Barb, so he has that Evo and Cycle. And the last card should be Fireball, so maybe you can use that to break through a potential minion horde. There it is. Oh, but look at that.
And that's a huge amount of damage as the evolved E-Barbs get on tower. 874 the mark, and both players now taking big chunks out of their opponent.
Yeah. I mean, kind of called it there. Just Evo E-Barbs bridge. And this is what I mean by they're so oppressive. They're so punishing. Coco, just a small mistake there. Just cycling his Goblin Sign. You need your Goblin Sign and cycle to deal with the Evo Barbs in that situation. And not having that, they just make it to tower despite every effort he had there.
Final 30 seconds of regulation lead for Evolve, although now with that, he does finally get damage in both lanes and pretty much evens up the bottom right to the top left tower. Coco has had one of those careers in competitive Clash Royale that's been enough to get the name, right? He's made it to our monthly finals a couple of times, made top 4 in last year's LCQ, has had certainly some appearances in Clash Royale League, was on stage at DreamHack in Barcelona in 2023, has had some big plays and has not quite reached that precipice, hasn't gotten to World Finals yet.
Should be a really nice Gob Sign ability. There he goes. Doesn't hit the cannon card though. That's going to force out more elixir on that later. I don't know if skellies are enough.
No, not quite up to the task, and that's a connection for the cannon cart. Lots of damage in that lane. I bet Coco may be opting to give a little bit to try to get some here with a very healthy Evo Mortar on the left-hand side. Can he find a connection, even for one shot? He will.
Wow. And the Mother Witch spawns 3 piggies. Evo Mortar gets another shot. Goblinstein at the bridge predicting the Evo Elite Barbarians, and the ability hits tower while melting those barbs at the same time. But now it's Evolve's turn to make an attack.
Swarm cards forcing out the ability up high. And now here we go. Final 50 seconds. The overall lead for Evolve. That bottom left-hand tower getting chewed up by a pair of Elite Barbarians early on. The E-Barbs already rearing their heads early in our August monthly final. Mortar will not connect for Coco on the right-hand side. 30 seconds left.
I love this play from Evolve. It's just so principled. I'm up damage. There's 30 seconds left. I'm just going to drop a defensive mortar. It's so difficult to break this through that, because if you play the fireball there, you're not hitting the minions, not hitting the Gobstein, and you also just need to prioritize troops in this situation. You can't prioritize playing spells. And look at this mortar. It's just hitting the Mother Witch. It should shoot one more time, take it out completely, and he just fully locks down the defense.
Fireball in will not be enough. Insurance Fireball for Evolve, and game number 1 goes to the newcomer. Welcome to Clash Royale League, Evolve.
Wow. Yeah. He's just shaking his head a little bit. I don't know. Maybe he's not happy with the win. Maybe he's like, oh, Evo E-Barbs gifted me the win. I don't know what happened after that. I just offended. But yeah, that's just kind of the name of the game right now. You get those Evo E-Barbs in cycle and single elixir. Your opponent mismanages their cycle by 1 card, and all of a sudden they are connecting. They're raged up. They're throwing spears every which way. 1 E-Barb stayed alive at 1 HP, and that was enough to do literally thousands of damage.
And well, the other thing we're not thinking about, Jackson, is the stress of playing on the big camera for the first time, right? You know, you can play thousands of games of Clash Royale, but until you do it with everybody watching you, you don't know how your body's going to respond. You don't know if you're going to have an adrenaline rush, if you're going to be freaked out at all. And looked relatively calm on camera, but we have no idea what's happening between the ears, which is where most of this game is won and lost.
Yeah. Such a mental game. Someone asked me the other day, you know, you've participated in esports, you've done the pro side, you've done the commentary side. Do you think esports, or specifically Clash Royale, is a sport? And I didn't really know how to answer, because it really depends on how you define a sport. But I think a lot of time when we think of sports, we think of physicality and we think of preparation. And even chess can be very physical. If you're sitting at a table for hours and hours on end, you have to be in a really high physical shape. And yes, your physical shape can affect your mental, quite a lot. But I think Clash Royale is just one of the most mental things or activities that I've done in my life. When you sit down and you're in there for a high level game, it's like your mind enters another world because of so many different things you have to think about.
And if you want to talk about the physical side, anyone who wants to know the quality of the physicality of these players, just come watch what has almost become the annual CRL soccer game, or football for those of you in the rest of the world. There's definitely some players out there who got some moves.
Yeah. Okay, Hog in. Coco with a Hyperbait deck. Wow, this is really interesting to me. I don't like it. We'll see if he's able to make it work. But these spirits are no longer able to tank these towers, making the Goblin Barrel much less impactful. But looks like wall breakers are still doing the trick with their connections on tower.
You know, one of the other big changes, of course, being the inability to use a hero ability more than once.
Yeah.
Besides the, not a hero ability, but besides our boss bandit and our champion side.
Right.
And it seems like, I know people talk about that being a huge nerf, Juice, but you know, I'm someone who spams Magic Archers like crazy. Doesn't really feel like it's impacted my Magic Archer play very much. I don't know how often you're looking for most of these heroes to get their ability off more than once.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that for a decent amount of cards... Oh, wow. Tesla just popped up, took on the Ice Spirit. But yeah, for most of like Heroes and Champions, it's not making a huge impact. But I do like the fact that now, once you see your opponent play their ability, you never have to worry about it again. It's just kind of a nice... I don't know. It's just a peace of mind thing for the other side of that.
Nice little King Tower activation there with Coco. Recognizing that's actually kind of an impactful change, almost a buff to the Electro Spirit.
Right.
Juices that it can't tank to the tower anymore, because now it's a little bit harder to activate King Tower against it, as we just saw the double drop from Coco to make it happen.
Yeah, that was a nice play. And it's a good call as well with the Electro Spirit. I think that, there's a lot more decks that are willing to play an Electro Spirit now because of that fact. Evolve a little bit upset with the Hog Rider not connecting the tower. Once again, going back to that very impressive double drop in order to get the King activation earlier. That's going to be an important thing for the rest of the defense of this game for Coco.
King Tower activations they'll reduce an undefended Hog Rider from 7 shots down to 4, if I remember correctly.
That's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, it's going to be generally about a 40% reduction in hits. As we head into double elixir overtime and soon triple elixir, I do think that these defenses may get a little bit more difficult for Coco, but the Hero Berserker is here for that very reason, and you can see it right now, not even needing the bomb tower and then completely preventing the lightning value by using this Hero Berserker ability as the main defense. Early damage paying off for Coco as we go into the final 80 seconds. Lightning not going to get on the bomb tower, but will take the Magic Archer off the board, which is almost more of the concern here. Although, Evolve would love to get at least one legitimate Hog connection.
I think that's really what it comes down to here, Rich. If Evolve gets one Hog hit, I think he wins. If Coco can somehow keep these defenses rolling, I think he's actually a great chance to just hold this damage lead, and he'll keep applying pressure with Goblin Barrel to get some more chip later, I'm sure, as well.
Difficult for Evolve to try to outcycle in this situation. He's going to need to both outcycle, get a Hog, and then try to get a Lightning on a late bomb tower. We'll see if this is the situation here. Lightning gets down. Hog doesn't get the shots. It does. Wow. 1841. And for the moment, Evolve has the lead with 27 seconds left.
Now it just comes down to solid defense, and he has it. He's got the Goblins. Wait, Magic Archer Bridge left side. Will we see the Marcher ability? We don't. We have Marcher connecting right side as well, though. I didn't even notice.
Fire Spirit on the right side on top of that. And now Hog needs to break through for Evolve, or it's going to be it. Not going to happen. Lightning touches, but we're going to game number 3. And
unbelievable.
What an effort from Evolve at the end to try to get back in it. But Coco on the top right-hand side, just a couple of sequences where the Fire Spirit, you talk about that Spirit nerf. Jackson, if something else is taking the shots, that Spirit can still get there. The Spirit leapt onto an Electro Spirit, got the splash damage on the tower, huge chunk there. And then the lineup for the Magic Archer put the nail in the coffin, and Coco sends us to game number 3.
Man, I'm honestly so surprised. I got to say, I was wrong. I mean, Coco, he plays the bait deck that the Spirit nerf was meant to destroy, and it still works. The Magic Archer's connecting. The Goblin Barrel's still getting there. Yes, the Spirits aren't tanking for those barrels anymore, but you still have a super cheap cycle, and you have effective defensive cards in order to get more Goblin Barrel connections. And that's what we saw there. Even though Evolve had the E-Spirit, the Goblins, and he had the Log for the Goblin Barrel, just getting that out cycle, getting that pressure in, and then I guess, like you said, it just comes down to Marcher, right? You apply pressure, you outcycle the Log, you force your opponent to play defense with a card they do not want to play defense with, like that Valkyrie, or the Archers, the Goblins, and all of a sudden, there's a target for that Magic Archer.
And that's where the Magic Archer can really shine, is when chaos begins, right? Most of these players, all these players can control a Magic Archer when it's simple, when it's slow, when the game gets chaotic, and you were talking earlier, Jackson, about the choice of using this Hyperbait deck. What does Hyperbait do when you get the triple elixir? It creates chaos. And that chaos gets out there. You're having to make choices. You're worried about everything on all different points of the board. And then you lose track of a Magic Archer for a moment. And, of course, the Fire Spirit before that was a huge chunk as well. But, man, as we will see here in the replay, Jackson, take a look at this on the right-hand side. These final this is after what we're talking about. This is when the game is already over, so not what we were hoping to look at. But you can see the damage is already there.
Yeah.
Magic Archer is definitely capable of doing some work. This was just the ending sequence. It was probably about 20 seconds before that where we had the Fire Spirit jump on and the Magic Archer connect. But it was a brilliant sequence, and like we said, the chaos of Hyperbait.
Yeah, I think the other thing there that really made a big difference for Coco was he just had this realization of, okay, this Magic Archer is valuable. Yes, the lightning's annoying for my bomb tower, but the lightning is a lot of elixir to spend on a single Magic Archer, especially if I cycle it on my strong side tower lane. So he cycles the Magic Archer in the back and the right side. He sets up some solid defense, and then he pressures. He has that chaotic pressure with the Evo Goblin Barrel. There's defense forced out in both lanes. He plays another Magic Archer on the left in order to lock in the Goblins. It takes all of Evolve's attention, and all of a sudden, you look back onto the other side, and that Magic Archer they cycled in the back 30 seconds ago is lined up on whatever it was, and that damage is just insane. I feel like the further that the pros push the skill cap of Clash Royale, the more that every single little HP matters. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
sure, right? We don't see very many 3-crown finishes, much fewer on 2-crown finishes. What we see are a lot of very, very tight, very, very close finishes. And I would be curious, and I don't know if, hey, someone out there who loves data in the Clash Royale world, because I'm not going to do this one. Can we do a chart of the history of the gaps in finishes over the course of CRL? I would love to see if that chart continues to, if it goes down and closer as time goes on. Love the data.
Yeah. All right. Hopping into game 3, Evolve versus Coco. Coco looks ready to go. Evolve looks ready to go. And they're leaking elixir. Gold Knight in the back to start the game. We'll see what Coco has to respond.
And we've really come full circle. For a while, champions kind of disappeared after the change of the 3-card cycle. Did not see as much of them. But now that we're in the era of the slots specifically for Evolution's heroes and champions, it feels like they have really bumped up in their usage rate.
Yeah. Huge shout out to the Balance Changes team. It felt like when heroes originally came out, they were so much stronger than champions. There was no reason to ever play one. Wait, I got to stop talking because how is he defending this?
I don't think he is. King Tower activation.
Okay. That might be good enough. I don't think the Giant Slave will hit tower. The Monk needs one more shot, and the Berserker doesn't get it. Tombstone forced. And then the Battle Ram. And this is... but the Tombstone's going to pull. I don't think he's a way to take it off. What a defense. Still a lot of damage, though, for Evolve, eh?
A lot of damage, but you also see Evolve with a little bit of a, hey, what the heck was that? In his expressions. Maybe he thought he'd get away with a connection there. But yes, you're right. A lot of damage. 2169 on that left-hand tower. Good chunk taken. And as we talked about, not really often going down to 3-crown games. King Tower advantage right now for Evolve.
Wow. This is an interesting decision to go Evo Witch in the back, same lane as a Gold Knight. You're basically inviting the Gold Knight dash. It is going to go to tower. Witch will heal herself a little bit. I just don't know if I agree with this play. Double Elixir is going to hit, but then the Giant Skelly is just great at lane blocking as well.
And now opposite lane work from Coco as the Royal Giant comes out behind the Monk. Monk will pop the ability, do a little bit of tanking here. No.
Wow. That's insane.
Wow.
The Hero Berserker just melted. I'm pretty sure, didn't the Hero Berserker melt it while the Monk was in ability state?
That's why I was confused. That's what I was confused about. I was like, maybe the ability didn't pop. It looked like it was going to. I didn't see any reflections happen.
Yeah.
But
And then the Mother Witch. Wow, Gold Knight Mother Witch pressure. So much damage for Evolve. I was looking at Evolve's profile a little bit. It does seem like Bridge Spam is his bread and butter. And it makes sense. Like, Bridge Spam is very strong. There's a couple different really solid Bridge Spam decks. But then, look at this push. Where did this come from?
what a push from Coco. And that's going to be enough to kill the tower, win the game, and send Evolve down to the lower bracket. Coco, perfect timing, perfect execution, wins it in game number 3.
This is crazy. I feel like we were just having a good time. We were chatting about the matchup. We were chatting about, all the, the stuff going on. And then Coco just builds this unstoppable push. Just too much elixir spent from Evolve in the other lane, I guess. The giant skeleton. Coco realized, okay, till he's out, he's kind of used lane defensive cards. I'm just the Witch, the Monk, and the RG together. And the time ticking off the clock there. A very common idea, right? It's like, okay, there's a few seconds left in the game. Let me just throw everything on the right side. I know that I have enough elixir to take this right side tower. And then on the defense, he just has to stall. He just has to stall for the last couple seconds with that tombstone. Looking at the decks here, game 1, Evolve, very similar matchup. It just seemed like Evo E-Barbs kind of showed up and took the win for Evolve there. Coco wasn't able to basically come back from that original damage deficit. Game 2, Hyperbait. Still working, apparently. Magic Archer Hyperbait. Magic Archer got a lot of value. Evo Archers from Evolve, they did get nerfed recently. They just weren't able to apply enough pressure, give enough value in order to make any push happen. And then game 3, it looks like on paper that Evolve should be in a pretty good situation here. Zappies don't get reflected by Golden Knight. Zappies did not get reflected by Monk. Golden Knight's able to deal with the Tombstone, the Witch, and the Zappies very well for Evolve. The Arrows is a nice supplementary spell for breaking through those types of things. And then Hero's Berserker even is just great defensively. It just seemed like Coco just found the right push at the right time.
And Coco opting not to use the Evo E-Barbs at any point in those 3 sets. So not quite into the abuse category quite yet on the day. But we do have our first 2 quarterfinalists. Mugi and Coco will face off in the second round of our upper bracket. And of course, Mugi has likely already qualified for World Finals. Clown and Evolve down on the lower bracket. Clown has assuredly already qualified with his golden ticket win in a previous month. He has that one and will be appearing in Shanghai in November. Evolve on his last legs. I don't believe Evolve has enough points to qualify for the last chance qualifier either. So for Evolve, it's a golden ticket or bust weekend here at Clash Royale League. We'll see if he can make an epic lower bracket run, but not going to get the start he wanted to in this one. And then now, Jackson, let's take our attention to our next matchup coming here in just a couple of moments. Sub versus Saudi. A very interesting pairing between these two. Of course, Sub did not get a golden ticket yet from the overall competition, but is our points leader. And I'm going to say that it's unofficial, but mathematically he has qualified for World Finals. He is the points leader overall going into the weekend. He will be appearing at World Finals, even if he goes out in 2 in this first one. Saudi, the other side of things, though, Juice, he's one of those guys who it's a golden ticket today or die kind of situation.
Yeah, we did talk about it earlier with how the meta shifts with these new cards added to the game. And, the best players in the world, they need to be basically geniuses of adaptability. But the other kind of thing that happens with these big changes to the game and new cards being added is sometimes we just see players who are, I get what would be the word? They're just very proficient with a certain type of deck. They start to really kind of, get into the monthly finals here and there. And we've seen it kind of like last year with OP Sam with that beatdown meta. He was just really showing up. He's really powerful, and he's able to really use that type of deck that he's really good at in order to really show up at World Finals. And then you have Saudi and also Evolve, 2 really good bridge spam players that are just kind of taking advantage of the E-Barbs meta, because E-Barbs are, what would be the word? They're just very strong. They're just really great to supplement a Bridgeman deck because they apply so much pressure.
Saudi is someone who has made some appearances on Ranked, had a top 10 finish last year, has tried to make his push into CRL in past seasons, but hasn't ever been able to get past those stages and on to the monthly finals. Another first-time monthly finals appearance here for Saudi. Of course, Sub has become a regular in CRL, now a multiple-time world finalist, and we will see him one more time coming up this November. Sub, of course, last year at Worlds, number 2 in an epic finish for him. Best finish, beating his number 4 from the season before that.
Yeah, I remember the days when he called him king of consistency. Now he's starting to not need a modifier to that sentence. He's getting closer and closer just being called king.
And Sub is someone who really benefited from what the really robust semi-pro scene of a few years ago, right? From like 2019 through about 2022-23, there was a pretty strong semi-pro scene in Clash Royale. SK Kalalis had a lot of teams that performed very well. He won GKR Season 7 in 2022. And he was someone who, for those years, like 22, 23, you saw Sub in just about every team or solo semi-pro or non-CRL competition until he finally broke through to make World Finals in 2024. And that's one of those things where you talk about the value of a really solid, whether you call it second league system or well-supported semi-pro scene. A lot of the players who we're seeing now as top-tier pros, that's where they were able to really cut their teeth as competitors, and Sub is a great example.
Amazing. I didn't know all the backstory. That's what I love about Rich. He's in the know when it comes to these things. But
I commentated a lot of Sub's semi-pro or outside of CRL matches.
Right.
A ton of the Supremacy League, Queso Cup stuff, GKR, all those types of competitions. Sub was one of those guys where you're like, oh, he's gonna do it one day, and of course now he will be making his 3rd World Finals appearance in a row.
Amazing. All right, as we hop into Double Elixir here, let's take a quick look at the matchup. I think that this is just classic Hog EQ solid matchup. Any mortar deck, you just drop the Earthquake on the mortar. You have Firecracker, you have Delivery for solid defense. Mighty Miner ability is great as well. The only big threat is this Evo Inferno Dragon. If the Evo Inferno Dragon can somehow make it to the tower with an arrows onto Firecracker or something like that, because Sub's only air defense is the Firecracker, then he has a really solid shot. But look at this defense, just delaying and defending, stalling for as much time as possible to get that supporting units off the board, and eventually Evo Inferno Dragon is going to get taken out by the tower.
Good reflection for Saudi. Arrows trying to clear the path as the Miner tanking for the Inferno Dragon as it does a little bit more work. Earthquake to clear the mortar. Hog should get a little bit of damage here.
Wow.
And it connects, plus Firecracker Splash.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just love the idea to actually not play Mighty ability there, but instead go Firecracker instead. Because now you get more tower damage, but you also keep that Firecracker alive in order to get another Hog in front. That is classic Hog EQ Firecracker protection program. You get so much damage off that play.
People forget maybe that when Firecracker, it's so standard in the game now. But when Firecracker was introduced, I want to say in 2019, it was so controversial.
Yeah.
Pros were so frustrated about it because it was kind of a paradigm-shifting card. This troop that would dodge essentially your shots, which is not something we really had happening other than maybe a bandit being in its dash form as a legendary. But for a card that is so much more easily accessible, the Firecracker does so many things. Now we look at it as just a part of Clash Royale, but for a first while, it was one of the most controversial cards ever introduced.
Yeah. And now we have Hero Wizard flying in the air, hitting tornadoes, 360 no scopes. But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to this game that we're watching right here, none of that's necessary. None of that fanciness is necessary. Just Sub doing Sub things. Firecracker cycling. Firecracker does actually deflect herself from the tower. Wait a second. Pre-arrows? The bowler splashes tower once? Not twice. Does Sub even have the win right now?
9:35, 4:42. Sub barely holding on to that 3:35 to 4:42. Sub just barely holding on. Saudi turning it into a foot race at the end. And you saw him getting a little excited, but couldn't quite close the deal.
Oh my goodness. I almost caster cursed him there. I was just like, I was literally about to talk about how he just simply walked down this matchup with Hog EQ, with good firecrackers, good hog riders. As soon as I said that, Monk deflects the firecracker shot directly in the tower. Every single spec hit that, and it, I don't know, it did like hundreds of damage. It was almost like a hunter when it gets too close to the tower. And then that bowler connection, the pre-air is in the middle, and then the hog rider doesn't distract the bowler there, because as soon as the hog rider jumps over the river, it becomes an air unit in the game code for like 1 second. So the bowler, as a ground targeting unit, all of a sudden locks in that Mighty Miner, gets one shot. If that bowler splashed a second time in the Mighty there, I think Saudi actually had it. That was an intense ending.
Huge ending for Sub though, as Saudi almost able to seal it. And you saw a couple little pieces there that worked well for Saudi. Sub, and what's nice about this for him, when you talk about the ebb and flow of a overall dual mode matchup, is when you talk about using Firecracker. I guess you could put Firecracker makes her appearance in some RG decks and some Hog decks. Not a ton of other places that you're relying on Firecracker for. Mighty Miner's kind of small overall in the meta compared to a lot of the other cards that would take that hero/champion slot. Right. Hog Rider here, I mean, Earthquake, the more you can use cards that you don't cannibalize other decks, the harder you make it for when we get to game number 3. Whereas for Saudi, like, there's a little bit of easier preparation in some spaces. One thing I do want to ask you about, though, Jackson, and this is how I've noticed this a lot throughout the day, we've seen a lot more of minions, whether they be classic minions or minion horde. What do you attribute that shift to? Is that mostly because of the rise of E-bars and the need for some damaging swarms that they can't reach?
That's a good question. Man, I don't know. I mean, minions, like a minion horde itself, did get a slight buff so that when they're in their ability state, when they're in their invincible state, they're able to hit slightly faster than they were originally. So that makes sense why it's like edging itself into the meta a little bit. But we're also seeing regular minions. I mean, I think that, you know, yeah, you're right. They are able to fly above those E-barbs. But I think a lot of the times when you see stuff like minions and minion hordes, it's a lot about the spell choices as well. Like, you know, it seems like there might be a little bit less arrows in the meta and maybe a little bit more of that Fireball Log, Fireball Barbell, Lightning Barbell combo.
Interesting. Well, when we look at the overall deck choices for Saudi as he has come through to this stage, not a ton of use of minions, class minions, throughout his earlier stages. Minion Horde, definitely something he has leaned on pretty significantly when playing Miner and Mortar combinations or Mortar Cannon Cart. So we'll see if he does go into a Mortar Minion Horde direction later on as we go into these ones. Of course, oh, you already played Mortar on that one, my error. But we'll see if he gets the Evo minions involved, or if he goes to Lava or Golem as the beatdown direction he is so comfortable with. Bridge spam for game 2, though.
Wow. Evo E-barbs in the back. Makes sense to counter that Bataram. Saudi with the Goblin Demolisher. Goblin Demolisher is another card where it's starting to be used a little bit more this season. Sometimes with Rune Giant, it does have a pretty quick attack speed, and Rune Giant after the buff is actually somewhat viable. I have to give another shout out to the balance changes team. They're doing a great job with the heroes balancing that I talked about earlier. But the fact that they've gotten Tombstone to be a legitimate win condition, as well as a Rune Giant to be a legitimate win condition now, is honestly so impressive.
Tombstone, what a fascinating change, or fascinating adjustment or addition to the game. And, you wonder about what the conversations are. People are conceptualizing ideas. And they're going, hey, what if we just made the Tombstone go bigger?
Yeah. I think someone told me that the Tomb Queen has more HP than a Lava Hound now, which is just absurd. It is so tanky. It does so much damage. It's definitely awkward, but if you can find a good place to actually hit that ability after a good defense, it can provide an insane amount of value. I don't know why I'm talking about the Tomb Queen right now. There's no Tomb Queen in this matchup right now.
You talk about what you talk about. Looking like likely Royal Giant here for sub.
Unbelievable Battle Ram connection there. Kind of a big mistake. Oh, tried to get that Phoenix respawn with the Electro Spirit. So bridge spam versus Royal Giant Cage. I mean, it feels like sub is in a decent spot here. Like, he has Fireball for Gob Demolisher and Ewiz and Goblin Demolisher. He's got a quick cycle to get more Fireballs out. He's got good defense. But that one mistake on the Battle Rams earlier is just putting him in a tough spot.
You talk about the margins being thin in this game. And that's one of those ones where you have a bad sequence and suddenly the entire conversation changes. E-Barbs split in their evolved form as the classic variation splits to meet them.
They'll do pretty well to defend. It's almost similar to recruits in the way of, like, whoever plays the E-Barbs first loses. Because you use those E-Barbs to counter the opposing E-Barbs, and then you're able to get a counter push. The problem is for sub, he can't really afford to do that right now, being down so much damage. He needs to find a way to connect.
Saudi played a few different bridge spam variants during the earlier stages, but none that looked quite like this one. Very different view for bridge spam. A lot of giant skeleton bridge spam in previous editions, and here is a big downhill push that Saudi has to contend with.
And then the freeze! Oh my goodness. The freeze is not enough, though. E-Barbs get into tower. Phoenix respawns, and the evil E-Barbs to the bridge. I think it's over.
And Saudi is trying to cheese his way into a win, and he's laughing here as he realizes that the cheese absolutely failed. You know, there's such a razor-thin moment there, Jackson. You can see the idea where if somehow he had let the Demolisher explode, get its damage, and then hit the freeze with the perfect timing, he could have saved his tower. Right. But a half step early with that freeze, the Demolisher just runs off and explodes in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And, it's kind of like, you're just throwing a Frisbee at a parking lot. Like, there's nothing there. It's just going to get scratched. Good luck.
You can always count on Rich for a Frisbee analogy.
Sure.
But, yeah, I mean, it's true. I did the same exact thing yesterday with a Skeleton Barrel and Vines. I was trying to do a defensive Skeleton Barrel for an Electro Dragon to drop down and do damage and then defend it. But I played the Vines too early. The Skeleton Barrel just ran off to no man's land, and it got no value. If he waits 1 second on that freeze, that Gob Demolisher not only damages the E-Barbs, but also kills that Phoenix Egg and maybe has a chance. But going back and looking at the bracket, sub is going to move on, sending Saudi down to the lower bracket. Next up, Mo and Dominic. Rich, what do you think about this matchup?
This is a fascinating one. I mean, it's hard to ever pick against Mohamed Light. Doom is one of those guys there's not many guys who are super fiery and crazy passionate in Clash Royale. Dominic, of course, has had some World Finals appearances mixed with some commentary appearances over the years. Definitely one of the more passionate people in the scene, and one of the ones who's more willing to take creative risks. And it's one of those moments that you wish we could go and get back. But World Finals, I want to say it was 2022 World Finals in Helsinki, where Doom had gotten prepared to play. He had a Lava Hound Hog Rider deck that he had prepared, and there was an unfortunate issue with where
I remember that.
The League Ops thought that an Inferno Dragon was a replayed baby dragon, and then
Yeah.
they stopped the match mid-match, which they should have let it play out and then adjusted at the end. But we're not going to litigate what happened 4 years ago. But Doom had this Lava Hound Hog Rider deck that maybe would have popped off. And I remember how frustrated he was in that situation, but I more remember just the willingness, the absolute insanity that you're like, hey, this is World Finals, and I'm going to bust out Lava Hound Hog Rider to try to go for some crazy thing. Kind of similar to what we just saw with out of Saudi trying to go for that bridge spam freeze deck. So I definitely always am excited to see Doom in the mix just because you don't know what he's going to bring.
Yeah, especially versus Mo. I think that was part of his strategy is like, I need to surprise this guy. I need to shock this guy. I need to do something wild in order to bring down the best in the world. And I don't know. Maybe we'll see something else right now against Mo. We'll see if Doom is going to make that play, or maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll stick to something a little bit more calm. Both players send the good luck. Let's see what decks they are bringing in.
Dominic rocking a pretty nice SK jersey. SK's always had some pretty solid merch. I like the purple. I might have to reach out and see if I can snag one of those. That's got some style to it.
Yeah. Furnace from Momo.
And Doom just saying, hey, I'm going to play it at some point. Let's play it game number 1. Lava Hound for the longtime Lava player out of Dominic.
I like it. Play your best deck. Get a win if you can. Mo's obviously going to be prepared. He's got the Gob Hut, a great air defense. He's got Furnace, Electric Spirit. Oh, and the delivery as well. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy. Of all the... And, Dom is sitting there going, hey, I'm going to play... Like, which game do I play it in? And you gamble, you play it in the first game, and you end up against just the counters.
Yeah. He's pretty prepared for Piggies, though. He's got a Dark Prince. Tombstone's pretty solid. Since Momo's last card, or not his last card, but one of his spells is either going to be Fireball or Lightning, right? So not having a log or anything to actually make it to that Tombstone could make that card valuable. And then the other thing that I have to mention is just Doom is just used to this situation. He streams getting to #1 in the world with Lava all the time, and you inevitably will play against Stream Snipers. So even though it's like a really tough matchup against the best player in the world, he's been in a situation like this before.
Delivery down. Interesting Void here to clear things out. Smart play from Dom. And he's keeping this one close early on despite having not touched tower yet.
Yeah, and he's continuing to be prepared for these Piggies. So even though it's like really weird because both players just completely counter each other. It's going to be very difficult for both players to break through. A little bit easier for Mo just because Piggies are a little bit more consistent. But don't count Doom out here. He could make a miracle happen.
And, we might have just seen some of the trick to it as Pigs go opposite lanes to be an interesting one for Doom to contend with as he gets the Evo zap out to get him on the floor. Do you think the play over the middle is going to be critical for Doom to try to break through? We just saw, of course, a Dark Prince hop over. It is the hero Dark Prince, so he can always kind of secondary that as the win condition with the Rhino.
Right. Yeah, I think it makes sense, right? Dark Prince over the middle, trying to get to the Gob Hut. Skelly Drags over the middle, trying to prevent roll delivery value. Yeah, I think that could be helpful. But really what's going to come down to is if this Lava Hound can get some chip damage on tower, especially with Void not being the best way to get tower damage. And Mo's doing a great job of just cycling what seems to be infinite Goblin Huts and infinite Goblins right now.
One Pig gets away. Dark Prince going to work on that first one, then turn its attention to the pack. Minute 42 remaining here in sudden death overtime. Evo Inferno Dragon burns down the Furnace.
Yeah, and that's just not what Doom wants here. He needs that Evo Inferno Dragon in a lava push to make something happen. And yeah, Mo just continues to apply dual lane pressure. It's really difficult for Doom to deal with all of this with a much heavier deck. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and that left-hand tower is just dead in the water. 7:02 remaining. You see Doom trying to sacrifice some HP to turn it into a real push here, but simply doesn't have it. Zaps the flying pigs onto the ground. Tombstone to pick them up. They will get some significant damage, though, and just doesn't get enough out of the offensive push. Fireball down. We'll just take one more for Mo to win game number 1.
Yeah, GG's. I think Mo's just... I mean, both players seem ready for each other, but Mo's just a little bit more ready. You know, the fireball and the delivery. 2 really solid air defenses along with a cheap cycle. And then once again, just going back to the Evo Piggies. Like, yes, Doom has the Tombstone and the Bomber and the Dark Prince for the Piggies. But Evo Piggies, they just always seem to get to the tower. And then at the end there was just so textbook for Mo as well. Just applying pressure while defending. Like, Doom was saving up Elixir in order to get a Void on tower. 5 Elixir to get that new Void on tower, plus taking out the Furnace. But then the Evo Piggies came at the same exact time. And all of a sudden, you know, Doom has a decision to make. Do I want to try to break through this push? Or do I just let these Piggies take this tower? And it's just a lose-lose scenario.
Doom, a Lava player, went 12-8 in previous stages playing Lava Hound. First of all, playing 20 Lava Hound decks over the course of your CRL qualifying stages is crazy. But also, you know, that you got to take a step back here, Juice. If I told you that a player you were coaching with a certain deck or archetype was going to go 12-8 over the course of the competition, would you think of that as a win because that's a positive win rate with that deck? Or would you think that that margin is too thin to be playing that deck so much throughout CRL?
You know, I was actually thinking about this question even before you asked about it, and it's difficult. I don't think I would be happy with the 12-8. I think that, you know, in this game, you need to shoot for that 70-80% win rate, because that's kind of like becoming what these best players are able to achieve in these dual formattings. And I think that if Lava's going 12-8, you know, it really depends on the situation, because, like, yes, it is a best of 3, so maybe some of those losses in those 8 losses were in a situation where you're still able to get that best of 3. You're still able to force out some cards from your opponent, like if they're really worried about that Lava Hound, and get that best of 3 win. But I think that's a difficult question.
60% is kind of a rough win rate for someone in the CRL level of competition. But of course, he did make it all the way here to the monthly finals. So, you know, 12-8 seems to have been enough. But then you look at the other decks he played, and they really pulled up a lot of the value. And that also raised another interesting question, right? You talk about having the counters for a certain deck. Is the fear of Lava Hound enough to give you someone like Dominic enough information to build the rest of it, right? Because he certainly made up that lack of win rate for Lava Hound with other decks, and you got to wonder how much. You know, I don't know exactly which game he played Lava Hound in each other deck, but you have to wonder how much he was banking on people predicting Lava Hound and trying to play the counter to the counter.
Yeah, it's fascinating because, like, I mean, let's just take this situation, for example. You know, he has forced Mo to use Delivery and Fireball. So now those Piggies, he could use those Piggies for himself, potentially, as you force out some of those cards. And then the fear of something is definitely something to think about, but it doesn't really apply if you're just going to always play Lava Hound anyways. And then I guess the final point I would make is, like, Dominic is able to take these skills that he has for Lava Hound and translate that to other decks. And I guess we're going to see that right now with Doom going with those Piggies with that Delivery Fireball out.
You have to imagine that Mohamed Light and company have had the same thought process you had. Hey, Delivery's gone, Fireball's gone, great chance for Piggies. And there you see Wizard, which should help reduce some of the problem. Evo Wizard, though. Interesting choice out of Mohamed Light.
Yeah. Evo Wizard, I mean, it does make some sense. I like Hero Wizard a lot, honestly, but wow. I mean, Wizard on its own getting some really solid value here. This is a kind of an old school type of deck that's really, or not old school, but this is like a deck from last year, CRL, with like Hog or RG, usually with Monk and then the Evo Wizard. And it's mainly used to just control the spammy, valuable meta decks in any given meta. And it seems like that's what Mo's trying to do right now.
Good connection on both sides for the three-time world champion. Left-hand tower for Doom already in pretty significant early trouble. Down to 1539. Right tower chipped up a bit too, down to 2064. You talk about Doom's history in Clash Royale. Obviously a well-known and talented Lava Hound player. Does have a reasonable competitive history as well. Not just on ranked. Has made a few appearances at monthly finals overall. Ended up making the top 12, getting past the first round in his only World Finals appearance back in 2022. But a lot of top 10 finishes in ranked, in the various versions of ranked.
Wow.
Inside of Clash Royale.
Wizard is just getting so much value in this matchup. It's absurd. And it makes sense. Dominic just doesn't have a big spell. These type of bridge spam giant skelly decks a lot of the time will not have a big spell and have arrows instead. So this Wizard is just locking down defense. And then Mo, super principled. He just continues to, he's just so principled. He continues to apply pressure other lane. It's just so important versus these types of decks. I think a lot of players would just try to hyper-focus one lane. But wow, another Hoggator connection, and Doom is in a really tough spot.
Evo Wizard setting up very far behind the Mighty Miner. Pigs into the left-hand lane. Evo Cannon cleans those up fairly easily. Hog Rider looking to break through. Zappy's behind the bowler. That will shut down this Hog Rider. And for the first time, Mohamed Light has a real serious push to contend with. We'll see if Doom can double down behind it. Sets up the bowler. Pretty healthy Mighty Miner goes to the opposite lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just lightnings the bowler. Yeah, exactly. Because now I think you still need 2 more lightnings, to be fair. But being able to just take that bowler off the board, which is like one of the biggest threats of this deck, super clean.
Mohamed Light playing defense on the left-hand side. Has to work against these pigs. Playing it nice and conservatively. Giant Skeleton was tanking for the piggies, so it goes down up high, and now Mohamed Light puts it within 1 HP.
When I said I think you need 2 more lightnings to take this tower, I did not realize it was going to be 1 HP left. Mo not having a small spell, need to cycle back to 1 more lightning. This gives potential for Doom to lightning block with either Zappies or Piggies. We'll see if he's going to be able to do that. He attempts to do it. Mo's keeping track of cycle though. He knows that those cards are in hand, and once they're not, he's free to lightning, and that's going to be a clean win for Mo.
And it would have been quite a move out of Doom. Probably wouldn't have been enough for him to win the game with how far he was behind, but Dominic falling 0-2 to Mohamed Light, as many before have also done. And that will move the 3-time world champion up into our quarterfinal round, where he will face off against the man he won his 3rd championship against in sub. So a rematch of last season's finals.
Nice. Oh, man. I feel like Doom has now tried both options versus Mo. You know, at that World Finals, he tried to surprise him, got kind of unlucky, and now this time he just goes to what makes sense. He goes to his bread and butter in the lava. He goes to a really nice Piggies deck after that with some counters taken out. But Mo is just so ready for both of those games. Not only is his gameplay so solid, but he's always working with some great coaches in order to get those great matchups. And I mean, I love the idea there. It's just like, okay, it makes a lot of sense for Doom to play Piggies here. Let me just be ready with a Evo Wizard. And the Evo Wizard specifically makes a lot of sense there, because a lot of the times it's like, okay, you know, these spells to counter the Piggies are out. So let me now go for a lightning with my Piggies in order to break through any sort of other option that my opponent might bring. And he's just ready with a Wizard that has a shield on it. He didn't end up needing that, but still the Wizard got so much value in that last matchup.
I think Dominic's also a really good example Jackson, of the difference between being a good ranked player and a good competitive player. And Dominic is a fine competitive player, right? He's made World Finals. There's a very small list of people who've ever done that in their careers. He's made the monthly finals more than once. Again, a very small list of people who've ever done that in their careers.
Right.
But
Yep.
he's still playing. He's put up multiple top 10 finishes on ranked this year here in 2026. His last number one was in 2024, but he's had, I think, 3 top 10 finishes, 2 in the same season in January with with our Path of Legend, with our ranked system. And it just kind of shows like, hey, we know that he's one of the best Lava Hound players to ever play. Clearly very, very good at playing in that system. But that doesn't necessarily translate to the same level of unpredictability, and you've mentioned it, adaptability, that you need to win against all of the other greats in CRL.
Right. Yeah, I like the way that you use the word like translate. Like, how can I translate this skill to another skill? And I think that's like where actually the best CRL pros kind of do that, is that they have this cycle deck usually, whether it's X-Bow, if you're Ian, or if you're Surgical Goblin, that was Log Bait. You know, a lot of these players start off with some sort of control cycle deck that they use to translate and proliferate to many other decks in Clash Royale. But then you have certain players like Doom, like Remy Eli, like Viper, who are very good with these more niche decks like Lava Hound or Hog Tornado Rocket or Magic Archer Miner deck. And these decks are so unique that they are able to get a lot of success on ladder, but it's very difficult to use those skills in those decks and transfer it to others. It's still possible, but it is a little bit more difficult, and it doesn't translate as well as maybe like a Hog Rider player to a Roll Giant player, for example.
You're obviously known first and foremost as a really good E-Giant player, and you talk about that transferability of skills. Those control cycle decks seem to have the most other things that you can translate to, which is why a lot of people in the past used to say, hey, start by learning 2.6, because you'll learn so many things about the game from developing those same skill sets. It seems almost like the hierarchy is the cycle control decks give you the most transferability of skills.
Yep.
Next, kind of learning the bridge spam meta, right? Whether it be like Ram Rider, Battle Ram, you could even drill spammy decks. It feels like Beatdown is the hardest skill set and style to translate overall. And is that your experience, both observationally but also being an E-Giant forward player?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think that those type of heavy decks, like whether it be Golem Lava or like Pekka Gob Giant or like some sort of other beatdown deck, like maybe even just Giant like Double Prince, these decks are a lot more difficult to transfer those skills, because I think that at macro level they're just very different, right? Like with a cycle deck, you can make a mistake and make up for it very easily. With a beatdown deck, you know, it's every single card matters so much, so you have to be very focused on every single play that you're making. Whereas with a cycle deck, it's much quicker, and it's much more fluid. And then when it comes to like E-Giant, I mean, E-Giant is also very, very unique. It makes me, it's honestly kind of feels like it's similar to Splash Yard, where it's like, okay, this deck is not a cycle deck, but it is a control deck. You know, where like these decks that are control but not cycle, and you focus on getting the right push at the right time, they're very unique, and it's very difficult to transfer those skills as well. But yeah, I like how you broke that down with the different decks. I never really thought about it in that way, but I think it's very true, especially at this high level where not only defense is super important, but being able to attack aggressively at the right times is also very key.
And our next match is just about to get underway. We're just waiting for the players to get readied up. Baton and Asaf coming here. Take a moment now if you can. If you have not already yet, go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to play along with us throughout this competition. As I know we've already begun our journey here in August, but a lot more left to go as we get ready for Asaf and Baton. And Baton is an interesting case here. Asaf has, and this is again unofficially, Asaf has earned enough points to qualify for World Finals, to end in the leaderboard spots and have a World Finals position. Baton has not, but Baton is one of the players who can make it in. And for those of you who are watching to see if Viper or Morton are able to make it in, Baton is one of the 3 players who can push them down out of the leaderboard. Grieco, EGW, and Baton are all active in the competition this weekend. Their success or failure will directly impact whether Viper and Morton are qualified for World Finals at the end of this weekend or whether they have to go through the LCQ.
Wow. Okay, so a couple players that aren't in the monthly finals are rooting for a few players that they need to win and continue on. Baton has a different idea here, though. This is not his first time making the monthly finals this year. He's really showed up quite a lot. He's starting to become a little bit more familiar face. I've always known Baton in the community for a very long time. He's really cemented himself as a great Clash Royale player. Asaf, though, he just has a little bit of a leg up when it comes to competitive play. But both players kind of just known to be really solid ladder players and grinders. So this will be a fun match to experience.
Yeah, Asaf certainly a talented ladder player, but a guy who, again, we talk about people who've taken that skill and translate it. For a while, it felt like Asaf was going to continue to be a drill one trick. Right. And it seemed like he wasn't able to break out of that mindset, out of that spot. And really a talented drill player, somebody you see at the top of ranked play pretty consistently. But this year he's finally put it together and had his best competitive season. When you think about Asaf and what you've seen from him out of this season, is there anything that you view as the big difference in previous versions that have made versus this version of Asaf that have made him now a world finalist?
Is there any big differences? I think that he continues to cultivate his skills. I think he is continuing to basically get more decks in his like main strong deck pool. I think that specifically this season, though, I think the Evo E-Barbs definitely can make a or like a solid reason to note as well, because as you mentioned, these bridge spam type decks, they kind of do a great job of transferring over skill wise to, you know, drill decks and just spammy decks, any sort of high pressure deck. And that's what Asaf is really good at. So Evo E-Barbs, I'm sure, is something that's going to help him not only in this matchup but in this monthly final.
You talk about his popular decks, that very popular Mortar Cannon Cart Goblinstein E-Barb decks that we've already seen today, and if you've been playing around, you've seen it a bunch. He is 5-0 with that deck throughout the competition. Bridge spam, Battle Ram spam with the Evo E-Barb's Giant Skeleton went 3-2 with that. So a few other Evo E-Barb's decks that he's had some success with, and including a Rune Giant base deck. So lots of different ways he's utilized Clash Royale's newest hot figure.
Okay. So Mortar versus Piggies. Last card for Baton should be some sort of building like Goblin Hut. Nice E-Spirit there, preventing the Gobstein monster from hitting the tower. Still goes for the ability to try and take the furnace off. It is successful and spawns a Piggy. Wow. I didn't think that was going to be a good play, but he makes it work quite well.
Fireball does not get the full minion horde. Baton maybe a little loose with that one. Furnace will do a good amount of pickup here, but gets peeled off the board as well. Slight lead for Baton as we go into our final 30 seconds of regulation.
Man, this Mortar deck is just so interesting. I honestly don't have enough experience against or commentating this Mortar deck to really understand its matchups at a high level, because we're very used to seeing these Skelly Barrel Mortar decks, but in this situation, the other pressure card is just your Evo Mini Horde. You also have that Gobstein as kind of a secondary win condition as well. Baton does have the Fireball. He has the Quick Cycle. He's got decent crowd control with the Tesla and the Bar Barrel. But at the same time, you know, having the cards doesn't always mean it's going to be easy to defend. And I think Asaf is the exact kind of player that's going to make that difficult to defend with these high pressure, just like we saw in the first match of the day of Mugi.
Baton making his second monthly finals appearance in his CRL career. Last season, he appeared in the first monthly final, the Dragon League Gold Edition, where he was able to beat OP Sam in the first round and then lost consecutively to Adriel and Igor, a.k.a. Hazard. Has fought his way back here. Of course, this season has had a relatively solid run, enough to at least put him in contention points-wise. Wow. But Baton is going to... Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, just is insane pressure. He applies enough pressure, he gets the Evo Mortar to lock. Fireball has to drop down, but the Goblin's being tanked by a Barbarian and another shot. I don't know if this gets one more. If it does, could be Raps. And this is what I'm talking about. It's like this deck is literally... This Mortar deck is literally just... I don't know, like you're like throwing three or four half win conditions together. And then with all of that, you're just applying so much dual lane pressure that your opponent just falls apart.
And big swap note here for Asaf's deck. He did opt for the Mother Witch version versus the Evo E-Barbs version, which is the one he had so much success with. Mother Witch obviously paying off here, and of course he will have the powerful Evo E-Barbs available for Game 2 or if needed, Game 3. But right now, Game number 1 in the books for Asaf, and Baton's World Finals chances definitely hanging a little bit here. Not quite by a thread, as it is a double elimination tournament. But every single win you get is a big one here. And Juice, when we're talking about what they need to qualify for World Finals, points-wise, Baton needs a minimum top 4 finish, I believe, if the numbers are correct here. Minimum top 4 finish to have a shot at qualifying for World Finals on points. He would lock in with points World Finals with a top 2 finish. The top 4 finish would depend on how other people perform on this weekend. No matter where he finishes, though, he will qualify for our last chance qualifier, I believe. Again, everything I'm saying unofficial. But if he wants to lock in World Finals, he's got a long road ahead of him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think staying in the upper bracket is probably like your first to do thing on your checklist, right? Because you drop down that lower bracket, all of a sudden getting top 4 is really difficult. He's got a tough one here versus Asaf too, being down 1-0. I mean, Asaf just applied so much pressure there. And once again, it's just this situation where it's like, if you defend the entire game, you're going to lose. Like, your opponent's going to do damage and you're not. And that's why playing against that Mortar deck is so frustrating, because they're just constantly attacking. And not only are they attacking, but those attacks are forcing out so much elixir and cleaning up your counter push to the point where you feel like you never have a chance to go in. And then when you do go in, that Mother Witch just drops down and starts turning your cards into more piggies to counter push again. And you fireball that, then the Evo Minion Horde comes through. So insane pressure, great plays from Asaf. Baton's really going to have to turn it around here. Like you said, both players do have Evo E-Barbs still available. So we'll see. I'm sure we're going to see someone bring them out here in Game 2.
And, you talk about how annoying that deck is in particular. Baton has a lot of pieces available for that exact same deck. So he could come and turn it around and run the Mortar Cannon Cart deck in reverse, something he did do during the other phases of this competition. He leaned primarily on Royal Hogs. That was probably the biggest thing he went to. A lot of Hog Rider from Baton. He also, a deck that we saw a lot last season, but didn't see as much in the qualifying stages, that minor Evo Executioner, Giant Skeleton, Hero Balloon deck that was so popular last season. He got a few good wins, ended up going 6-0 during qualifying stages with that Loon deck. So something another direction he might go in.
Wow. Yeah. I don't even know. This is a fascinating best of 3. I don't know why. It's just two players that are really good at bridge spam. I mean, it's kind of a bridge spam player versus a control player, but it seems like bridge spam is just a little bit better in this meta, which is kind of odd when it comes to CRL. A lot of the times that control kind of takes the cake, but these offensive cards, like as defensive cards continue to get nerfed, like we've seen buildings nerfs, we've seen spells nerfed, we've seen now we've seen spirits nerfed. it just seems like these pressure cards are starting to become a little bit more successful. And Baton, I think, is a great example. Or sorry, Asaf is a great example of that because he's so good at these high pressure type decks.
For those of you who are also, as we get into the next 3 games where Baton, Greco, and EGW are playing in this game and the next 2 following it in these matchups, here's the implications of how they could affect if you're following Morton right now or following Viper, for those of you who are fans of the Frenchman. For Morton, if 2 of the following 3 things happen, Greco making top 12, EGW making top 6, or Baton making second, maybe third, depending on how tiebreakers work out. If 2 of those things happen, Morton is out, unless certain players get a golden ticket. So if people who are above Morton, like Mugi, Sub, Adriel, Asaf, Riley, get a golden ticket, then all 3 of those things need to happen. For Viper, it's a little bit thinner on the margins, though. For Viper, he will miss World Finals if either Greco makes top 12, EGW makes top 6, or Baton makes top 3. Again, unless someone above him in this weekend's competition gets a golden ticket, then 2 of those things have to happen. So a lot of moving parts here. We might not know until the final 5 minutes of gameplay whether Morton and or Viper qualify versus these 3 players who are in today.
Thanks for breaking that down. Okay, we're heading into game 2. Baton in a big situation where he really needs... I mean, I'm not going to say he needs to win because there's the lower bracket, but if he needs to get top 4 to qualify for Worlds, he needs to... I mean, yeah, he kind of needs to win this. So we'll see. We'll see. He has the Hog Rider Bridge Trim deck. He's taking a drink of something mid-game, feeling comfortable maybe. I'm assuming Baton's probably going to have either P.E.K.K.A. or Giant Skeleton with this deck. If it is a P.E.K.K.A., I think could be in a really solid spot to deal with these boulders and these Giant Skellies. Mega Knight instead, still pretty decent.
Of course, not a ton of P.E.K.K.A. for how central P.E.K.K.A. has been throughout the history of Clash Royale. Big Mama not getting as much love in the modern era.
True. Yeah, a lot of Giant Skellies and Mega Knights instead. Which I guess it kind of makes sense. Like those type of cards just end up applying a little bit more pressure and a little bit more difficult to defend compared to that P.E.K.K.A. who was easily distracted.
Lots to counter here with a Fisherman plus the Lumberjack play to hold off the Hog Rider. Mother Witch now working into the Bowler Giant Skeleton combo. Golden Knight gets a huge dash connection, opening up a lead for Baton as we approach the final 30 seconds of regulation.
Yeah, just a small mistake there with the Giant Skelly placement. I always tell people, like, if you guys are confused about how the Golden Knight works, just place things directly in front of it. That's the best way to prevent those really wild dashes that seem like they should be impossible.
And that's a great defensive dash. Baton completely in control, has not been touched in the first 3 minutes of play in game number 2. And that's an interesting activation of the bowler.
Yeah, I like it. Just keeping the boulder really far on your side of the map while also forcing your opponent to play something for the Mother Witch. And then that something ends up just ending up letting the boulder line up and kill the Mother Witch anyways. And he's just playing super solid defensive. It's almost like just saying a defensive mortar there as he just continues to basically completely block down this lane. The problem is blocking down this lane isn't going to be enough. Playing defense is not going to be enough. You need to find a way to break through.
90 seconds left. Mother Witch has been an absolute menace despite the bowler working against her spawns. Now Hero Bowler going to go onto the cannon. And Asaf just trying to turn this into a bridge spam, win it at the bridge, and then roll downhill kind of fight.
But the Mega Knight pushes these units backwards, allowing the Skelly Drag to splash everything. Piggies do come on the left lane at a really solid time, but now look at this push. Wait, the Giant Skelly cleans up quite a lot. Hog Rider in with the Mother Witch, though.
Zappies do enough. No Hog Rider hits. That could be the opening Asaf needs. Dual lane pressure now. Baton splitting his Skelly Drags.
Splitting Skelly Drags. Boulder ability does lock on Mother Witch. Golden Knight's not down in time. Mother Witch dies. Big dual lane pressure. Arrow's going to drop down. Skelly Drags take out Skelly Drags. And now the Piggies into the Mega Knight. Mega Knight is low in HP, though.
Piggies plus Skelly Drags. Just trying to spam the heck out of it. Skelly Drag does connect on that left-hand side. 1272 to 1124. Both players have arrows, so no advantage there. Asaf needs to connect, or that's it. Golden Knight Dash could be a game changer. Does not do anything with it. Golden Knight Dash does 0. Mega Knight down in its evolved form. Arrows trying to make enough room to get through. Do any touches happen? 1197. Not going to be enough. Baton holds on. 1049 to 1197. Another close one, and we're going to game number 3.
Honestly, I thought when the Golden Knight Dash mess up happened, it was over. I thought he was going to wait until the Fisherman pulled the Golden Knight in, then hit the dash, hit the zappies, get to the tower. But he locks down the defense just enough with the cannon. And then that Mega Knight. That Mega Knight was so close after the Mega Knight Evo nerf to not hitting those Piggies backwards. But with the splash damage and the help of the towers, no Piggies making the tower, and he holds on by a thread.
Mega Knight, just such an impactful piece in this one. And you think about that. I mean, the Mega Knight obviously being big. Royal Ghost doing a lot of work here on the defensive side for Baton, getting a little bit of splash damage, especially when that Mega Knight was otherwise engaged. Cannon, of course, pulling stuff into the middle. But Golden Knight, both on the offensive and defensive side of the board. MVP, in my opinion, for Baton in game number 2.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Wow. I think the other thing that was nuts, like a lot of damage came through on the left from the Piggies, but that Mega Knight at the bridge to block while then using the Mega Knight pushback in order to get your Skeleton Dragons to splash. I mean, that was a very impressive play. Dude, I totally forgot about this screen that we have. So we're looking at the lock cards. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching at home, this is your first time watching CRL or competitive Clash Royale. These are best of 3 duels. What a duel means is that you're not allowed to repeat any cards in the best of 3. So if you see a little blue ribbon or a red ribbon around any of the cards, it shows which cards these players are not allowed to play for their last game of the best of 3, respectively.
Piggies out on both sides. Of course, Piggy counters have been used pretty dramatically on both sides as well. Neither player allowed to use bar barrel, fireball, or arrows. So that's eliminated. Of course, lots of cycle cards still available. But when you talk about things that are available in an important way, Asaf still has drill open. And so we imagine that Baton will try to cover drill. We might see a Valk or even a Hero Valk. Maybe even Evo Valk. Lots of different Valkyrie variations available for Baton to use in that one. So we'll expect to see some sort of coverage against the drill in game number 3. But the other big piece here is that the Evo E-Barbs still available for both of these players. So, Juice, we have drill available for Asaf. We have counters available for Baton. But we have Evo E-Barbs open for both players.
Yeah. And then also Badarim available. So both players are very good at the Evo E-Barbs Badarim deck with Zappies. Mother Witch has been used by both players, though. So that's definitely something where it's like, okay, maybe we won't see the E-Barbs without that Mother Witch to combo. But there's still so many other options to combo with that. And the other fascinating thing that I just have to point out, this is the first time I've seen this screen since the Spirit nerf. I feel like in the best of 3, it was pretty common to see all the spirits used by game 3 sometimes even, especially with, or at least all the spirits except for maybe Heal Spirit. But a lot of spirits are still open. Really interesting to see how this meta is shifting with this very impactful change.
Yeah, pretty significant change indeed, and we'll see if they do go into a more cycle-heavy direction. Only 1 spirit out of 8 possible spirits used in the first 2 games. That's a pretty significant difference from our previous points. Now, also the same thing, you think about little impacts and the reverberations. In the first 2 games, Snowball, Log, not used at all. in those first couple of games, and usually you'd see at least a few of those iterations having been pulled. So it's one of my favorite things to think about is the way in which a nerf or a buff impacts heavily down. And of course, here we go. No big surprises. Asaf does go drill in game number 3. Let's see what Baton did in preparation for the counters. That one ended up being played perfectly.
Royal Giant and a double sphere to counter the drill. Royal Giant counter pushes, but straight into guards. I love the guards pick. I don't understand why we don't see more guards, not only in CRL, but also in ladder. Like, E-Barbs are so strong. Bring out the guards. And that's what Asaf's doing here. Might end up working out for him. I mean, we have seen the Evo. No, I mean, both Evos used already by Baton, actually. He's used Evo Royal Giant and Evo Cage. So, not going for the for those E-Barbs at all, and neither is Asaf. We'll see if Asaf is able to break through with his drill push.
And the use of the Berserker in that last sequence, you heard me scoff as the Berserker ability took out the Cage, took out the Brawler, and still got damage on tower, despite there being a troop able to put some damage on it. Just absolutely insane ability. And we might even see kind of an idea here. Keep an eye on this for Asaf in this drill deck, as we just saw him play the Berserker tanking for the drill, and depending on his elixir availability, we might see him do that same move where the Berserker tanks a little bit, and then he pops the ability late to try to get some extra value out of it.
Yeah, the only drawback is this Berserker ability is very expensive, and we see Baton up, I think, around 6 elixir here. Going to force out a lot of RG counters with the RG in the back. Very common idea, and then another RG can come through. I do wonder if he plays in the back or at the bridge. Bomber does one-shot Spirits now, which is an important note. He's kind of struggling to deal with this. Hero Berserker or Hero Valkyrie ability plus RG. Wow, I just learned something new, Rich. I didn't realize that the Valkyrie ability doesn't, like, the timer doesn't actually start with the Valkyrie ability until she starts actually starting to swing. So you can actually pop that ability early to start that run. That's so fascinating.
And you saw that run basically taking on a 5K all the way from the back there.
Yeah.
And this is, you know, we talked about covering the drill. Hero Valk certainly going to do a lot of work covering the drill, although you've seen it now be used more in an offensive capacity.
Soft just continue to lock down these defenses, though. It'll be interesting to see if the Hero Valkyrie has what it takes to help this RG break through. A quick lightning, but a Berserker ability predicting that lightning to keep that Berserker on the board, immortal at 1 HP, just melting absolutely everything.
Evo drill all the way into the back. And Snowball looking to make a little bit of room for damage, and it does. Significant damage here for Asaf, 1764. And if there's a guy who's played every single possible matchup combination for drill, you're looking at him at the top of your screen.
Yeah. What a play. Double RG on the board, but the guards are strong. The drill's actually pretty tanky defensively. And this Valkyrie Phoenix gets easily cleaned up by Tesla. And Baton cannot find a moment to get some damage on tower. Maybe this will be one with a Phoenix respawn. Like, yeah, sure, he got a hit, but I don't know. Like, is that going to be enough? Look at the damage differential. Soft decides this ability and gets even more damage right lane as well.
Expensive late ability, but has the counters available. Poison working on the right-hand side, and back to another Berserker on the left-hand side. Valk trying to break on through. Poison has to come out defensively. Defensive Evo Snowball, but back to Royal Giant right now as Baton with 40 seconds left.
Berserker ability drops again. Iceberg's trying to slow that down for a second. RG is locked. Tesla did not distract in time. This is some important damage. There might be a window of opportunity. Valkyrie ability tries to make it to tower, but the Berserker up high does help defend.
Ooh, the offensive drill here. Tesla does come out in time. Little forced to spend a lot on that right-hand lane is Baton. Poison down. Drill trying to work. 16-68. I think Baton knows it's over. Wow. And there you go. Asaf drills his way into the next round after game number 3.
Beautiful. Beautiful plays from Asaf. Applies pressure. The Berserker abilities were melting those Royal Giants. I saw the vision from Baton. He finally got an RG connection. He hit the lightning cycle on the bomber. And his idea was, okay, I'm going to do my very best to fully defend this Evo drill while cycling to my next lightning. But not only was there not enough time, those goblins continued to connect despite the log, despite the spirits. Great pressure, great plays from Asaf yet again. That dual lane pressure, bread and butter.
And for those of you who are fans of Morton and Viper, this, of course, has not yet changed the fate of those two. But Baton will move into the lower bracket, and we'll talk about that more in a second. First, taking a look, Asaf now moving into the quarterfinals alongside Mugi, Coco, Sub, and Mohamed Light. He will await the winner of Pedro and Greco. Pedro, of course, has already qualified for World Finals. Greco needs to not do a whole lot to qualify. As we're talking about Greco, we'll get into him in just a moment. Actually, no, Greco doesn't need to do a fair bit to qualify in terms of World Finals directly. But Greco will be trying that later. But those of you who are keeping an eye on whether Viper or Morton can hold on to a spot at World Finals, Baton in the lower bracket is good news for you. If Baton can go out early enough, that is a big win for both of those two players.
Yeah, I had someone ask, I saw a chat say, what are these guys playing for? There is a spot at the World Finals guaranteed with the golden ticket. There's points every win, every time that you progress in the bracket, you are going to get some extra points. I believe, I don't even know how many people, what is it, like 8 people that are qualifying via points for the World Finals this year. And then as well as, even if you don't get enough points to qualify for Worlds, if you can push yourself up that leaderboard, you can also get points for our last chance qualifier for that last golden ticket to be given away next month. So yeah, a lot of moving parts. There's a lot in the line, but most like I don't know if I can say most of all, but there's also there's over $50,000 on the line. Grand prize here is going to be $14,000. So there's just so much to be played for here. The next dual best of 3, we got Pedro and Garico coming right up.
Pedro already with a golden ticket from a monthly final, so fully secured for Worlds official. Lock him in. You will see him in Shanghai. Greco has a little bit more difficult of a road here. On this weekend, if Greco can finish in the top 4th, in the top 4 positions, he'll have enough points to qualify for World Finals. No questions asked. Again, unofficially, if he finishes anywhere else, he will have to make it through the last chance qualifier. So he will be in the LCQ, but a top 4 finish means he can avoid the LCQ and go right to Shanghai.
Wow. Okay, so Greco and Baton vying for that top 4 spot. Top of the game, Pedro immediately dropping regular E-barbs in the back to cycle the Evo. It's part of the strength of Evo E-barbs is that just that one cycle that you can get those very punishing rage speared E-barbs, and he's just trying to get them going right away.
And a little correction there. Greco can finish somewhere else points-wise, but it depends on how other players finish to make it to World Finals this weekend versus going to the
Makes
LCQ.
sense.
A lot of double spirits this weekend, Jackson.
I know. Yeah, this RG double spirit deck from last season seems like it is not hugely affected. Fireball coming down, but look at this Hero Berserker. Hero Berserker is such a great way to counter the strength of Evo E-barbs.
So first minute and change away. Just a little bit of chip damage done on the top right-hand tower of Greco. Same thing for the bottom right-hand lane of Pedro.
Yeah. So looking at the matchup, we have Piggy's very strong Piggy's deck. Sometimes used with Evo E-barbs instead of Ghost, but Ghost version not going to be as great, honestly, versus the Royal Giant. You probably prefer to have Evo E-barbs for the RG. Despite that, this Goblin Hunt is extremely strong defensively versus Barb Barrel. Barb Barrel just is not able to go far enough on the opponent's side of the map in order to take out those Spear Gobs and help the RG break through the Gob Hut.
Classic Barb Barrel versus the Hero Barb Barrel. Fireball in to break up the cage, get some damage on tower. Immediate E-Barb split for Pedro.
Once again, just try and get that Evo E-Barbs back in cycle. It's really about the breakthrough for Pedro because, as you know, the Piggies, they're going to find a way to get damage. It's just so consistent. For the Royal Giant, perfect defense is truly possible for Grieco here. But if Pedro can get a really solid RG plus Evo E-Bars push with a Barb Barrel potentially over the river for that Goblet with the Hero Barb Barrel ability, that's kind of like what he's vying for at this point.
Grieco really shutting things down as this whole area is totally clogged up. No damage for Pedro there. Grieco looking to make his third World Finals appearance. First made it in 2021 when we had that extra round of 32, the single elimination round before making to our top 16 and double elimination. Grieco ended up dropping in that opening round. And then a top 8 world finalist in 2024, the smallest world finals we ever had with only 8 players attending. He ended up making it in that one. Went out in the first round again. Would love to make world finals and make it out of the first round for the first time here in 2026.
And there you have it. This is kind of this idea that I was talking about. He gets the dual lane pressure with the E-Barbs plus the Barb over the river. The Barb Barrel over the river for the Goblin, it's not as great as the Log, but it can still do the trick, start taking out some of those Goblins that they spawn in with the Hero Barb ability as an opportunity as well. And as Pedro continues to cycle these Evo E-Barbs split in the back, it's really hard for Grieco to actually find an opportunity to attack.
The RG just cannot survive against the absolute buzzsaw that is the Hero Berserker ability. Pedro needs to find some other way to get tower damage here if he's not going to be able to get breaking past that Berserker. Fireball might be it.
Yep. There you go. But Piggies are going to come on to the counter push. Barb Barrel to clean up Spear Gobs. Fireball was used on offense and cycles back for defense to try to hold on this damage advantage, but now Grieco taking the opportunity to fireball the tower and take that damage advantage back with only 20 seconds on the clock.
Single lane game here. Double spirits down, trying to do anything to keep a Royal Giant on the board. Fireball comes down against the Piggies.
Oof.
RG at the bridge. Hero Barb Barrel trying to break through. Fireball will be the insurance for Grieco. And he gets game number 1 in a defensive battle that had about as much damage as a light breeze.
Yeah, I mean, really interesting game. I wonder if Pedro has a slight macro mistake here. My idea for this matchup is, okay, it's hard to break through. The Piggies are consistent hitting my tower despite my fireball. If I do fireball in defense, then you see Grieco start to just fireball cycle your tower and then keep locking down the defense. I wonder if instead of fireballing defense versus these Piggies, if we need to see E-Barbs dropping. My idea is like RG the back. If he pressures opposite lane with Piggies, that's where you drop E-Barbs defensively, and that's where you try and build your dual lane pressure in order to make that attack happen. It's still really difficult because, like you said, the Berserker ability shreds everything. The Goblet's difficult to deal with. And then even the Furnace, the Fireball not able to one-shot that off the board makes it so that is usually staying alive just long enough. I'm not going to say it's easy for Pedro, but I just think at the end there, those Fireballs defensively on the Piggies, I just don't know if that's ever the answer.
Well, I mean, the other thing, too, about this matchup, Jackson, is despite having the double spirit variation for this Royal Giant, we never really saw Pedro able to get the double Royal Giant push down, right?
True.
We never saw that thing where, hey, we go ahead and we suck out that Berserker ability, but then a second Royal Giant comes down and you're not quite there again yet. So that was one of those ones where talk about the defensive pressure, both how difficult it was to break through and the expenditure that he needed to break through, but also the defensive pressure forcing more heavier elixir spent on the defensive side of the board, making it so he could never get into that 1-2 punch that we see so commonly with the faster cycle Royal Giant decks.
Yeah, a great game from Grieco all around, though. I think his defense was top tier. I even think that the fact that he didn't play offensive piggies till Triple Elixir was just a really smart idea. It's just like, yeah, I'm never going to give you the opportunity you want to defend and counter push from my piggies. I'm just going to fully lock down this defense, get some fireballs in your towers here and there. So great plays all around from Grieco, too. And then we're heading into game 2 straight away.
Of course, stakes much higher for Grieco on this one than Pedro. Pedro already has his golden ticket secured for this season. He will be making another appearance at World Finals. This will end up being his 4th consecutive World Finals appearance after 23, 24, and 25 appearances. And also put this in context, the World Finals appearances for Pedro so far, a number 2, a number 6, and a number 3 finish at Worlds. So Pedro gets one more shot here in his 4th consecutive season at a world title. Grieco fighting for the opportunity to break out of the first round for the first time.
Yeah. Honestly, I'll never forget. What was that? I think it was it 2023? Yeah, it was 2023. Pedro made the World Finals, and so a lot of people were like kind of surprised. It was like, oh, this ladder player is actually making it to Worlds. This is interesting. He's a really good ladder player, like multiple number 1 finishes. Does he have what it takes to, be a competitive player? And I remember him basically just showing up and then just using his strength as a minor mortar player, as a minor poison player, and just using that to propel himself to number 2 in the world. And now at this point, it's just like, it's a no-brainer. This is, like no one says Pedro is just a ladder player anymore. This man is a veteran Clash Royale League competitive player.
Well, people also need to remember that breakout moment for Pedro early in 2023 is when he did something that I don't know how many players have ever done. He put 3 accounts in the top 10 on ladder. Then that was the same month where he made his CRL monthly finals debut in 2023. I think it was maybe he made his debut I think it was that month or the month after. But in 2023 it was the 3rd monthly final where he got 2nd place, got his golden ticket. But he had this 2023 was a breakout year, and I don't when someone puts 3 different accounts into the top 10 on ranked, it's hard to imagine that person's skill set ends at being just a ladder player.
Right. Yeah, so true. Well said. As we take a little deeper look at this game, honestly, you would think on paper that Hog Rider is in a difficult spot here versus E-Barbs and versus the Vines of the Firecracker. But after playing this matchup a decent amount, I would say that the Hog actually has a really solid advantage, especially with the delivery version actually instead of log. And it really all comes down to the quick cycle. You can out-cycle that Vines with your Firecracker very effectively, and she is a defensive menace to be dealt with on the other end of the screen here.
Evo battle around to the right-hand side, Ice Spirit to slow it down, and back to the cannon just in time to save the connection.
Yeah,
Final 90 seconds.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, this is exactly what Pedro needs to do. Just spamming cannons and spamming Firecracker. You outcycle the Vines with a Firecracker. The cannon can't really be dealt with very easily. It's Vines, it's not lightning. And then every single time you have Evo Cannon and Cycle, it's just so valuable.
Earthquake was once basically a win condition. Now, not as commonly so, but we do see it creating some separation as we go into the final minute. Triple Elixir starting. Advantage Pedro. Lead Grieco, looking like game number 3 on its way here if things remain the same.
Skelly's trying to block the Zappies, but ends up being Mother Witch targeting. Really nice last-second Ice Spirit trying to keep the cannon alive after that connection. Evo Firecracker, great play, outcycling those vines. And Grieco's trying to cycle back, but it's definitely a difficult task. Decides to find the right side, but at this point, there's only 30 seconds left, and Pedro's defense continues to be stellar.
Giant Skellies in both lanes. Now the battle ram behind on the right-hand side. Cannons are stacked. And now a third cannon. My word. The cycle for Pedro. Unbeatable here as he cruises his way to a win in game number 2.
I mean, that was just textbook. That was a beautiful watch. Pedro, I don't know. He just got a couple hog hits. He firecracked as much as possible. At one point, for a split second there, 3 cannons on the board. And there's just not much that Grieco can do. I mean, he did his best. He got himself in a situation in the final moments of the game where he had both Evo E-Barbs and Evo Battrum and cycle, trying to make the best dual lane pressure he could. Even had good Mother Witches to try and predict those skeletons. But in the end, the multiple cannons, the firecrackers, cycles, and then specifically also that roll delivery, just completely shutting everything down.
So we'll get our look at the cards that are and are not available for game number 3 here in just a couple of moments. Reminder that you can go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to follow along and participate in the action on your own. And of course, you can participate by making your way to World Finals this year. I don't have information on when tickets are available yet. Maybe we'll announce that at the LCQ, but in Shanghai, China this year. And, you know, Jackson, this is going to be kind of an exciting trip for World Finals. We were meant to be in Shanghai in 2020, and then a thing happened, and we weren't able to go to Shanghai that season. So the final return, if you will, or true trip to Shanghai for CRL finally coming. I know that it's going to be a pretty fun one. Here we go, taking a look at the usage so far. Spell-wise, both players locked out of the Barb Barrel and Fireball. They have not gone over each other on win conditions. And then this time a lot more Spirit use, both Electro Spirit and the Heal Spirit. It took me a moment to process that for a second, but Heal Spirit and Electro Spirit out on both sides.
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit were the best spirits for making it to the tower, tanking for Goblin Barrels and stuff like that. After the nerf, after the HP nerf, E-Spirit and Heal Spirit makes a lot more sense. You have the E-Spirit, the best defensive spirit. Not making the tower also is kind of a good thing, preventing some king activations. And then Heal Spirit as well just does a great job in combination with Elite Barbarians and other bridge spam type decks and stuff like Roll Giant as well, to heal those cards up on that offense behind whatever your win condition is to get some connections. And then another thing that you guys really should pay attention to here is that spell area, because the spells, they're just cards that can be used in many different decks, and when you start to lose some options for those, it kind of limits which win conditions you can play, because certain win conditions synergize specifically with certain spells. So we see Barb Barrel out on both sides. That means Graveyard is pretty much not available. You can't play Graveyard without a Barb Barrel. I mean, you can. It's just very difficult, as one example.
And then the other thing to keep an eye out, you mentioned earlier Pedro being a great Mortar Miner player. Mortar and Miner, both things that Pedro has access to as we go into game number 3. Of course, deep deck pool for the multiple-time world finalist, making his 3rd monthly finals appearance here in 2026. Got 2nd place in our 2nd month, where he secured his golden ticket. Got 4th place the month after that, and looking to continue to add both to his cash total, his points total, and his seeding position for that first round in world finals. And with Miner and Mortar both open, certainly a lot of opportunities here for Pedro. Grieco, of course, as we mentioned, in order to directly qualify for World Finals this weekend, most likely has to make top 4. He can do it in other positions, but it depends entirely on how other players shake out. And, of course, we'll know a lot more after we get through our first round of the lower bracket later today. That should give us a ton of information. Here we go, game number 3.
This is what I like to see, Rich. 1-1 in the best of 3. Two pros duking it out, and Pedro coming with his one-trick deck. We see a Miner. Very, honestly, it's like after, I don't even know how many times Miners got nerfed at this point. I think maybe like 5 or 6, or who knows how many tower damage nerfs it's got. But Pedro's going to bring it out, most likely with a Mortar to supplement, and a big mistake on Goblins to start it off as well.
Everyone knows Miner heals the tower now. Interesting choice.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That's the interesting thing about this Mortar deck. I mean, I talked about it a little bit before. I honestly just I just think it's gross, but it's like, it's just, you basically have 3 or 4 different attacking cards. You have the Minion Horde, you have the Gobstein, which has that monster who goes straight to buildings, and then you have the Mortar, which is a great win condition for sieging the towers on your side of the map, and then the Miner just to add 1 extra way of getting some chip damage. So Grieco has a lot of different cards he has to worry about potentially reaching his tower. And then on top of that, you have to somehow connect with your own win condition as well.
Yeah, and what's the order of operations for Grieco getting connections in this one, right? The Mortar's going to be difficult to break through. There's some Swarm out there. The Cannon Cart, great single target damage. Of course, you know, you have the Swarm on the ground, but also the Swarm in the air. How do you envision Grieco connecting with that Royal Giant?
You know, it's difficult because a lot of the times in these kind of matchups, you want to go for an RG in the back. But you absolutely cannot do this here because then you'll just run into a Cannon Cart in the back, same lane. It's one of the best cards for locking down a lane, similar to Bowler, for example. So you can't RG in the back, and you also need the RG to help defend against these Mortars. So in order to break through, I guess what you're looking for is you're looking for defense, and then you're looking for a counter push, most likely with the hero Valkyrie, plus whatever spell he has. Most likely going to use a Fireball on top of either like a Mother Witch or a Minion Horde in order to get some sort of connection. But it's honestly really tough.
And this is a lot coming down the lane. Double Spirits trying to work. Cannon Cart going to get stuck. Good lightning value here. But after all that effort, a Mortar connection and a connection from 1 minion and the Miner on tower. So Grieco, great effort, and look what he has to show for it.
Literally. Not like, and this is what we're talking about once again. It's like a good defense, a truly good defense in Clash Royale is not a defense where you keep your towers healthy. It's a defense that where you keep your towers healthy while also having troops that stay on the board that you can counter push with. And that seems to be the biggest struggle versus this Mortar deck, is to, like, it seems like every time you try to defend, all your cards just get melted by a Cannon Cart, by a Minion Horde, by whatever it might be.
And Pedro has been really, really patient. Has not been popping these Doctor abilities. He's had the Lightning Rod drop down in space a number of times and has just shown so much restraint. Here we go. Yeah. Royal Giant might get its first connection, and it does finally, in sudden death overtime, get 1 shot, but a lot more than that to make up.
Really nice Spirit there. He has to play something down before the cage dies, so the Mortar has something else to lock onto. This is going to be onto that Brawler for a second. RG playing the other lane, but look at this beautiful placement of the Cannon Cart in this situation. After it's done defending the left lane, it's going to turn around and start hitting really solid DPS on the right. RG does get some damage. I'm just not sure it's enough.
And now the Doctor activates the lightning ability, the electricity ability. 1741 top right-hand lane, 1163. That's the big one that Grieco has to worry about. And he's committed most of his damage to the right-hand lane, and he does go behind tower with the Cannon Cart played high here.
The Cannon Cart. Wow, I thought it locked on tower. It actually didn't, but look at this Gobstein ability. Hero Valkyrie trying to melt, and it's not enough. Gobstein Scientist stays alive. Log here does kill goblins, but at this point, there's another scientist literally pushing the Royal Giant backwards away from the tower. And even with the lightning, it's not enough with the Minion Horde just shredding everything on his side of the map.
And absolutely no way to deal with Minion Hordes for Grieco throughout this matchup. Did his best, but you look at the board and you go, well, I don't know what I would do with that either. Pedro, great pick here in game number 2, and now he puts Grieco and Baton against each other in the lower bracket. Great news for those of you who are Morton and Viper fans. One of the two dangers will be eliminated in our next lower bracket round. More on that in a little bit. Right now, it's all about Pedro, who, despite getting his golden ticket early in the season, still looks to be in great form.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of this double spear RG deck today, and I don't know, I don't know, I'm not super impressed by it, honestly. And we're looking at the bracket now. Pedro is going to be moving forward. Next matchup, we have EGW and Riley. That's a pretty important match. Riley is in a pretty safe spot points-wise. And as you continue to mention, there's some of these players like EGW that really need a breakout, strong point accumulation in this monthly final in order to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, we'll see where they go. Let's take a look at the lower bracket. Clown, Evolve, Saudi, Dominic, but most importantly, Baton and Grieco against each other. One of them will be eliminated in our first round of the lower bracket. And remember, when you talk about Morton, if two of the three things happen, if Grieco makes top 12, EGW top 6, and Baton second or third, if two of those three things happen, that could knock Morton out depending on who wins the golden ticket. But with one of those two eliminated, Morton's chances for World Finals will dramatically improve. Right. So we will keep an eye on that one very, very closely when we get there. But right now we are moving down to our last couple of upper bracket matchups. And for those of you who are joining us from the YouTube universe, I know a lot of you very excited for this next one. EGW against one of the most popular creators in the game, Riley. And Riley, of course, much more than a bait player now in this stage of his career, but most famous for being one of the all-time top log bait players. And we're going to jump right into this one. Riley, top of your screen, the creative EGW at the bottom.
Yeah. Creative is a great way to describe EGW. Very similar to OP Sam in that, that mad scientist title. I would give EGW a similar kind of, he has a similar vibe to him, and it makes sense for this meta as well. I mean, look at his win rate. It's actually insanely good. Yeah, and I think the Evo E-Barbs just kind of really play into EGW's playstyle.
And we're seeing this mortar deck all over today. We can't seem to get rid of it.
Yeah.
EGW went 6-1 in matches in the group stage, 12 wins, 3 losses overall in groups this season, this month. And his group consisted of Adriel, Yoko, Lucas was in that group. And EGW, 80% win rate over games through that phase of the competition.
Let's go.
Yeah, going back to this mortar deck, it's everywhere, but maybe Riley's found a nice way to counter it. I think I swear his mortar deck has won every single game except versus Hog EQ, which makes a lot of sense. But even then, it's not like this matchup isn't impossible, especially with these Evo E-Barbs. I mean, look at this. It kills everything left side. It all gets melted, and then he just spawns it with another spear and absolutely Tom Brady's it straight at the princess in the middle of the map. And meanwhile, Gobsine Scientist chipping away. After that buff, it does a lot more damage.
Speaking of that, I just want to point out, we didn't even talk about it, the Evo Princess here in this matchup. What a pick out of Riley. Of course, Hog Princess, not popular for almost a decade now in Clash Royale, compared to at one point had a bit of a heyday back before. It was already out of fashion by the time CRL existed, is the best way to put it. What are your thoughts on this pick from Riley, the Hog Evo Princess deck?
When I saw it, I wasn't like crazy surprised. Wow, what a fireball, and the mortar connects. But I wasn't crazy surprised because, Riley, as a bait player, he's very good with the princess. And it also is going to be a great way of, kind of dealing with, slowing down, and taking out, some of these minion mortar type decks. It is definitely odd, though. I don't know. Part of me just wonders if Evo Firecracker is just a better option.
Princess will go to work on the mortar. Mortar will return fire and get her off the board as EGW sets up to the right-hand side. Monster will stay alive. Lightning will take the Doctor off. Lead so far for EGW as we enter into sudden death.
Fireball instantly takes out the Evo Princess. Mortar is actually going to take a nice snipe at the Tesla. Hog to try to apply some pressure with E-bars being out of cycle, but there's Mortar as well. And I guess I didn't really realize it till now, but like the lightning instead of the earthquake, and then also the princess instead of the firecracker. Just seems like this is basically nerfing the hog deck versus this versus the mortar deck. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name.
And what a bounce for that hero princess. Evo E-Barb's for the hero Valk. Evo E-Barb trying to make room for the cannon cart, can't do it. Mortar applying pressure on the right-hand side. Final 50
Yikes.
seconds. Lead still for EGW, and he adds a little bit to it here. That exchange going the way of EGW.
Another cannon cart bridge. Tesla blocked the Tesla, and a bar barrel as well. This mortar is not going to lock onto the tower, I don't think. It should be on the Valk here. But this pressure is just continuing to mount. There's another mortar, and Bradley can't find an opportunity to attack. It seems like that's just always the case against this deck.
Hero Valk at the bridge, met by the Evo E-Barbs. Valk doesn't break through. Hog might, though. Log to predict. Mortar at the very last second. And EGW will barely hold on to win game number 1.
Wait, let me look at this tower HP. Okay, the lightning would not have been enough to win. Just barely. But yeah, really intense push there at the end from Riley. I don't know, man. I feel like he got a little too creative with this deck. I think that the Firecracker... If he has Firecracker, he just straight up wins. Lightning or Earthquake, I don't think it matters. If he has Firecracker, I think he just straight up wins because you're just getting that chip damage. Is dealing with the minions better. Is able to one-shot minions. And then also just does a great job versus Gobsign too. Hitting that monster, doing more damage to the princess. Then also getting that splash damage on anything behind. I think the princess... I'm not sure what the idea is there. I don't think you're trying to save the Firecracker for another deck. I mean, it definitely seems like it's a great card to deal or to help deal with this mortar deck. But at the same time, the princess is also just another target for the mortar. So you're kind of scrambling and trying to defend and prevent the mortar from locking on. And EGW did a great job that game of using the fireball and other cards in order to basically take any distraction cards off the board. Whether it be an E-Spirit playing Skelly's High to stop the E-Spirit from being on the board, or the fireball onto stuff like Princess and Tesla in order to get those mortars to instantly lock on the things he wanted. I mean, it was just really solid play from EGW there.
You know, and you think about the Princess and why Princess works so well in bait, and it's because of the different layers of what you're requiring for spell targets, right? The Princess being more further away than the other things you're looking at. When you look at the deck that Riley ran here, you don't see a lot of other targets for that spell, right? There really are no other targets to pull spell attention. So I'm very curious. Maybe I just messaged one of the coaches to see if maybe I can get a little insight into what they were looking for with that Princess pick. Of course, everyone's currently directly involved in deck picking and work for game number 2 here. You know, one of the bright spots for Riley in that one was the hero Valkyrie. We saw one of the most significant connections by Riley was the hero Valkyrie bouncing to the tower. And, you know, you wonder, is there more ability to create uncomfortable pressure with that? Did that exist maybe for Riley in those 5 minutes?
That's a good question. I think that, you know, the simple answer is maybe yes. The problem, I think, is how expensive it is. You know, this isn't a Golden Knight Dash that we're talking about. This is a 3 elixir ability where you have to somehow once again, like that's the difficulty with this deck. Once again, is how can I defend these mortar pushes, these dueling mortar pushes, not only in a cost-effective manner in order to have enough elixir to use that Valkyrie ability on offense, but also how can I do it in a way that my Valkyrie even survives the cannon cart, for example. Because, you know, it's not like a Berserker where it's like when you play the ability, that invincibility happens where it can't die in the ability state. It's still very susceptible to these high DPS cards like minions and cannon cart and stuff. So it's definitely a really difficult situation, no matter how you look at it.
And getting a little insight here from one of the all-time great coaches in Alan, who I don't know if he's necessarily helping Rye on this one. I'll double-check on that one. But said that the target there for, especially, and makes sense against EGW, knowing EGW plays a lot of heavy decks as well, the Hero Princess looking to target Minion Horde Mortar and take care of the Minion Hordes, and if not, then covering RG Golem and some other beatdown decks with that slowdown with the ability.
Yeah, it makes sense. It really makes a lot of sense on paper. And I honestly, when I saw the deck, I thought that Riley was winning that game, especially if you had that Earthquake from Mortar and stuff. But the Lightning was a difficult one. It just seemed like maybe Riley was trying to cover too many bases. But no matter what, that game's done. We got to focus on this one. EGW's up 1-0 here, and he's bringing what looks to be some sort of Bridge Fan deck. I doubt it's Lava Hound. Lava Hound Lumberjack seems a little odd. I'm assuming it's some sort of Golem deck here, and Riley bringing this just monstrous mortar deck, this almost undefeated mortar deck on the day.
And looking through EGW's picks in the previous rounds, have not seen him pull out the Spirit Empress once in those decks. And not a lot of Lumberjack either, so we'll see what direction he's going in. Very interesting composition in the early stages for EGW. It's a Hog deck.
Huh. Okay, makes sense. Probably Evo Mega Knight Hog with a Hero Valkyrie. I don't know if it's Mega Knight though. It might just be like a weird Hero Valkyrie Hog deck. Doesn't make a lot of sense to run Valkyrie and Mega Knight in the same one, but it's very possible this last card is going to be some sort of big tank like Mega Knight P.E.K.K.A. or Giant Skelly. But I guess the other option is maybe just another air defense like Zappies.
Yeah, previously when he's run Hog Valk, he's run it with Bowler. He's run it with Mega Knight and P.E.K.K.A. So either one of those technically a possibility here. He was a little low to pull out one of those big ones against the E-Barbs push we saw a minute ago.
Speaking of counters to E-Barbs, that guards, I think, is just, once again, I'm just really surprised we don't see more guards. But the guards are going to be a great pickup here for dealing with Riley's E-Babes.
His E-Babes? That would be a...
Sorry, that was a slip.
A fun variation.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not... I'm yeah.
Clash Royale, you heard it here. Next card has to be E-Babes.
Lumberjack doing a great job dealing with the mortar here. Evo as well, and there is the Mega Knight we were looking for. This is a nice play. The Hog does
will
not
sneak
get
on
pulled by the
through.
cannon card. Yeah, it does sneak through.
Riley can't believe it. Hog gets a couple of big shots. Lead now slightly for EGW in the right-hand lane. Close on both sides.
Man, I'm on the edge of my seat right now, Rich. This is an intense game. Riley, he wants to win this. We have Hero Valkyrie guards bridge. E-Bar's pulling this up high, getting absolutely melted. But it seems like the Spirit Empress is actually the card that Riley's having the hardest time dealing with. And it makes sense, especially with arrows for minions in this deck.
Hog behind the Lumberjack. Mortar goes high. Hero Valk to cover. Hog is going to die before getting close.
Man.
And EGW pops the ability. Interesting choice there, but
I don't understand
we'll see how
why.
he contends.
I just don't understand why the Valkyrie didn't go back to the cannon card. It just stayed on that barb, and the cannon card stays healthy. Very interesting. Really nice Goblin-Stein ability, and the cannon card stays alive despite the zap. Is that game?
And that Valk ability might be what changes the tone in game number 2 A lot, 3 elixir to accomplish mostly damaging your own tower.
Yeah. Locking down this defense. There's still 35 seconds in this game. Rage plus Zap. Gobstein is barely not hitting tower. EGW has one last chance for a counter push to win right now.
The split E-Barbs plus the cannon cart. Valk. Mega Knight working on the right-hand side. There is no way through here. Hold on. The Hog. Does it get a shot? It gets 1. 1 is far too few.
Yeah.
Riley capitalizing on the moment that EGW took his eye off the ball. Forces a game number 3.
Okay. At this point, we just have to talk about what can beat this deck. I thought he had a good. I thought he had a good idea there. Guards for the elite barbarians, and then he has arrows for minions. I guess he doesn't have a big spell, so even the Gobstein, the mortar, and the cannon cart are getting value though, and that's kind of what ended up happening, right? Cannon cart. He just focuses on the cannon cart as the main wave breaking through. He gets the lock on tower just barely, and that's pretty much all she wrote. So it's like at this point, what do you do? Like, is Hog EQ Firecracker the only way to actually deal with this mortar deck?
And you know, it's an interesting question here because Zap ended up not being hugely impactful in the matchup.
Yep.
Had a couple of moments, but you also have the Mega Knight, which ended up doing some, but I'm wondering if, you know, I think you mentioned lightning at some point in there, and you talk about getting the cannon cart off of its wheels. You talk about kind of controlling some of the backfield that's happening from Riley. You got to wonder if maybe lightning in this deck would have been the solution.
Right. Yeah, it definitely makes it expensive, but a lightning instead of Zap, I mean, if you're directly trying to snipe the mortar deck, it makes sense. And as we head into game 3, here are the locked cards. Barb Barrel and Fireball used from both players, spell-wise. Spirits, not too much. Cannon Cart used from both players since both players have used the mortar deck. What's left that's great in the meta? We have Royal Hogs available for both players, very strong. Drill's gotten nerfed, so it's not quite as good. Goblin Barrel's got nerfed, so it's not quite as good. Elite Barbarians have also been used by both players as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess Royal Hogs are like a big thing to watch out for. Other than that, I mean, maybe EGW runs Golem. And then from there, I guess it's like Drill Poison. Or maybe some sort of, Drill Poison. Or maybe some sort of bait deck. I think Suspicious Bush is massively underrated.
Well, Mortar, Cannon Cart, E-Barbs all gone for Riley in this situation. The Evo Tesla as well. That raises the question. We have not seen much success out of it today. But considering the play style of EGW, is there a Royal Giant deck that makes sense here now that he can set up correctly potentially against without some of the pieces that you see out of that are missing for Riley?
Ah, that's so true. Especially with the E-Barbs out, Royal Giant makes a lot of sense. Royal Giant with Heal Spirit's an option. I think that the difficulty is the spells, right? Like, I think that EGW could definitely run RG with Lightning. Riley, without having Lightning or Fireball available, you can't really run RG. Maybe like an RG Vines or Void deck, but it starts to be difficult. Feels like Riley's really getting pushed into a corner where he's forced to play some sort of Drill Rocket or more likely a Drill Poison deck. But that can be easily counterable, because EGW has Ghost, Dark Prince, and Boulder available. So if he really wants to cover bases versus RG, he has lots of options.
A lot of splash counters available for EGW in this situation. Also, only one building played, so pretty much the entire building meta available for EGW as well. Riley, we'll see what he has cooking. Game number 3, loser heads down to the lower bracket where they will face the loser of Arden Toas versus Adriel.
Snowball from EGW. Kind of signaling that he's most likely playing Drilled and a Poison well. So EGW with Drill and then Riley with a Furnace. Maybe Furnace RG, but more likely going to be Royal Hogs in this situation.
And right into the Bowler plus Dark Prince combination.
So smart. So smart, because you basically cover by doing this, you cover Piggies and Drill, the two best win condition options for Riley. Because like we talked about, he didn't have Fireball or Lightning available, so RG is pretty much impossible to play. So EGW is in a great spot right now.
Interesting to see Classic Bowler being played here. And there you go. That's why the Evo Furnace, the last piece of the special modified cards for EGW.
And a Goblin Head as well. So what does Riley have to break through? Does he have Poison? Like, what's his spell here? Because Piggies without Fireball Lightning is also kind of strange. So we might see Riley either using Poison or maybe a heavier kind of deck, like a giant Skelly Arrows type of thing.
Keep in mind this is unofficial, but Riley, from our calculations, does have enough points to finish inside of World Finals qualification. So if you see some strange things out of Riley, that might be some of the reasons why he's taken some bigger swings.
Right. Evo Furnace on the board. I like this placement up high. It prevents poison value on the tower. Nice anti-poison placement. Gonna deal with it with a Mother Witch though. That does get the job done. Evo Piggies from Riley.
Dual lane pressure. Dealt with.
Yeah. What a nice way to deal with Evo Piggies. That Evo Snowball. Evo for Evo. Sometimes that is the only way to defend with Evo Piggies is tracking and keeping your Evo, defensive Evo, in cycle with it. A lot of the times, either Cannon or Snowball trying to match that cycle.
Entering the next phase of gameplay, sudden death 20 seconds away. So far, the lead by a hair for Riley in that left-hand lane. EGW has not turned this into offense yet.
I know. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? It's like, it's almost, I don't know. It's almost like, even though you have great counters for Piggies, once again, it's just this idea that if you defend the entire game, you will eventually lose. You need to find a way to attack. Maybe the Mother Witch is that way. One Piggy spawning, getting some damage. Wow. Love the ability there. Yeah. Just shredding the Dark Prince, but also keeping the Berserker alive long enough so another Piggy doesn't spawn.
Piggy's Fire Spirit Bowler on the opposite side of the hut to also then turn and pick up the Evo Furnace as it crosses. Final 70 seconds.
Jeez.
EGW barely in the lead. One mistake changes everything in Game 3.
Literally, the margins are so thin right now. And both players have poison as well. And then finally we see his win condition. Graveyard drops down with the poison. Is there any damage to be had here? Really great defense from Riley. And now Evo Piggies are in cycle yet again, but that Snowball to counter.
And you see why EGW is comfortable to finally pop him. He hit triple elixir. He knows he can get back around. Has the Evo Snowball and cycle for the inevitable counter push.
Right.
And EGW this time uses the ability, but the wrong direction for the Rhino.
Graveyard gets so much damage though, with the Rhino still tanking the tower. And with 17 seconds left, it's looking really grim for Rye.
Riley needing to throw it all. Poison down. 17:53. Poison opposite direction. Only thing connect. No connections for Riley.
Oh my goodness.
EGW wins in round number 1. And that is a huge win for him on his journey towards qualification.
Man, I feel like EGW just played. It wasn't even like the game. Like don't get me wrong. The gameplay itself, the micro, the macro, everything gameplay was really solid. But it seemed like EGW was just simply playing chess and Riley was playing checkers, not in the actual game, but in the best of 3. Like EGW just slowly but surely uses the right cards at the right time and gets Riley stuck in this corner where it's like the two best spells in the game, big spells specifically, but also small spells. Like Barbarrel's out, Lightning's out, Fireball's out, and EGW just is ready for Drill, Piggies, and Graveyard. He has Mother Witch, he has two really good splash counters as well, and he just locked that down.
And this win for EGW is going to not only move him into the quarterfinals, but now with a guaranteed top 12 finish, it puts EGW into the points conversation. And it will really depend on how other players finish today, whether or not EGW can make it into World Finals. Of course, if he makes it into a top 2 finish, he'll get enough points for qualifying. But now that he's in the top 12, he might have enough points depending on how others finish. So we'll keep updates as we get those details going forward. But a big one for EGW, Riley drops down into the lower bracket now, and he'll have some work to do if he wants to maintain his weekend beyond just a Saturday morning.
Wow. Okay. Well, a lot on the line. We have one more upper bracket match before we start getting into some elimination matches. Man, this has been a really fun start to the monthly finals this weekend. So much on the line with the last monthly finals. Some really close matchups. I mean, we talked about earlier as the skill cap continues to be pushed further and further, how thin the margins for these gameplays really get. I mean, even at the end there in that last game, like it looked like Riley was kind of out of it at that point, but he has this really nice attack and he gets it between like just with a couple hundred HP, and then specifically like the decks as well are just like they're very aggressive, but despite that aggression, with the skills that these players have trained, they're really able to even use these aggressive type decks to have good defenses and yet still try to apply pressure counter push wise. And
now we're getting into our final matchup of the first round, Adriel versus Arden Toas. Adriel looking to will be making his third appearance at a World Finals. He made it in 2023, made it again last year to World Finals in Atlanta, is one of our top players on the points leaderboard. Adriel should have enough to qualify for Worlds through here. Arden Toas on the other side. Arden is a multiple-time World Finalist, made it in 22 and 23, and he's someone who today finds himself on the outside looking in, needs to win a golden ticket today, or he'll have to fight his way through the last chance qualifier.
Yeah. Arden is someone who, when he initially broke into the stage, I feel like he was just so dominant. He was doing so well. Seemed like this last year, maybe even last year as well, he's kind of struggled, maybe focusing more on, content, other things, but it's super good to see him on the stage, or not quite the stage yet, but it's really nice to see him here at monthly finals. Let's see if he's able to lock in, keep a calm head on his shoulders, and we'll see if Adriel is going to do Adriel things as well, with his just super solid gameplay.
Well, you talk about Arden Toas here, and in the 2023 World Finals, when a bunch of the content creators who were visiting were all filling out their brackets for their picks for who would go on, I ended up being proven wrong, but I told a lot of people, hey, Arden does not play well on stage. He had a really poor showing in 2022, looked really uncomfortable playing on stage in 2022. But in 2023, he played, and I can't remember what the name of the competition was, but played on a stage event earlier in the season in 2023. Yeah. Maybe got some of that fear shaken out of him and was much better. Top 8 finish at Worlds in 2023, kind of outperforming expectations.
Absolutely. Looking at the match here, we have Hog Firecracker versus... Ooh, really nice Fireball preventing Hog hit. Firecracker does get some damage. But yeah, Piggies, this is just a super standard Piggies Gob Hut Ghost deck at this point. It's kind of starting to cement itself in the meta as just the Piggies deck compared to the old Piggies Archer Queen Earthquake deck. And then Hog EQ, though, just never changes. Super solid. Matchup wise, I do feel like I would rather have Hog EQ in this matchup. You have the EQ, you have the Firecracker, which is difficult to deal with, but the Evo Piggies, you have to be careful. That's where matching the cycle once again. Matching your cycle with your cannon in order to always have Evo Cannon for Evo Piggies is very important.
Fireball to clear, Barb Barrel to cover. 2589 on the left-hand tower of Adriel.
Ghost in the back, other lane, makes sense. Mighty Miner is definitely another card where I feel like it was impacted the most by this change where champions and heroes no longer have multiple abilities. You only play it once, other than Boss Bandit, of course. Because Mighty Miner, a lot of the time, you do want to play those abilities early to switch lanes, but then you want to play another ability onto some Swarm later. So something to look out for in this game.
Adriel, and I believe I'm correct here, the only player out of the Dominican Republic to ever make it to World Finals in Clash Royale. You know, a lot of scenes have a lot of depth in their player base. Arden Toas out of Mexico, of course, a ton of legendary players out of Mexico at all different sort of levels. Pompeo, of course, one of the big ones, Anaban, Betfis. A lot of talented players there, but Adriel from a nation that hasn't had a lot of top-tier representation.
You see Arden shaking his head. This is what I was talking about with, let's see if Arden is able to keep a calm head on his shoulders. It seems like this last year or two, he started to kind of become a little bit more of an emotional player, which can be difficult. And that it's okay to let your emotions go in between games, but during the game, you have to really stay focused. But I understand his frustration at the same time that Firecracker getting that shot from the right lane all the way to the left is going to put him in a pretty significant damage deficit.
Oh, and those piggies trying to break on through. Defensive Earthquake to slow. They still get some good damage, but mitigated heavily by that defensive Earthquake.
Yeah, just go to show once again how strong piggies are in their consistency. Evo Firecracker trying to get some damage in, gets a tiny little bit of chip. Fireball can be forced out. Really nice placements, by the way, from Adriel. In the perfect position where the Fireball can't hit the tower and the Firecracker, while also playing it far enough back. I guess he doesn't have to worry about the Barb Barrel. Didn't realize Arden actually has the delivery variation here.
Evo Cannon, as you said, Evo for Evo. Fireball in for Arden. Makes this one very close. 17:03 to 15:48. 20 seconds left. Adriel has the lead, needs to protect it. Arden needs to find a way through here. High Cannon. Fireball trying to clear. Piggy's looking to go. Defensive Earthquake. Skelly's to cover.
Oh my goodness. The defensive Earthquake once again just surprises me in its efficacy. It just slows down, damages those piggies, prevents any connection, and with the Fireball being dropped on top of the Cannon Firecracker instead of tower, you just see Adriel take a very clean win here in game one.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about Earthquake, the defensive capability of the slow on the Earthquake is something we don't discuss very often, right? You're always thinking about, let me use that to break through, let me use that for only 3 elixir to get some tower damage. There was a previous era of Earthquake where it did a lot more damage, and you could just do Earthquake Cycle to win these games, and Hog was more of a distraction than anything else. Right. But in this case, one of the better examples of defensive Earthquake play that I've seen in CRL competition.
Yeah. I also just love like the awareness from Adriel. I feel like that's something he's just great at, is just understanding the minute like importance of every situation. I feel like for me there, I would have panicked. I would have wanted to play my E-Spirit or Barb Barrel in the piggies in order to make sure I can get one last Earthquake on the tower there. But he's just super calm, super patient. He's like, okay, you just played Fireball. This piggies deck does not cycle very quickly because the only 1 elixir card is Electric Spirit. Let me just Earthquake on defense, keep my damage lead, and he's not going to get to another Fireball in my tower. And he does just that. He doesn't panic, and he stays calm, and he makes the right decision 99% of the time.
Well, definitely very calm. And, you know, you and I have both met Adriel multiple times at World Finals. And when you talk about meeting these players, you encounter all sorts of personalities. Some are more bombastic, some are very reserved and shy, and eye contact is a painful challenge. And some but Adriel's a rarity where he is just so calm and relaxed, a smile on his face the entire time, but relatively quiet, but also a high level of confidence when you speak with him. You don't talk to him and find him to be like shying away from you or from the conversation. Right. He's just very, very relaxed, and that translates really well to his gameplay most of the time. That's one of the reasons why we're seeing him here in the mix once more.
Yeah, I think that you're so right. And then Arden, on the other hand, it seemed like originally when I first met him, he was very shy, but as he's kind of grown up and kind of leaned more into content, seems like he kind of wears his emotions more on his shoulders. And then I think we kind of saw that, I don't know. I think that, I don't know if it actually led to a mistake, but I think that always when you have an emotional response to something that happened in the game, it's always going to affect your mindset in a negative way. And I can say that from my own experience. When I was younger, probably about his age, I was very, very emotional. And if something ever happened in a best of 3 or even within a game, it really knocked me down mentally and prevented me from playing my best game going forward in that best of 3 or in that specific game. And I think it's just something that he's going to have to work on and learn through experience.
Sure. We'll see, of course, if he can make it there. A lot more road left for Adriel to sort out as they are preparing their decks for the next game in this one. Taking a look back at the game that we just saw out of Adriel and Arden Toas. Arden with the win in game number 1. And now you see the decks there on the left-hand side. Adriel running this Hog deck. It's interesting to see kind of Hog EQ making its way back into contention after kind of a long time of being less viable competitively. And he sets up Royal Giant in the back to open up.
Royal Giant in the back, it makes a lot of sense. Especially after you see Ice Spirit Snowball. That's a 3 elixir play. Like, sure, you get your Ice Spirit to the tower with the help of the snow. But if you're Adriel in that situation, I like the idea of just, okay, I'm going to RG the back. Because, number one, this is a cycle deck I'm playing against. I can confirm that based on the first 2 cards, which kind of shows how you want to play RG at that point. And now you've forced out a lot of elixir. You set up your cage, and we'll see another RG very soon, potentially for a breakthrough.
Hero Berserker. High use rate on this weekend already.
Interesting choice. Yeah, I kind of wow, and the Brawler gets a hit. I kind of assumed Adriel would use that Elixir Advantage for an RG Bridge, decides to play Berserker ability instead, get a couple hits. But then the Brawler, this is the second time today where we've just seen the smallest mistake lead to a Brawler hit, which you really can't afford. And then Tesla, once again after the nerf, is just going to lose all of its HP before it's able to kind of deal with his RG. So that's going to force Arden to poison Valkyrie and Bomber to deal with that RG. And I wouldn't be surprised to see another one soon from Adriel after that.
Hero Berserker with the highest use rate of heroes so far on the competition, not just for the weekend, or on this weekend, sorry, in our finals. 21% usage rate so far today, 50% win rate. Hero Valk will get her first win in this game, 13% use rate through our first round, 0 wins. So we will finally, since we see Hero Valk versus Hero Valk, see one get a win.
Right. Valkyrie's dropping on offense and defense. We see an ability from Adriel trying to help the RG break through. I understand the play. I just think it's so expensive is the big problem there.
Man. Drill with the poison, getting some work done. Evo Drill, 5% usage rate so far, 50% win rate on the weekend.
Also dropping down defense right before the RG is about middle of the way through, so we'll stay alive. See a Valkyrie ability, which makes a lot of sense because it can't be stopped even by a freeze or vines or... Actually, I don't know about the vines, but it seems like once the ability happens, nothing else is stopping that from going off.
Final minute 40 as we have entered into sudden death. And Arden has made his case. One more extra swipe on that left-hand tower.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because as soon as that swipe happened, Adriel just like had his little eyebrows poke up for 1 second. He's like, oh, really? That got a hit, huh? But he's just so calm. He doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't affect him too much. He just continues to play on. And the big question is like, once again, how do you break through? And it seems like that is the question with this Roll of Giant deck today. It seems like these players are really struggling to figure out a way to get the RG connect. And it makes sense. Without the Fisherman, I think it's really tough.
Evo Royal Giant on a 33% win rate so far today.
Wow.
When you take the entire August journey, Evo Royal Giant with a 49% win rate that has struggled today in our mini meta.
Drill, on the other hand, just even after the damage or the spawn damage no longer being available, nerf, seems like it's still one of the most consistent ways to get that tower. Despite the Valkyrie and the log, these goblins are finding a way.
Evo snowballs are clear, gonna get some good damage. And in final 10 seconds, Arden widens the gap, sends us to game number 3.
Great plays from Arden. He's feeling good. He's pumped up. Nice win. The question is, can Adriel bounce back? I think it's a resounding yes. He's already thinking about the next game. He knows this was a difficult one, but he's preparing his next deck. Think about this RG deck once again. It just seems really difficult. I think that historically even this matchup is actually very good for RG. But once again, without the Fisherman, you just don't have the availability. You don't have that option to pull those Valkyries away from the RG. So all of a sudden, all you really have to do to defend is get a Tesla down with a Valkyrie and Ice Spirit. And this RG is not making the tower. I think the other big thing that we're not seeing is, like you mentioned, the dual lane RG pressure. Because I think maybe once or maybe even twice, Adriel went for the double RG push. But that just means a more Valkyrie splash, more bomber splash value. If you get the dual lane pressure, all of a sudden you kind of force out some more possible mistakes from your opponent. So I would like to see that. And honestly, I would just like to see Fisherman be added to the deck again. I think the Evo Cage after the nerf just doesn't make so much sense.
Well, I'm going to give you a little numbers here that might help paint some of that picture for the Evo RG, Jackson. And they both have, the Evo RG and the Cannon Cart both have the same use rate, 17.5% so far this weekend. Cannon Cart on its win rate for the weekend is 85.7%. Evo Royal Giant's win rate down in the bottom of the barrel at 28.5%. So you can see they're both being played about the same rate, but almost opposite on win rates.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. All right, looking at the lock cards, game 3. Once again, Fireball used from both players. Lightning is available, though. So those win conditions that need instant damage from a Fireball Lightning, like Roll a Giant or like Roll Hogs or Hog Rider, those are still going to be options for both players. Evo E-Barbs have not been used by either player either, I believe. Yes, that is correct. And then spells, small spells specifically. Bard Barrel is just by far the best small spell right now. So that's going to give Arden a slight advantage there as well. But still, once again, I do not envy the job of the coaches here to really have to figure out, based on all of these different moving parts, all the different cards of the game, what the opponent may play.
Yeah, most of the cycle cards, the primary cycle cards being out, you have the Heal Spirit and the Fire Spirit both available. When you think about the Heal Spirit in the modern, and like in this new meta though, Juice, do you think about the Heal Spirit pairing it with the Fire Spirit primarily? You think about it mostly with like the Electro Spirit or the Ice Spirit for the control and then counter push balance?
I think that's a good question. I think that usually the Heal Spirit will be paired with an Electro Spirit because it does fail in its crowd control completely compared to a Fire Spirit or Electro Spirit. Fire Spirit's still an available option. It's pretty solid at crowd control, but then you kind of lose the fact that you don't have that stun or that freeze effect from like the Ice and the Electro. So I think Electro Spirit makes the most sense synergy wise. And you also are not forced to use another Spirit. Like if you want to go for a cycle deck, you could use Berserker Skeletons. In this situation, both of those have already been used. You could also use it just by itself if you're having a more heavier beatdown or a more heavier bridge spam type deck. Just using that Heal Spirit as the one cycle card you need in order to keep the deck moving, or just as a really great supplement to those E-Barbs.
Oh, both players working on their final construction. Here we go. Game number 3. Adriel again has already unofficially secured his trip to World Finals due to points. Arden needs to win a golden ticket today or make it to our LCQ, which he has also not locked down yet, and qualify through that.
Okay. A lot of stakes, a lot of money, a lot of positioning on the line. $14,000 grand prize and a lot of points. And we are in our last game of the best of 3. Arden going to Hog. I think it's really consistent. Makes a lot of sense. You do see a lightning on the E-Barbs. Very aggressive. I think Adriel might try to make something happen now. Wow.
And gets the connection. Unbelievable.
I know. Unbelievable for 2 reasons. Sorry, I was just going to say, like, the guards with that position, a lot of time will push the bat ram to the cannon, which didn't happen. And then a lot of times, guards are just they're just a sufficient counter to E-Barbs like by themselves anyways. So kind of an unbelievable connection there.
Arden just simply can't believe the connection here. This is probably going to be running Vines and the Hero Wizard. We'll see if that ends up being the case for Adriel. And if that is the deck he's running, then he is 4-2 overall win rate with his deck through this chunk.
Guards on defense. Gonna clean up pretty well with the help of the cannon. And the Hog Rider is consistent in damage once again. So Arden is starting to get that lead or that damage kind of evened out a little bit. The big thing here is like what Arden's last card is. Okay, there you go, Musketeer. I think the Firecracker is a little bit better. At least the Musketeer doesn't die to Vines though, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Musketeer is actually kind of a big brain play here.
How important will that early connection be for the determination of this matchup? Arden starting to play some catch-up. Damage in both lanes. Right lane is the one where he's got most of his work done.
Oh boy, and here we go. Evo Bataram. Lightning drops down. Honestly, pretty solid. It's definitely not done yet. With the Vines, the Musketeer, but the Dark Brains is tanky, and then the Hog straight away.
This should get some Hog work in, and it does. And just like that, Arden takes the lead. Couple of big shots, 15-15. We head into sudden death overtime. And 510 HP lead for Arden Toas has opened up.
Someone just messaged me and said, did Arden repeat Ice Spirit? Looking at the left side, did he play? Is that the deck he played game 1?
Oh my. I think you're absolutely right. I think Arden has a repeated card here. He played Ice Spirit in that drill deck.
I'm kind of speechless. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Is that the? I mean, we've had some glitches with the previous decks before. I know. I'm just gonna. Can someone? Yeah, I'm gonna look on Rally PI right now.
Yeah, I've already got it up. Give me 1 second here, and I'll confirm for you. But it does appear Yes, it does appear that Arden has repeated a card in the Ice Spirit.
Wow.
What an
Man,
unbelievable mistake.
Yeah, that is terrible. That is not that is the last way you want to lose a game of Clash Royale. Is to lose a set of Clash Royale at this level of the game. To repeat a card in a dual best of 3. And the worst part is Arden is playing this amazing. He has a great matchup, but just simply the smallest mistake of using an Ice Spirit instead of an Electro Spirit will lose you the entire set.
Well, he also didn't have Electro Spirit available. He had neither of them available.
Right.
He had to use Fire Spirit or Heal Spirit if he wanted to use a Spirit in this one.
Right.
Which, obviously, I mean, neither one of those really function phenomenally in this deck compared to the two Control Spirits.
True. Very true. Yeah, you really like to have the E-Spirit or Ice Spirit in order to counter Battle Ram and stop those charges. And Arden, he doesn't know. He's celebrating. This is awful.
I don't know if Adriel knows either. I think that both of them are so
know.
locked in. They might get information here in a second. Good game said in both directions, but and for those of you who are going, what are we talking about? You're not allowed to repeat any cards in a best of 3 in CRL using the dual mode format. Arden Toas used the Ice Spirit in a previous game and now has used it again here. And so that's a automatic loss in the game and a win for Adriel.
Wow. Oh man, I'm just an unbiased caster, you know? Like, but wow, this is heart-wrenching. Like this is truly heart-wrenching. Because I mean, yes, you'd rather have the Ice Spirit or the E-Spirit, but it's not necessary for winning the game. You know, you can use a Fire Spirit in that deck and still win that matchup almost every single time. He has the guards for defense. The Musketeer is unkillable. Vines doesn't really take it out. I mean, what a brutal best of 3 finish.
An absolutely rough one for him. Let's take a look at the brackets. As you know, if you're Arden Toas, you expected to be up there in the quarterfinal. Instead, Adriel finds his way in the quarterfinals, guaranteed top 12th or higher for Adriel now, and he will go up against EGW, who had a fascinating matchup against Riley. We have our upper bracket and elimination brackets set for our next round. Down on the elimination side, Clown and Evolve, Saudi and Dominic, Baton and Greco, which that elimination of one of those two will be hugely impactful to the fates of the other players in this competition, especially Morton and Viper watching from home. And then Riley and Arden Toas, an elimination matchup where Riley has already secured World Finals on points unofficially. Arden Toas, it's golden ticket or get enough points for the LCQ, which he currently doesn't have enough points to make it to the last chance qualifier either. So Arden now goes from what could have been a pretty significant position to fighting for even having the outside shot at Worlds. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break since we just finished up the upper bracket. We're going to do a 3-minute video. So we'll be coming right back and start our elimination matches on day 1 of this weekend of Clash Royale League. There's drama. There's great gameplay. There's repeated cards. We'll be right back in 1 moment.
Mediocre. I've definitely underperformed when I should have done better. But we'll see at the end of this month. Maybe my opinion will change.
I think it was good. It was not the result I wanted, to be honest. Um, I mean, 4 monthly finals is good, but I had two top 12, so I wasn't happy about that. But this month I hope I can do it.
Eu acho que boa. Classifiquei de 5 mensais, classifiquei em 4 para as finais, então acho que boa. Só o primeiro mês que não foi bom, mas fora isso foi bom. Então eu considero até agora uma excelente.
The room giant is broken.
I didn't grind like this year, last year, so I think that's the way I improve this year.
Acho que todo ano que passa você aprende alguma coisa ou outra, mas eu acho que tentar enxergar mais os erros, o que eu errei pra mim aprender. Então, eu assisti alguma coisa ou outra que eu sei que eu errei, pra mim na próxima partida não errar mais.
A seguir intentándolo. Yo a veces me frustro porque pues todo me sale mal. Por ejemplo, el año pasado también me quedé muy cerca de clasificar a Worlds por puntos, problemas de la visa, muchas cosas. Yo siento que pues tienes que enfocarte pues en lo bueno, no en lo malo. No sirve de nada enfocarte en lo malo, simplemente te van a salir peor las cosas. Siempre ser positivo y pues echarle ganas, no queda de otra.
I've now thrown the E-Bobs into every deck available because you have to do that to win.
Preparation, I'm preparing myself a little bit better than the previous month, so hopefully I can win the ticket.
Eu acho que não muito, porque são meses, então você tem um mês ali para se adaptar a um novo meta, então geralmente a gente tem que só se dedicar. E é isso, você se adaptando ao meta, você já está em um bom nível para competir.
Le estoy metiendo más disciplina, me lo estoy tomando, o sea, entrené más, me lo estoy jugando más Clash Royale, estoy empezando a ser más disciplinado, pues, o sea, clasifiqué estas finales porque pues empecé a jugar más Clash, empecé a ser mejor mentalmente, a echarle más ganas y se notó, pues, creo que la diferencia.
And welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that and are ready for our next round of play here in our August monthly finals. We've had some exciting results already, but now we get into the good stuff, Juicy.
Yeah.
As we are facing eliminations here very soon. We are entering the lower bracket. We will get to our top 12 and understand more about the fates of these players after these next 4 matches.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, this is where we really get into the important stuff, like who's going to continue on to the next day, who's going to continue on in the bracket, and who's going to be getting eliminated. And Evolve is once again one of those players. We've been talking about it. He needs to keep going. He needs to continue on. It's win now or yeah, just lose your dreams of making it to World Finals.
And Clown opens up with a quick battle ram met by the Goblin Cage. First bandit of the day.
True.
And nice little heal spirit to give her a little extra juice moving forward.
Will the Skelly Drive be enough? Yes, it will. Bandit gets taken out. Mother Witch now. This is what I call, this is like the prodding part of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, both players just playing a couple cards, figuring out what the opponent is playing, but trying to sneak in a little bit of damage here and there. And the Mother Witch does just that with what looks to be just kind of an awkward cycle from Evolve. Staying on the board once again. See if Clown can keep up this pressure.
First minute away and little back and forth battle to open up the damage in that left-hand lane. Clown sets up Battle Ram way here in the back. And talk to me about the logic behind that Battle Ram placement early on here.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the reason why you play Battle Rams in the back is literally just cycle to Evo. I feel like, you know, Battle Ram's always been an interesting win condition. You know, back in the day, it just like the ability to charge on its own was enough for like a bridge spam deck in order to break through. But nowadays with players' defenses continuing to be better and different cards being added to counter the Battle Ram, just the Evo Battle Ram is really the card that you need in order to get that breakthrough to make that happen. So Battle Ram's the back, E-Barb's the back. These are simply waiting plays and plays that you are making in order to get those Evos in cycle to make your true attack.
12:02 on the left-hand side as Evolve continues to find ways to break through and touch that second level.
Here we go. Evo E-Barbs plus Bandit Heal Spirit trying to go through. Does not get hit by the Barb Barrel, but doesn't heal anything either. Bandit connects as well. And we didn't even see the Evo Batarang, but now it's Evolve's turn for a counter attack.
And that was huge for the Bandit connection. Evolve not loving what he ran into there. And Clown not going to take any damage from the Magic Archer on that left-hand tower. Everything lined up perfectly, but he will get some damage on the right-hand side as the Evo Battle Ram connects.
That was the best Hero Valkyrie ability that I've seen since the card came out. That was unbelievable. Really nice defense with the Valkyrie and the Piggies. Then finds the opportunity to go Evo Batarang Bridge with the Hero Valkyrie. And she just goes straight into the middle of the map and starts putting everything that Evolve tried to defend with into a blender.
And the Hero Valk goes and does some work again. Little connection from that Magic Archer ability. I gotta wonder if maybe just switching to trying to get Magic Archer damage might be the move here for Evolve, although it's been hard to come by.
Right. I like the idea from Clown. It's kind of a high risk, high reward play to try and predict those Piggies with the E-Barbs. But it's high risk because it just goes straight in the Skelly Drags and dies. Now Piggies are coming through. Valkyrie does a decent job, but the Piggies are once again super consistent, and these Magic Archers are starting to get a lot of value defensively, and they're starting to stack up. Clown only with arrows, not able to clean these off the map very easily.
2 Magic Archers is a lot to deal with here. Plus the ability might be able to connect for Evolve. Instead it goes down, has to get another one on the board, but able to stack them with impunity. 28 seconds left, 420 to 662. Very tight, and Clown has not been able to put the pressure back on.
Wow, and the Heal Spear heals the Mother Witch. It does go down to the Marcher and Skelly Drags. Piggy's connecting, lightning in, and that is all she wrote. Wow! Are you kidding me? Clown, he's frustrated, and I would be too. He did everything he could. He spent the last 2 minutes of the game just blocking this lane with the E-Barbs, Mother Witch, Zappies, Valkyries, but one out cycle on the Valkyrie with a lightning with those Evo Piggies coming through, and that's just so much damage instantly. That's why Evo Piggies are, in my opinion, the best win condition in the game right now.
Absolutely devastating. Clown just so frustrated, having thought he'd kind of opened up enough for the win. But we haven't seen a ton of Magic Archer today. More importantly, we haven't seen Magic Archer in a situation where you really have no answer for it whatsoever. And once you can start getting 2 Magic Archers on the board at the same time, it starts to draw a lot of attention, draw a lot of need, and then of course, every second that Magic Archer stays on the board past the first few, you're just essentially getting free elixir in the bank. You're getting like double, triple value out of it. And next thing you know, you see a game that seemed to be in hand for Clown completely swing to Evolve, who is one of our players today. Right now, when we look at players who have to get a golden ticket today to have a shot at World Finals, that includes a lot of players who are currently on the chopping block. Evolve, Saudi. I think that Dominic might be able to make it to the LCQ. Yeah, Dominic can make it to the LCQ. But, Evolve could make it to the LCQ as well. So pretty tight for them. But more likely than not, it's you need to at least have a good showing to qualify for the LCQ this weekend. So Evolve does not want a first-round exit or his World Finals hopes are done.
Right. Yeah, and then Clown, on the other hand, he's just kind of in the situation where he should be good to go. I mean, definitely he's good to go. He's got a golden ticket. He's ranked number 3 on the leaderboard. Evolve, yeah, I mean, it's just his make or break, and he's making it. He's making it happen. I love the patience in that last game. He just consistently, slowly, like you said, stacked up the Magic Archers, found the correct moments to go for the roll hogs, and then speaking of patience, like the lightning specifically, he saved on the lightning for literally like 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The last 10, 20 seconds of the game drops it down for enough damage to win. And now he's in a position where he might be taking down the current number 3 ranked player in the world, despite, I believe, his first monthly finals.
It's already been, I mean, look, you make it this stage at all, that's a pretty big accomplishment. There's very few people who ever appear on a CRL monthly final, so one that you'll be able to hold on to and remember forever. But of course, to get here and then get first rounded is one of those ones where you're like, great, I made it, but it doesn't, I don't get to walk away with much of anything more than that experience. And it's all those one of the ones where you just wish, oh, could I have done a little bit more? Evolve has done a lot so far, and this one, that was a phenomenal comeback for him in that matchup. And now he is looking to see if he can turn this into a slightly extended stay. Has the advantage with the 1-0 lead. We'll see if he can extend it.
Hog at the bridge from Clown off the rip. What does Evolve have? Has to play Skellies first, then to cycle the Tesla. Log's not going to be coming through quick enough, or it's just not enough in general to get the Hog to connect. But Evolve, I wouldn't say panicking with Electro Spirit, because it's still a good play in order to cycle back your Tesla quickly to defend. But I like Clown's situation right now. Just applying pressure, has momentum.
And Rocket. Interesting wrinkle out of Evolve. And hey, the value is there. 5 elixir target and that wizard. That's going to certainly make Clown think about his wizard placements a bit more as game goes on.
Nice pre-log from Clown there as well, knowing that he outcycled the Tesla by 1 card, taking out those Skellies. And I think that's really Clown's main goal right now. I know my way around Hog pretty well. I think in this situation, all I'm thinking about is how can I get to that next Hog Rider and finally outcycle this Tesla.
And keep an eye on that situation with the Evo Wizard versus the Rocket, because when the Evo is in cycle, Clown can be comfortable cycling that behind King a bit more.
Rich, what is going on right now? Look at Evolve's deck. There's no win condition. Just like, is this? I don't even understand. Like, Evo Baby Dragon with a Mighty Miner, no win condition, and a Rocket. So he has to perfectly defend these Hog Riders while somehow playing his cards in anti-spell placements, while getting Rockets on towers, and I don't know what the Baby Drag's for.
Maybe for slowing stuff down so that he can use all these spells to cycle and defend. That's my best guess here.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of control here, right? You have the log, you have the delivery, you have the E-Spirit, you have the Evo Tesla. That's one more piece of control that then will also require Clown to have some sort of response after it does its defensive job.
Yeah. Maybe like a year ago this deck could work, but I think after the Rocket nerfs, I don't see the vision. I just don't think it's enough. Like, it feels like, I don't know what it feels like. It feels like he forgot to put drill in the deck or something. I don't know.
Hey, it's absolutely possible. Very curious what the process was here, but also fascinated to see if he can make something of it. Hog doesn't get it, or did get it. 2065.
Yeah. And this is the big difference maker, right? It's like, okay, it's lightning versus rocket damage if the Hog Rider never hits the tower. But the problem is the Hog Rider already hit the tower once, so that is just such a difficult position for Evolve to be in. This is a nice Tesla placement. That's the anti-lightning placement that he needs to be going for. If he wins this game, man, I'm gonna be so impressed. Like, this would be nuts. And he's doing pretty well right now. Like, he's in the range of where he could make it happen. There's another rocket.
Slight lead now for Evolve.
And then another Hog, though. Evo Baby Dragon, like you said. used to slow everything down, but that is a lot of lightning value, and the lightnings are very comparable to the rocket right now. It's close.
And Evolve has run this deck, but this is not something he is just. This is not an accidental deck here, Juice. This is something that they are planning for.
Right.
And right now, keeping it tight.
Tesla's taking out Tesla. Rocket cycle dropping down. Lightning cycle from Clown. And all of a sudden, Evolve has the damage lead for the first time, and 15 seconds are left on the clock.
Rocket in. Trying to see if he can get the hog. Will the hog hit? The hog hits! But it's not enough!
Wow.
Evolve! Rocket cycles his way to a win over Clown and stays alive. Have you seen something like this? I am absolutely flabbergasted. What a performance.
Wow. And then you can see,
yeah.
you can see on his face too, like how much this win meant to him. Like this seemed like it was the culmination of all his training. Like I'm just like envisioning an anime training arc flashback right now of Evolve, and in this very interesting deck with perfect gameplay, perfect defense, getting the right rocket cycles off, despite taking 2 hog hits in that game. And giving lightning value at certain moments, he was still able to win with just really solid timings on his rockets.
And apparently, when practicing this deck, typically instead of Baby Dragon, this was run with Princess, which does provide a little bit more pressure at the bridge, which does also maybe in this situation could have forced some of the logs to the opposite lane away from the damage lane where they were fighting for position. Either way, Clown will be at World Finals, has his golden ticket, but Evolve stays alive. And now a quick note for you guys. Evolve has to win a golden ticket for World Finals or qualify for the LCQ. He cannot make World Finals on points directly. He needs to minimum make top 6 to have a shot at the LCQ, depending on how other people end with their points on this weekend. He does not lock in the LCQ without a top 3 finish, but top 6 is the minimum he needs to make. So more work to do for Evolve, but job number 1 done.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. The 2 games that I've seen from Evolve is just honestly absurd. Played really well. He did lose the first round. He played really well. Here's a look at the point system, everyone. You can see the plus 150 next to the current players' games. This is how many points they would get if they lost right now in the current bracket, but still so many more points to be had with every single win as they progress through this bracket.
So notice that Evolve is not on this list because he is golden ticket or LCQ. There's only 2 options right now. But you also, same thing, you don't see Saudi or Dominic on this one, and they're an elimination matchup here in a moment where one of them will be out and probably be KO'd overall with the first rounding. I need to see if either of them have locked in at least an LCQ position. Neither of them have LCQ locked, so that's going to be an interesting one. But then again, keep a look at number 13, number 16, and number 18 on this list. Number 13, 16, and 18. Those are the players who are still in the mix. Greco, EGW, and Baton, who can knock out Morton and Viper from making it into World Finals. The combinations of them that have to pass Morton and Viper. At the same time, if one of the players above Morton or Viper qualify with a golden ticket, they win this weekend, then that could also then move them back up. So 2 pieces of play here. The performance of Greco, EGW, and Baton with points and the possibility of a golden ticket for Sub, Adriel, Asaf, Riley, or Mugi. All of those things in play for whether Morton or Viper qualify for World Finals at the end of tomorrow.
Next up, we have Saudi versus Doom. If you guys have not yet already predicted on these matches, go to event.supercell.com, get your predictions in, win some rewards. I don't know who I'd pick here. I think that Dominic is maybe a slightly better player, slightly more, what would be the word? I mean, he just has more points. He has more experience. He's a little bit more experienced. Saudi seems like his play style is a little bit more, it's just better in this meta with the E-barbs and the bridge spam type of thing. So we'll see what both these players will run as we hop into this best of 3.
Early mortar connection for Dominic as he's going back to the dominant deck on the weekend.
Yeah, makes sense,
Saudi
right?
lost earlier to Sub 2-0'd in that matchup. He ran bridge spam and he ran a mortar miner Inferno Dragon deck. So new look for Saudi in the first game of this matchup with Dominic.
Wow. E-barbs at the bridge. No guards in cycle, I guess. Go for it. Forcing out a Valkyrie and a Spear Empress. Problem is Saudi doesn't have much elixir to actually counter push here. I wonder if Saudi has the play here to pre-arrows. Man, maybe no arrows in the deck. Would have loved to see a pre-arrows there.
And once again, the monster on the board.
Gobstein's just so good after the buff. Like, technically a rework, I guess. Because, you know, you don't get multiple abilities anymore. And then maybe a slight reduction in Goblinstein monster HP, if I remember. But maybe it was even an increase. But then the big thing is just the fact that the Scientist actually does more damage. And you can already see, like, yes, some more damage came through. But a lot of this damage to the right side was just from the Scientist chipping away after it got that buff.
This looks very similar. This might be that hog deck that we saw take a loss earlier today. It's like it's the same, 7 of the same pieces.
Oh my goodness, I love this play from Doom. Take some damage on the left side to increase her elixir advantage and then have a massive counter push with Evo E-barbs, Gobstein, 2 cannon cards. Evil Lumber's doing a good job, but look at the cannon card minions combo left side.
And Saudi will lose that left-hand tower. Easy defense for Doom, and Saudi just absolutely shut down in game number 1.
Just so ridiculous to me. Because I feel like Saudi, like, this deck is made to counter this mortar deck, but it has no chance. It just seems like no matter what you do, you can't counter this deck. I mean, you have arrows for minions, you have guards for E-barbs, you have a Mega Knight for those big tanky cards like the Cannon Car and the Goblinstein, but it just doesn't, it seems like it just doesn't matter with the amount of pressure you can apply. Well, especially with the Cannon Car, once again, it just comes down to that Cannon Car just absolutely shredding. I think that, like, if Saudi was truly going to win this game, I think he needs to actually hit that pre-arrows, knowing that that's the only card in hand, because ever since that Spear Empress died, he over-defended versus the first E-barbs with Valkyrie plus Spear Empress, and then he lost his Spear Empress to a very cheap defense. And then ever since that counter push happened, it seemed like it was just a constant attack that he had to deal with that he couldn't deal with.
And they just got worse and worse. Now, Saudi, after that one, when he goes and takes a look at the deck pool he has available, he can return in kind. He's had success with the Mortar Cannon Cart variations throughout this competition. He played a lot of Mortar Miner earlier on, but that Mortar Cannon Cart deck, as we've seen, has been absolutely insane. There's also the option for Saudi to go heavy, right? Saudi's had a lot of success going heavy throughout his Clash Royale career overall, and in this competition, Golem and Lava have actually both done really well for him, undefeated with both Golem and Lava Hound through the earlier stages of competition. So we'll see if he decides to go for the dominant deck of the weekend that he just faced, or switch things up and try to go beat down against the beatdown specialist in Dominic. You know, when you think about facing Dominic, if you are considering going beatdown, what are the do's and don'ts deck picking wise when you think you could potentially end up against Dom playing Lava Hound?
I I think the do's are roll delivery. I think that a roll delivery instead of a bar barrel or a log, whether it be a hog rider deck or a roll hogs deck, makes a lot of sense. I think the don'ts are probably, I don't know, any deck that you only have one air defense in is just like the only really big don't in my book. Like there's some drill decks that have no air defense. There's some hog decks that only have firecracker for air defense. If you're using cannon instead of Tesla, for example, I think those are some easy mistakes that you can easily avoid just by using, for example, Goblin Hunter Tesla instead of a cannon in some situations.
Well, we'll see what they put together on Saudi's side of things. And again, as we look at the stakes for these two, Saudi is not guaranteed a position in the LCQ. An elimination here, I believe, would be enough. Would mean he did not get enough points to qualify for the last chance qualifier. Dominic, I think, only needs one match win. I'm going to confirm that one to qualify for the last chance qualifier. High chance of making the LCQ where he is on points. So I'm going to make sure I go ahead and get that information sorted out. But both these guys need the win here, I believe, to make it into the LCQ.
Like you mentioned, Mortar off the rip from Saudi. Wizard Hero from Dominic to counter perhaps the Bridge Spam deck. It is going to be the Bridge Spam deck. Oh my goodness.
And still connects.
Jeez, forget what I said about needing Evo Batarim to break through. Regular Batarim at the bridge on a counter push and a Vines, and that's already 1,000 damage.
And a couple pigs the opposite direction. And they'll touch Snout. 1919 on the right-hand side.
Counter pushing. We do see the Ghost variation instead of E-Barbs, which makes sense since you played E-Barbs in the previous game of this best of 3. Man, the other thing that Doom did pretty well is using that poison instead of fireball in game 1, because that's just going to allow him to potentially run roll hogs or RG, which are two decks that Doom is very seasoned with in game 3 if it goes to that.
And that was maybe half a tile away from absolute disaster for Saudi. Still terrible for him, with Dominic in great shape on both towers and Saudi playing far from behind.
Man, this is just not the gameplay from Saudi. Like, I don't mean to be rude in any way, but I think he's in a great spot here. Like, Dominic does not have a big spell for Mortar or Cannon Cart or Gobstein or Skelly Drags. The Wizard can be helpful versus Skelly Drags, but versus everything else is not so great. Zappies are a fantastic counter to Mortar, and it just seems like his Mortars on offense... Sorry, the Zappies are a great counter to the Battle Ram, and the Mortar on offense just needs to be a little bit more protected from the Wizard.
I mean, and Dominic's timing on those Wizards has been impeccable. He has absolutely seen it coming. Saudi, very predictable so far. And the Wizard ability... Oh, does go down.
Nice play with the Vines to bring that Wizard ability or Wizard back to the floor. Very common idea. Fascinating that Saudi even has Vines in the first place.
As we go into sudden death overtime, lead so far firmly in the side of Dominic, who might have finally broken apart this nasty combination that has been so dominant today.
Wizard ability, I stand corrected. Maybe Wizard is a good counter to Gobstein. Vines are really late here. Does help out a little bit. And then Mortar. It seems like Doom is just pretty happy to just defend and take the win here. We'll see if it's possible. I think this is the first time we've really seen this Mortar deck down so much damage here in overtime. Wow, prediction onto the Wizard. I don't know if it's enough. The Giant Skelly probably is enough on its own, realistically.
And this is just pure control for an archetype that is so about being aggressive. Dominic with a great read that he had done enough early on to really shut things down and has switched to pure control mode. So far, working out perfectly as Saudi has had the unenviable position of trying to win Mortar Minor from behind.
Yeah. Mortar just dies immediately. 40 seconds on the clock. Gobstein here trying to make something happen. But there's just so many mistakes here. But the biggest macro, biggest mistake is the fact that he's just throwing everything down this lane. And it's literally just double hero wizard, tornado, splash damage, wiping everything out. Mortar is a deck that is meant to be played in a dual lane pressure, and Saudi is just not doing that right now.
And a huge win for Dominic. Just devastating pressure the entire time, and he has not guaranteed himself a spot in our LCQ, but he has taken one big step closer. Not to mention another step towards potentially making the big run for a golden ticket here at World Finals, or here for World Finals at our monthly championship. So we'll see if he can make all of the magic happen. Keep in mind, everybody, that now with Clown out, there are only 2 golden ticket holders still in on the weekend right now with Mohamed Light and Pedro. A Mohamed Light Pedro final would mean the third place person wins a golden ticket. So that's also a crazy thing to keep an eye on, is that you have who wins the golden ticket. Mo and Pedro both already have one, but they could end up being in the finals. I love the last weekend of the regular season every single year. Doom moves on. Saudi is out. And there's, again, a look at that upper side of things. Mugi's already qualified. Sub is qualified. Mo and Pedro officially have golden tickets. Asaf and Adriel on points. EGW and Coco, the 2 lone players on the upper bracket side, who don't already have enough to make it to World Finals, but they find themselves on the proper side of things for that chance. But you do see that Mo and Pedro are on opposite sides of the upper bracket, so they could end up in the upper bracket final. And if that's the case, then things get real crazy real fast as we parse through all the possible results and fallout from those results. But now we move on to a pretty critical one here, Juice, for our elimination matchup between Baton and Greco. Both of those players could qualify on points for Worlds today or this weekend with a good enough performance, but one of them will not. One of them will be forced into the LCQ today. So that's big. On top of that, how they finish directly impacts both Morton and Viper, with Greco having more points than Baton. If Greco makes top 12, he puts pressure on Viper and Morton. Suddenly, their position becomes more tenuous because of where he is on points. He is currently, I believe, 13th on the record. So a win for Greco might be enough to knock Viper out of World Finals and into the LCQ. Whereas if Baton can beat Greco, the pressure on both Morton and Viper suddenly diminishes dramatically.
Yeah. But then you just have to go back to Baton, though. Like, Baton in his first game, we talked about how impressive his loss. I mean, he did lose, but he played so well. He really showed up. Greco, I mean, he's been in this kind of situation a million times. He's been monthly finals quite a lot. He's kind of a known player. But Baton showing up here, and then there's, like you said, there's so much stakes in the line. So both players are really going to have to work with their coaches, bring their best decks, and bring their best gameplay. And I don't actually fully remember how Greco's match went earlier, but it feels like Baton is kind of, I don't know, he's kind of stealing my heart for like a dark horse pick at this point.
Sure. And a couple more updates for you, for those of you who are curious following at home. Players who are now officially out based on points, or unofficially, who are unofficially out based on points, results all to be verified later. Samuel Basoto can no longer qualify for World Finals or the LCQ. He was in the running before those points came in. And Saudi with his elimination now has no chance at the LCQ or World Finals. So his dream is done here. Right now, Grieco and Baton in a match that has implications up and down the rankings. Everyone watching to see who wins here and how that impacts multiple other players in this competition.
Valkyrie Furnace is not enough to stop the Hog Rider. Hog Rider showing why he's just one of the best. He's just one of the best, most consistent ways of getting to the tower. A little bit overshadowed by Piggies recently, but that's just because Piggies have an Evo. Once Hog has an Evo or a hero, you know, it's going to be a different story.
Dude, if Hog gets a hero or an Evo, can you imagine what the Clash Royale subreddit will look like? It's already, I mean, the percentage of posts that are already complaining about Hog is at least in the double digits.
That's absurd.
It's like, I don't envy the Clash Royale Reddit mods if Hog ever gets an Evo or a hero. That'd be bonkers.
Oh, wow. Well, let's see if it's going to be enough without that in this game. And then Baton, on the other hand, I'm trying to figure, is he playing Graveyard? This might be a Graveyard Evo E-Barbs deck, just going to show that you really can put Evo E-Barbs in any deck.
I mean, they're like garlic. They just go with everything.
Straight up. And we're going to see why that is probably right now. Evo Firecracker might be enough. Skellies to distract those spears. Honestly, fantastic play from Grieco. Yes, the Evo E-Barbs are in cycle. They're scary to deal with counter push. But if you can get that Firecracker Evo, not only getting damage, but clearing the counter push, you can even afford to hit your Mighty Miner ability, which switches the other lane and gets so much damage. Baton didn't defend that Mighty Miner because he assumed that he could counter push with those Evo E-Barbs and take the whole tower on the left lane, but he was very far from being able to do that.
Little adjustment of his position from Grieco. Vine still hold. Hero Valk working on defense. Golem down for Baton. Wow. And we haven't seen a lot of Golems this year.
Man, I really think we should just see more of this Hog deck. I think this Hog Firecracker just straight up, it just counters so much the meta. It should beat the Mortar deck. It really beats these E-Barbs beatdown type decks. And this is just domination from Grieco. Baton in a really tough spot. See the little eyebrow raise? He's all right with it. He knows that he's got to prepare for this next match. I don't know. I mean, that was just, it looked too easy for Grieco there.
Yeah, interesting choice to go Golem here. Overall, on the whole competition through this last 2 weeks, Baton 1 and 2 with a different variation of Golem. Goes for Golem here, but Golem overall hasn't been super strong. It's, you know, I understand maybe trying to switch things up a little bit, but a Golem first game kind of seems like a bit of a risk, a high risk, low reward type of opportunity.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think on paper, like this match, no, I can't even say that. I was gonna say, like, yes, he has a couple Hog counters, but I can't even say that he's even close to having a good matchup here because the Mighty Miner just shreds the Firecracker. I mean, once again, even if you have Vines for Firecracker, it doesn't matter if your deck is heavy and you can't cycle back to a Vines before they cycle back to Firecracker, because one Firecracker without a Vines and cycle, just one, is all it takes. And we saw that. We saw that in the left side there. One good Evo Firecracker and your tower is taking a lot of damage, but once again, then the counter push is also prevented. That is the strength of Firecracker. That is ideal offense. We talked about an ideal defense where your opponent is not only protecting, like, an ideal defense is to protect your towers, yet also have a counter push. An ideal offense is to have damage on offense while preventing your opponent from having a counter push. And that's exactly what Grieco did in that game.
Golem with a 45% win rate overall throughout the couple of weeks of competition for our August turn. Low use rate, but 45% kind of within that margin range. but still not exactly what you're hoping for as you go through all of this. And looking at the point situation there, those rankings are not counting the points that they have from making it this far at all. They both get 150 on top of that, as you've seen in our other graphic. So Grieco with a win here suddenly changes things a lot. In particular, as we were talking about, Viper is the one who will be in a lot of trouble. If Grieco gets a win here, that would put Grieco over Viper on points. That would be enough to put Viper in the, outside of the top 12, and then he would be relying on either on one of the players above him to win a golden ticket, whether it's Grieco or Mugi or Sub or Adriel or Asaf or Riley. He has to get at least one of those two to win a golden ticket if Grieco ties things up here. So Viper watching this one very closely and hoping that that Baton can turn things around.
Man, what a terrible, difficult situation to be in for Viper and Morton to be watching this monthly finals and having your results and on what's going to happen next for you be on other people's shoulders. But at least there's always going to be a clear person to root for in a situation like that. Yeah, on the other hand, I mean, just think about these players themselves. It's just like they want to win. They have no ulterior motives. They just not only want to win for more points, for more chances to win the golden ticket, but for more cash as well. Every single time you're pushing forward in these brackets, you're going to get hundreds, if not thousands of more dollars in your wallet.
Here we go. Do or die for qualification today for Baton. Has to reverse sweep Grieco to keep that alive. Of course, the LCQ in Baton's future, but no one wants to go through that gauntlet where only one survives, and that's coming in September.
Interesting to see Evo Ghost with a cannon. A lot of the time with Evo Ghost, you see a Goblin Hut because the Goblin Hut is able to actually have counter-pushing units, which Ghost is usually played with because it's a kind of a high-pressure card. But Baton going for a very odd yet interesting control-based bridge spam deck using a cannon. We'll see if it's going to work out for him here.
First minute 15 away. Nobody has made a true claim on the win for game number 2.
Kind of a mistake from Grieco. Yes, you take out the ghost, but it's not on the tower. The electricity is not hitting the tower from the Gobstein. Great cannon and log. Solid defense. That should keep everything in range of both towers long enough for the Piggy to not connect. So start to see a little bit more of the deck. We have Baton with kind of a control bridge ram variation. He's continuing to cycle to his Evo Ghost and Evo Bataram in order to make a good push. And then Grieco, on the other hand, just a really solid, we've seen this deck before. Evo Archers, Gobstein, Piggy's control. Last card is going to be Lightning for Grieco, which honestly is probably pretty helpful to deal with Spear Empresses and Cannons for a breakthrough.
Evo Archers splitting. And we'll get some support for the right-hand side. Fireball to 2 of the Piggies, the ones in the middle being controlled. Giant Skeleton to hold. And we've gone through almost all the 3 minutes of regulation juice, and no one has found any meaningful way to create offense.
I know. You're so right. The ability's not going to hit the tower again. He goes for it yet again. Giant Skeleton defense. So I think Baton is now in a situation where he has Evo Ghost and Evo Bataram in cycle. We'll see if that's enough to break through, but the Bomb Tower E-Spirit combo to stop the Bataram is definitely a menace. Oh, I was wrong. He needs to play one more Ghost to get that in cycle.
Sudden death, and now the biggest lead opened up by Grieco, that left-hand side, and it's just courtesy of a tiny bit of touching by that pig. I mean, very, very minimal. But this has been the story a few times today where it's just been too tight the entire time. But then will Baton have to take a big risk here? Does that risk pay off? Does then Grieco capitalize on that risk and shut the game down? Golden Knight damage on the right-hand side. That dash is big. Bomb tower down. But for the moment, Baton with the lead and a huge, huge change. Bar Barrel has to come out. Baton starting to put some real pressure on this right-hand side. Grieco being forced to make some plays.
Man, I really thought Baton, like after that really solid defense with the counter push, I thought he was in a situation where he'd get even more damage right side, but Grieco stays in the game with some solid defense, and with one extra piggy hit, he takes back the damage lead somehow. 40 seconds left. Baton not only needs to perfectly defend, he needs to cycle back to his Evos if he wants any chance of getting to this tower again.
Baton does have Fireball. Can extend the lead a little bit with a well-timed Fireball or retake the lead. Of course, he probably has the expectation he's going to be dealing with some spell damage of his own. Might see the log go to the right-hand side, too, just to add some chip. He does not take any of that damage. 13 seconds left. Fireball has to go to the Piggies. I think that's going to be, that might be it. Pig's touch, and that might be the one. Log through. The bounce not going to be enough. And Grieco holds on for the win. Takes Baton out of the competition. And at least for the moment, knocks Viper out of a World Finals position.
Man, GG's to Grieco. He just played so well. I mean, Baton also, I love the gameplay. I love his deck pick. I think that he should not be sad about his performance in today's monthly final. You do go out after playing just a couple rounds, but it was great gameplay for sure. Grieco just, oh man, he's just on another level. And these Evo Piggies are just so consistent. Like those Piggies, like you mentioned, they just continue to get damage over time. I mean, if I could point out even, like the only mistake that I saw Baton really make was at the very beginning, first Piggies of the game, he played his cannon 2 tiles too far up. And that allowed a 1 Piggy to do probably about 250 damage or so. But once again, like you said, that's just like this thin margin that like one small mistake like that can lead to.
And Grieco moves into the top 12. Baton eliminated. So again, now Viper no longer going to be in the points category for Worlds. He will need some help. He will need for Grieco to not advance too much further, but more importantly, he'll need one of the players above him to win a golden ticket in order to have a shot at the top 12. Of course, Viper easily in the LCQ, but now this, not only does this put pressure on Viper, but now this puts more pressure on Morton. So take a look at this. Grieco, with that win, will jump Viper, will not jump Morton, will not knock Morton out. I believe he jumps Morton, but Morton moves down into the 12th spot with a World Finals berth. But let's remember that EGW is still alive. So if EGW can also get high enough on the points, I believe for EGW, now that Grieco has done that, if EGW can make top 6, that would be enough points to push Morton out of the top 12.
Oh, man.
Right, out of this ranking spot. So EGW with a win in this next round could really put the screws to Morton here. And then on top of that, all of this could get reversed a little bit if Sub or Adriel or Asaf or Riley or Mugi or even Grieco or EGW wins the golden ticket, then people get bumped back up one. So real chaotic right now. Lots to play for. And, of course, we're going to be looking at that more today, and then tomorrow is where we're going to get all of our final answers.
Oh, man. Okay, so what's our next upcoming match? I wasn't looking.
Next, we jump down to a big one. One player who already has a golden ticket or already has a World Finals berth unofficially secured via points. The other one who is win or bust in Arden Toas. So Arden going from that, I mean, the worst way to lose, repeating a card, to now has to fight his way all the way through the lower bracket, starting with Riley. And there are no easy outs for Arden going forward. This is all going to be just absolutely brutal. Even if he ends up beating Arden, then he would have to go on and take on the loser of Mugi and Coco. So no matter what, it's going to keep on getting, if Arden beats Riley, I mean, it's going to keep on getting more difficult for him as time goes on. Right now, of course, his eye is on the man in front of him in Riley. And, man, just, again, how do you, the mental recovery you have to do.
I know.
And from the repeated card situation, I believe that what happened was that there are two different coaches working with Arden who both had that bridge spam deck built, or had that drill deck built. One had it built with Fire Spirit, one had it built with Ice Spirit, and the wrong one was the one that ended up getting selected. So sometimes, too many cooks in the kitchen maybe can make things a little bit challenging. Either way, Arden has to put that one in the past and take on Riley.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Is like, this is where Arden can prove me wrong. If Arden bounces back, he completely proves me wrong when I'm talking about, his emotions and kind of letting these things get to him. And even in the 3-minute interview, or the 3-minute, kind of intermission that we had about, I don't know, 30 minutes, an hour ago, he was talking about this idea of like perseverance. And I think that, I don't know, I just love to see it. I love to see Arden prove me wrong and make this happen, especially since Riley already has enough points to make it to Worlds. I think I would love to see Arden there as well.
E-Barbs for E-Barbs to open things up. You know what those horns mean, folks. That one of the most maligned cards in Clash Royale history is on both sides. And I say that because E-Barbs has always been viewed as kind of cheesy.
Yeah.
Right? Even going back to early CRL days.
Yeah.
E-Barbs are viewed as kind of a cheese. Like E-Barbs Rage is a meme in and of itself in Clash Royale. And then taking one of the most memed cards in Clash Royale history and then giving it this insane evolution. It has certainly never been one that has avoided the cheese label.
Yeah, so true. And the fact that that evolution literally allows it to rage itself. That's why it's so strong. That's why it's so punishing. We're going to see Arden go for that punish right now. Riley has his own E-Barbs to counter and a really nice skeletons to boot. So now, this is what I was talking about earlier, this idea of like, sometimes defending E-Barbs with E-Barbs is how you win a game. You just are able to defend and then counter push. Arden maybe a little too aggressive to start this one, and you see the E-Barb. There's the spears and big damage, and there goes half your tower. Small mistake, but there goes half your tower to E-Barbs.
And if there's anything that you talk about as a knock on Arden's gameplay historically, I think that you just hit the nail on the head, right? It's this over-aggression. It's not having a good sense of when to put his foot on the gas and when to slow down a little bit.
Interesting. Makes sense, though.
Fireball in. And I was putting the whole conversation I was having, I just want to distract for a second here. I was having the whole conversation about Morton and Viper. More importantly, with that win for Greco, I believe he is qualified for Worlds on points. So I was making the conversation about Morton and Viper, but more importantly, it's that Greco will be, unofficially, will be appearing at World Finals in November.
Well done to Greco. All right, back to this game. I thought this really big mistake from Arden was like game losing, but I don't know, maybe his weakness is also his strength. Maybe it's a double-edged sword. This over-aggression is actually going to work out in this scenario. Get some solid damage in with the help of the vines. Now Evo E-Barbs in cycle. Riley with some as well, but the raged so like the spears of the E-Barbs not only rage themselves, but rage other cards as well. That raged Battle Ram speeding straight to the tower, but now we have another counter push situation from Riley. See if Arden can hold on.
And Riley now putting dual lane pressure, gets the Evo Mortar lock, and now Arden has to pick his poison, chooses to go for the weak side tower. But that Evo Mortar very healthy, plus the Doctor and the Monster doing tons of work, the Battle Ram doing nothing, and that right-hand tower forces out arrows, and Arden playing whack-a-mole on his defense and getting absolutely overwhelmed.
Yeah, I think it's a great way to describe it. He's just trying to put out fires, but more fires just keep popping up. And we do see another wizard ability, just barely keeping the monster off the tower. but it seems like every time Arden has the opportunity to get some damage, Riley bounces back and gets even more. Maybe one last Evo E-Bar push takes the tower in overtime, and then there's no time left for a counter push. I think that's Arden's like goal, his one chance to make a win happen right now.
Do you, if you're Riley, do you sit back and defend here, or do you need to put more pressure on because of the nature of the deck that Arden's playing?
I think that setting up full defense makes more sense, mainly using the cannon cart and the mortar and the Gobsine like he is right now. There is multiple Mother Witches on the board, though. Maybe there's a play to be made here.
Barb Barrel in on the Mother Witch. Evo Battle Ram trying to pop around the outside.
Unbelievable.
A little bit of damage on that left-hand lane here. But Riley able to clock it up, clog the lane, and Arden walks away. He knows it's over. Arden Toas eliminated. Riley continues on to our top 12.
Unbelievable stuff. My heart goes out to Arden, going from repeated card. Pretty much you earned a win versus Adriel, but you just repeated one card. You go down the lower bracket, like you always say, Rich, from frying pan into the fire, straight into Riley. And Riley's gameplay here was just textbook. I mean, you were very patient with your E-Barbs. You use your E-Barbs to counter the opposing E-Barbs. You use your skeletons and your other cards to keep your E-Barbs healthy. And then you just run it down with the Evo E-Barbs. As soon as he gets that massive damage lead, he just sets up defense. He's got cannon cards on the map. He's got mortars ready to go. He's got fireballs out on Mother Witches when he needs to. And from there, it was just so difficult for Arden to break through.
Well, a rough one for Arden. Riley, of course, now playing not just for cash, but also to improve his seeding position at World Finals, as those points are going to be critical for who you get in your first round matchup. But now we go back up to the upper bracket, where we have 4 upper bracket matchups, 8 players trying to make their way just one step closer to a golden ticket. 2 of those players already golden ticket holders in terms of Mohamed Light and Pedro. And most of those players already guaranteed for World Finals. Sub, Mugi, Asaf, and Adriel, all with enough points to unofficially lock in a World Finals berth. It's Coco and EGW both trying to make their case, both trying to get that done this weekend. And again, the point situation here is absolutely fascinating. We'll get some adjustments here as some of these players, you see on the where it says plus 150, all these players are actually guaranteed more than 150 now, so we'll work on getting that adjusted so that you can see the actual placement in just a little bit. But with that win for Grieco again, Grieco now guaranteed top 12, which unofficially locks him in for a World Finals berth. So congrats to Grieco.
Okay.
And
I was really confused because on the graphic it said that Riley won, but then I was reading some chatters and they were like, that was only one game. So I think we actually have game 2 Riley Arden. I apologize. I did not catch that.
the challenges of remote production, folks. Thanks for staying with us.
I was just like waiting to see what you were going to say. Anyways, we got Drill Valk versus Piggies and a delivery. So it seems like Riley's just in the driver's seat right now in a really good spot with multiple Royal Hogs counters. And then Arden does have log for Drill, but we've seen how consistent Drill is for connecting. Piggies are consistent too, but seems like Riley's in a solid spot.
And fairly slow pace of play. And then as soon as that, Arden goes right at the bridge. And again, you talk about, I was saying this about the sort of the knock on Arden's gameplay. And when you talk about some of the players who are really top tier, and we've talked about Mohamed Light having this skill in spades. I think Adriel's another guy who's really good at this. A lot of the players who are really playing at that upper level have a good sense for when to go, when to pressure, and when to hold. And it's, I think, one of the things that Arden has struggled with throughout his career is maintaining that sense of when you go all out and when you hold back a little bit.
Let's see if he's going to make that happen right here. I think it's a little bit more, I don't know, straightforward, I would guess that would be the word, versus Roll Hogs, though. Roll Hogs are just super easy to apply pressure to the bridge and then use those cycle cards to defend for cheap. And that's his goal right now. And he's going to do it right here. Lots of damage coming through. Despite the Valkyrie, despite the snowball, despite the bomber and the delivery, he still gets piggies to connect. And then from there, it's just whether he can stop this Evo drill from connecting the tower.
And you like the Electro Spirit idea, trying to create a King Tower activation for Arden. Didn't make it happen.
Trying to think of what Riley could do to get some damage right now. Which is definitely more difficult ever since the drill nerf to be consistent in the damage. Because it's kind of putting everything, all the damage in whether Arden can defend or not. And if he can, he will do just that.
Hero Valk takes care of the Doctor, so not going to get the ability for extra damage here. Anyways, Arden Toa still has the damage lead.
Wow, nice
And he's
snowball.
been forced to use... It's a nice snowball, but he also has been forced to use that snowball defensively quite a bit.
True. Wait a second.
Wow!
Hero Valkyrie ability pops. The bomb tower doesn't pull it back. It gets another swing as well. And then the snowball prediction on Archer, and all of a sudden Riley is right back into the game.
Riley does not get the last stab for the lead, but he does make it into a contest. Now Poisons to get the last Archer off. And Riley, with that, will take the slight lead as we go into the critical final 60 seconds.
Tesla plus delivery, super solid defensively. Pre-snowball, since the log has already been used, does put the archers away, but Arden locks down that defense successfully. And here comes another round of piggies, this time with a pre-bomber, fire spirit delivery, unbelievable plays. Oh no, is it gonna happen
And
again?
the Valk ability too high here this time. You were worried
There you
about
go.
it. Poison takes a couple piggies off of their wings. Final 23 seconds. Lightning to add to the lead. Arden needs to hold. Up against the Poison plus Evo drill. Snowball tries to predict, and it does. Will he get the damage? He gets the damage. Riley putting the pressure on.
Lightning?
Poison down, lightning, and the lightning just barely does it. Unbelievable. Arden stays alive against the odds. 28 HP. We're going to game 3.
Oh my goodness. We thought Arden lost the best of 3 after the first game. And then he comes back. He's winning the entire match. Riley makes a crazy play and he evens it up. And then I thought it was over again. I thought Arden was down. I thought he was out. The lightning gets down the last second. The poison isn't able to tick enough in time. And Arden is still in the running here, Rich.
Arden staying alive. Guy who's beaten the odds. Has to do one more win here against Riley to keep the momentum going, to keep his dreams alive. But what a bounce back. And what a way to hold that one off, too. Riley out of his mind with the plays and the predictions, able to turn that one into a contest. A couple of big sequences, but Arden locks it down, sends us to game number 3. And we're going to get our game 3 view up here in just a moment as they get all the cards sorted and tell us who still has what. And I am very, very curious to what Arden goes with in game number 3. Game number 1 for Arden, bridge spam. Game number 2 for Arden, similarly kind of spammy with the pigs. Played both of them very much at the bridge, but played both of those games very, very high. Curious what he does in his third and final this time around.
Wow. All right, we're looking at the lock cards. So it seems like Arden's playstyle is aggression, but he likes to pair that best with solid defense. And that's what we saw really nicely with this Piggies deck. He also tried the Batarang, but he didn't have that solid defense to back that one up with a heavier deck. So the other ways that he could do this is potentially Hog Earthquake. Another option for Arden would be potentially some Drill, kind of copying the deck that Riley just played, looking at what Riley could do. Specifically with the spells that Riley has available, he's kind of used a decent amount. No, I mean, yeah, he's used the Fireball, used the Poison. I guess the Lightning's like his last really solid option. So maybe Lightning Piggies or Lightning Royal Giant. Any other thoughts here, Rich, on this Lost card table?
Well, the big one I have is the Ice Spirit. This time is in fact open for Arden Toas. So last match he won with that Drill Evo Snowball with basically the same deck that he just lost to. He won with that deck against Adriel. That was a big one, and I think he has most of the cards for that one open. We'll have to make some adjustments. And then he really enjoyed. He played Hog Lightning. Can't play Hog Lightning, obviously, but could play another Hog variant with the Ice Spirit. So Ice Spirit being open definitely leaves some possibilities of things that he's been solid with so far on the weekend.
Yeah. Evo E-Barbs used by both players, but no Hero Berserkers played yet. I think Hero Berserker makes a lot of sense for a hero slot, but probably a little bit more sense for, I want to say, for Riley, because he doesn't have to worry about Piggies anymore. Hero Berserker's really good for stuff like Hog Rider, Royal Giant, those single unit cards. It's not quite as good versus multi-target units like a Royal Hogs, because it takes time to switch between those units, and any time switching between units is time wasted that the Hero Berserker could be shredding in the ability state.
So both sides working on stuff. In the previous matchup against Adriel, Arden ran Piggies, then ran Drill, then ran Hog Rider. This time he's run Bridge Spam Piggies. So we'll see if he's going to go a different direction or go to that Drill or that Hog Rider. Overall, outside of the aforementioned archetypes, he has definitely run some Mortar Cannon Cart, has favored a lot of Royal Giant, played a ton of RG in the earlier stages. We'll see if he opts to go that direction. Nope, Arden goes Drill. Let's see what Riley has chosen to cover.
Man, I'm so glad that you talked about like how aggressive Arden is. I didn't really have it in my mind that he was like that aggressive of a player, but you're so right. This man's playing Drill before he's even full on Elixir. He just wants in there. He wants the Drill in the tower right away, and he wants the game to begin. He doesn't get the connection this time, but we'll see if it'll work out for him here as the time on the clock continues to tick down.
And there you go. You talked about it. Riley playing just a regular Berserker, not a Hero Berserker.
Interesting.
That's it. That's really interesting. So this is the big question. Does he have something else in that Evo or Hero slot, or did he not put it in the right slot?
That's a good question, actually, because he has the Mighty Miner, he has the Piggies, and he doesn't have Evo Cannon. And last cards are, okay, Evo Baby Dragon, of course. Evo Baby Dragon, Piggies. It's such a weird combo, but there is like a lot of synergy between the Evo Baby Dragon and Royal Hogs. You just speed them straight to the tower to get even more consistent damage.
It does give him a little more slash damage for dealing with these drills, although no phenomenal drill counter. Like, you have some decent drill counters. You'll see the play of the Ice Spirit log combination a lot. The Berserker log combo you'll see a fair bit.
Yep. But yeah, like you mentioned, that it's just like the most important thing is to save that log for the drill. Fortunately, there's not really any other obvious targets for the log, but you have to be careful. Like, I've made the mistake so many times of like, oh, I want to cycle really quickly, so I use a log on offense. Just save it for the drill. And this is kind of the situation you get in without the log for that drill. Those goblins just seem to be really consistent in connecting without it.
Piggy's down. And now here we go. Baby Dragon trying to target that Tesla. Piggies get evaporated. And now he's trying to cycle right back. Riley's trying to cycle right back.
Exactly. Valkyrie's there. Mighty Miner on defense. Will he play the Piggies? I think he's going to go for him right now. Baby Dragon does two-shot Bomber as well.
They get a little bit of juice, and they get a few touches.
Wow. Berserker even gets a little stab.
And maybe Riley recognizing that the ability to hold off against the damage of these poison drills and triples is going to be really brutal. And every point of damage before triple elixir is going to be important.
Yep. Evo Pigs and Psycho now. Tesla up high. Plus delivery. Really nice combo. Having to kite that Baby Dragon over. One Piggy does not make it to the tower, just barely. Baby Dragon continuing to be annoying, honestly. Makes sense, because you want to use the Tesla, but the Tesla's only air defense. You want to use it on the Piggies. So this Baby Dragon's actually really annoying as an aggressive card play to the bridge. Oh, he's messed up his timing.
Snowball goes to nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Like, I'll try and quickly explain what's trying to happen there. If you hit the Ice Spear onto the Bomber, as soon as the log hits it, you can hit it while it's stunned. It's kind of a new tech that maybe the players aren't ready for, because Bomber didn't used to one-shot these spirits, but now it does.
Baby Dragon just hanging in the no man's land. Good Ice Spirit to hold, but Riley has to find a way to break through. Has not had much success.
Wow, this is
Lightning here as the final card.
Yes, yes, definitely. He's going to play it now. Great call. Tesla drops down. Evo Piggies and Cycles sped up by Evo Baby Dragon. Wow.
No
Defense
touches.
is too good.
Lead for Riley. 20 seconds left. Poison plus drill for Arden. Riley might get the last conversation. He might get the last shot. Snowball very late. Does nothing. Lightning. Poison will not tick enough. And Arden, despite completely flipping the script, finds himself on the bad end of the result in game number 3 and giving it up to Riley, who stays alive.
I'm just speechless. What an insane game. I was just like on the edge of my seat the entire time. Every goblin hit, every piggy hit matters so much. But Riley holds on for dear life. He gets those piggies down, and and then when it comes down to the end, it's just lightning does more damage than poison. And that's really how he finished it out.
Well, and you have a couple of exchanges too where the Arden, we talk about Arden being hyper aggressive, like the timing always kind of being one of the challenging points for him. More than once we saw the snowball come in with where Riley either it was Arden didn't time the snowball well, or more likely Riley timed his responses anticipating that the snowball was just coming immediately. And there were more than one of those in the later stages where the snowball did nothing to help for those drills. And that ended up being a very thin difference, and one that one better snowball could have made the difference on.
I know. Like, that is the synergy, right? Between a snowball and a drill. Get the right timing. That's the difference between a goblin hitting our tower or not. And that's literally all the difference of that match was. It was one more goblin hit. Can you get one more goblin hit?
And now that does officially eliminate Arden Toas from both World Finals and the LCQ. Or, sorry, that does, I will say unofficially, but that does, from unofficial point tabulations, eliminate Arden Toas from both World Finals and the LCQ. And now, as we did this all earlier on, we can turn our focus to the upper bracket quarterfinals, where we have two players in EGW and Coco both fighting for a chance to make it to Worlds, against players who all have already officially or unofficially punched their tickets and booked their trips. Here we go, looking at the point totals. And as you can see, Greco, with the plus 200 that he's locked in, has leapfrogged both Morton and Viper. So Viper needs someone above him to win a golden ticket to get back into that top 12. If that doesn't happen, he is done. The other piece of this is that EGW, with one more win, I believe would be enough to leapfrog Viper and make that suddenly impossible. And if EGW can make the top 6, he would also jump over Morton and put Morton in that same situation where he needs someone above him to win a golden ticket. So EGW's next matchup is going to be maybe the most consequential of the entire Saturday, as we'll be seeing him take on Adriel as the final match on our day. What a great match that's going to be to close out this Saturday. Can't wait for that one to come up. First, though, we have to start at the top of our upper bracket, where we have a 2-time world champion in Mugi, who will be making an appearance at World Finals based on the points that you saw just there, against Coco, who needs to just have an absolute run today if he doesn't want to have to face the LCQ. Juice, a lot of people talk about Mugi doesn't play that much, doesn't practice that much, kind of gets by on talent alone, not on hard work, but he keeps on being here, right? He's going to be at World Finals again. He's going to have a legitimate shot at tying Mohamed Light for 3 world championships.
Yep.
People last month we put in our predictions for winners and underdogs, and I just put Mugi as the winner because it was spicy. It was kind of a spicy pick. People were flaming me online for it, but it seems like no matter what, Mugi, whether he picks up his phone once a day or picks up his phone once a month, he is a contender at Clash Royale League.
Absolutely. I think the other thing that I usually mention or talk about with Mugi is it seems like he really struggles to get good matchups, and instead, once again, just relying on his sheer skill and talent through that. But in the previous best of 3, he had a couple really solid matchups, and he just made it look super easy. He was moving like a mode light, honestly, in round 1. So let's see if he can continue that, pick up some decent matchups, and just absolutely dominate in some more best of 3s here.
And the defensive drill to secure the defense against those piggies. And not a bad defensive drill, especially early in a game, especially when you don't have the Evo in cycle at the moment. Goes in, makes the preventative defense, gets the Evo in cycle, or closer to cycle. Oh, he's actually not running Evo drill. Never mind. Running Evo, snowball, and cannon.
Yeah, and then
it's
on
the
the
second
other
time I've started
hand,
that.
yeah, no. But on the other hand, Mugi just got the piggies, and it's just, I'm starting to think it's gross how good these piggies are, because it's just like, I don't know, it does remind me of Drill when it initially came out, where it's just like these goblins are always hitting tower no matter what I do type of thing. And that's just where piggies are kind of have fallen now. Like, as all the other spells and win conditions and different cards get nerfed in the game, like, it just starts to be that every little bit of damage matters so very much. So, I mean, it makes sense why, getting one piggy snout to the tower could be super important. But it just, I don't know. It seems like it's almost limiting the deck pool. It seems like, we're not seeing Miner really as much. We're not even seeing his Hog as much. It's just piggies, Mortar, and then I guess some sort of like E-Barb's bridge spam seem to really be just taking the meta by storm right now.
I was going to say how impressive it was that Mugi didn't take any damage from that previous drill plus Demolisher sequence, and then here he goes, takes a couple of big throws of dynamite, and suddenly gives him a pretty big lead in our 3rd minute of play.
Yeah, but then once again, those Evo piggies are in cycle, and then a win condition that is already very consistent becomes even more threatening. Nice Gobstein ability, nice lightning from Mugi, but an even better snowball from Coco. Unbelievable play, I think. But once again, like you've always mentioned, anytime you can force out that Evo snowball, I mean, that's a win for Mugi, right?
Anytime you can make it not be on offense for drill,
right.
That's absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Splitting the attention Offensively now is Coco, Snowball plus Drill to one side, Poison working on the other side.
Steins a threat.
Important lead here for Mugi. Now opens up a bit more.
Man.
16-16.
Yeah, I think MVPs of the day are simply Goblinstein and Royal Hogs. But in this situation, Mugi is using both of them in the same deck, and it's really showing up for some solid damage.
Well defended. And a little Evo Archer attack on the left-hand side. And Coco trying to turn this into a bridge fight has really been putting the pressure on and forcing Mugi to fight on his side of the map for a little while.
But the Gobstein monster just sneaks through for yet another hit. Heading to double elixir, it's just going to get worse. See, you play drill on offense, and you try to bait out enough elixir, but it doesn't matter. The lightning still drops, and Archer sneaks on your tower, and the bar barrel continues to consistently defend these goblin drills.
And this lead is just so huge. It's going to need a mistake out of Mugi or something insane out of Coco to change this one.
Yeah, but then the perfect archers drop down there. Wow.
Very aggressive cycle from Coco, trying to make it close. Piggies looking to break through. Coco also trying to make sure that lightning isn't a factor here. Evo Snowball, one big connection.
Evo Cannon doing its best. Ice Spirit gonna freeze everything, but another lightning down. Snowball forced on defense, and that is gonna be a clean game for Mugi. He just locked down the defense with those barbarian barrels. You got lightnings on offense paired with the Gobstein monster and the Royal Hogs, and just a simple victory once again. I mean, these deck picks for Mugi are really solid.
Yeah, that was beautiful pick from Mugi, but more importantly, beautiful job of forcing the snowballs on defense over and over and over again and not giving your opponent to score, right? If your opponent doesn't have a chance to score, you're in pretty good shape consistently. And Mugi making sure that that was the story from bell to bell. And again, we are in the upper bracket now, so no eliminations in our next 4 matches. But certainly the upper bracket path dramatically easier, especially for Coco, who will need a golden ticket today or this weekend if he wants to qualify directly to World Finals and avoid the gauntlet that is our last chance qualifier. An absolute brutal experience where only one player will make it out for that final spot. Of course, that'll be coming to you next month. And you can see the ranking differential. Coco comes into the weekend 43rd, or is 43rd overall. Mugi now in a comfy spot as he has moved up the points with a berth to World Finals. And I've said in the past, I think that they need to start making either pins or badges or rings or some sort of thing to give the players who are multiple time World Finalists, because now you're getting to a point where some of these guys I think we'll have some people who are going to be 6-time World Finalists at this next one, including, of course, our 3-time World Champion will be a 6-time World Finalist. But yeah, the consistency over the years for some of these players is tremendous.
Yeah, I think consistency once again is like one of the biggest things to shoot for if you're a pro, because I mean, winning one monthly final, or like really shooting out there and doing something crazy once. Sometimes it's enough for you to qualify. Sometimes it's enough, but a lot of the times, I mean, think about it. The amount of golden tickets that we're giving away compared to the amount of people that are going to qualify via a point system is just vastly different. But also, I think consistency plays a big part in your adaptability too. Like if you are consistent in, maybe it's not consistency plays a part in adaptability, but I think that consistency is a badge that you wear that shows that you're good at adaptability. So,
well, you talk about that and how different the metas have been year to year. Are there consistencies? Absolutely. But the 2021 game, our first year of solo play, the 21 game, the 22 game, even the 23 game, looks so different from the 2026 game. And you have players who have qualified for all of those solo world finals. We have some players who played in teams world finals, which is a very, very different game,
Right.
both in terms of what they had to do as a team player, but also what the actual head-to-head gameplay looked like, who are going to be or are trying to be at world finals this weekend or this upcoming November. So be able to be consistent in terms of the grind for those years, but also adaptability, the word of the day, adaptability over seasons, as the game is almost in many ways unrecognizable from 5-6 years ago.
Absolutely. Hog coming in. Game 2, best of 3. Hog Rider, Ice Spirit, and Mighty Miner E-Spirit from Coco might just be a straight up Hog Mirror matchup, which honestly makes a lot of sense. I think Hog is super strong. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it almost seems quote unquote anti-meta, being able to counter both Mortar and heavy E-Bar's Bridge Fam decks.
And after a little bit of early exchange, we now have a bit of a slowdown here.
Man, Wizard for Coco. That is not good. Why is that not good, you might ask? It is simply, once again, another card that can reach the tower. And it matters so much. Yes, it does lead to a king activation. The Firecracker I'm talking about specifically. But the Wizard's just not going to have that ability to get some damage in.
So as a note here, talking about total qualifications, only one player has officially qualified for 6 World Finals in the CRL era, and that is Mohamed Light. Elsiop has 5 World Finals if you include his qualification in 2017 for CCGS. Of course, he didn't appear in that one. Tied for second with 5 qualifications coming into the year, Lucas, Morton, Mugi, and Vitor. And a few of those players will be making their 6th appearance alongside Mohamed Light, so they will join him as a 6-time world finalist once we have this weekend shake out and we know all the results.
Love the patience there. Understanding the pre-lightning is most likely dropping down. Just saving the cannon, going Mighty Miner instead. Really solid play. Guards from Coco. That's even worse. Because now not only do you have no Firecracker for chip damage, we also have extremely slow cycle clogged up by the guards, making it difficult to outcycle or just get more Hog Riders on the board in general.
Hog into the left-hand lane. Cannon initially doesn't get it. Nice little bump by the Ice Spirit there.
Beautiful. 3 Earthquake. Actually does connect. Misplaced by Coco. And the Firecracker, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. That little bit of chip damage right there, that's going to happen throughout the game. It already has been happening throughout the game. There's only a minute 40 left, and you see a 600 damage difference because of it.
So interesting seeing the difference in Hog Rider play over the years. The idea of starting Hog Rider low years ago was almost unbelievable. They don't want to ever think about starting. Like, it doesn't make any sense to put a Hog Rider behind tower, but timing and placements has changed so dramatically where there isn't just the hog spot anymore. There are a lot of hog spots.
Yeah. I think it's like one of the biggest questions I get, or maybe it's just one of the biggest questions I like to answer. But this idea of going hog in the back, we're going to see it right here from Coco. He is basically playing the hog in the back because he wants to supplement the fact that he doesn't have a very quick cycle. I like to call hog in the back poor man's 3-card cycle. And wow, I mean, yeah, it's just the problem is that Mugi's just faster though. He just has a faster deck, so it's not going to break through.
Hog in. Lightning looking to clear, nothing to support. And the cannon too low in HP for the Lightning to target it, so Hog doesn't even break through.
Another Hog from Mugi. Pre-Earthquake for Tesla. He gets it. With the King active, even with the King active, is not going to be enough. E-Spirit is late, trying to distract the Firecracker and jump on the Hog at the same time. Can't make that double duty happen. And, yes, it's definitely a difficult situation for Kogo, but Mugi, I mean, Mugi is Mugi, man. If you're going to put yourself in a mirror matchup versus him, even if it was a straight mirror matchup, that's already a difficult task. Mugi taking 2-0 victory versus Coco. Going to send him down to the lower bracket and continue through.
Mugi is such a fun way to put it. Yeah, Mugi is Mugi, yes. 100%. One of the all-time greats, and he will move on into the upper bracket semifinals where he will await the winner of our next matchup between Sub and Mohamed Light. And that's one of those things where, you know, people were talking earlier, and I mentioned this before this matchup, where when I picked Mugi for last month, people were like, oh, that's a ridiculous pick. I can't believe you would pick him. Shameful. People were shaming me. They were angry that I had picked Mugi. I'll tell you this right now. If Mugi is Mugi's a guy who gets ready for World Finals. If Mugi's starting to play well in this second half of the season, in this ramp towards World Finals, that should be very scary for everybody.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot, actually. Whenever Mugi makes it to World Finals, just this idea of like, man, a practice Mugi is a scary Mugi. A Mugi that has a good coach he's getting good matchups like he just did. This is another best of 3 where in the 4 games he's played today, he's had a solid matchup, like a 55-60% matchup. If you give Mugi that, you are in a terrible position. I don't know what you're going to do. Which is also why I'm excited to see who's going to win this upcoming best of 3, to see who's going to play against Mugi. I would love to see a repeat of the 2022 World Finals, of Mo versus Mugi finals.
2021 World Finals, the first, the online season.
Yes.
Where Mugi ended up winning it. A tough matchup. Mugi went Loon Freeze in the final game, and Mo had, I think, a cannon and a musketeer or something. Like it was brutal for Mohamed Light.
Hilarious. But yeah, hopping in, we have Mo and Sub. As you mentioned, this one is the repeat of last year's World Finals. The runner-up versus the champ. Let's see if Sub's going to change his name from King of Consistency to King of Clash Royale here.
And a Skarmy. So Princess and Skarmy in this bait variation, double bait variation out of Sub. I mean, it makes sense of a double bait variation. Just, you know, we have not seen very much Skeleton Army, especially not the Evo one as of late. And Princess making her second appearance on the day.
You think these two were like, you know what? The meta's been boring this month. Everyone's just playing Pigs, Drill, and Hog. Do you want to play some Evo Skarmy bait mirror matchup with neither of us having a log or bar barrel or anything? This is just going to be a sheer aggressive matchup here.
Yeah, this is certainly pretty wild. Good timing on the Valk there against the Suspicious Bush. I think I saw someone dress up as Suspicious Bush in Atlanta last year. I know there were some guys dressed up as goblins.
Yeah. I've done a cosplay. I've done a Suspicious Bush one.
You've done most of them by this point, I feel like.
Definitely we've done a few. My next one coming up is the Log cosplay. I'm not sure what's going to happen there.
You're going to dress as the Log?
Yep.
All right. Everyone go subscribe to Juicy I think on Twitch is his primary. I mean, he's everywhere. And I need screenshots.
Can we talk about something else, please? Let's talk about... You mentioned the Valkyrie. I think the Valkyrie is actually a big difference maker compared to Skelly King here. think it's going to shred. I think that might give Sub a slight advantage. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, like, you see the ability being popped really high there to clean up. But, you know, you talk about cards, you know, the Golden Knight effect, where you kind of have to think about how the Golden Knight or Magic Archer effect, 2 cards where they make you think about your defensive placement more because of the potential for an offensive turn.
Right.
And the Hero Valkyrie does the same thing, right? You kind of have to play a little higher, a little further away from your tower to prevent that ridiculous swirly bounce from connecting and doing a ton of damage.
True. Wallbreaker's Bridge. Cannon absorbs and prevents that potential Valkyrie play that you're talking about. Vines for Mo. Once again, this is a... Okay, wait. He might have... No, he's back to Valk. He still gets some damage, though. I think, like, that's the advantage that Mo has, right? You know, Sub has that Valk, but Vines for Mo is going to give him chances for connection.
And look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Right? The Skarmy letting that Valk get into the second level. Ice Spirit doesn't take care of business on the right entirely, so the Valk has to come out to cover. Princess doing her job. Lead for Sub. That left-hand lane, about 500 HP difference, maybe a little bit more, or a little bit less, I mean.
And then a Vines force on defense on that last Goblin Barrel. And then Sub's going to instantly take the opportunity, start spamming Princess's Dark Goblins. No Vines in cycle. I'm going to do this now. This is what he's thinking.
And looking to get on top of, yes, and he does, getting on top of the Dark Goblin for one more Princess Splash. 2 Princesses and a Dark Goblin on the board. And a Wallbreaker almost connects, doesn't quite do it.
Oh my goodness. It goes all the way over to the Dark Gob. Hero Valkyrie is MVP right now with 27 seconds left. I don't know how Mo gets through this Princess Dark Gob spam. Oh my. And there it goes again.
That's just bonkers. That's just bonkers. That's just insane. That's chaotic. And that is GG Sub with the win in game number 1. And this is, let's keep an eye on this one. This is a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Because you have 2 competing factors here. You have one that Mohamed Light and Pedro already have golden tickets. So if either of them makes it to the final game, then that the golden ticket can pass on down from the champion. But on the other hand, when you're talking about Viper and talking about Morton in terms of trying to make it into World Finals on points, if someone above them like Sub or like Mugi can win the golden ticket, then suddenly they bump back up on the point scale again. So just chaotic movement back and forth as Sub and Mohamed Light battle for position.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of moving parts there with potentially Morton and Viper. Then you also talk about seeding, right? You know, whoever continues on here might be able to get better seeding. Unless the Mo just might have so many points that he's like kind of locked up #1 seed. I'm unsure about that.
I think Mohamed is the guaranteed #1 seed. He came in having over 2,000 points. The next closest person is Sandbox with like 1,600. So nobody's close to unseeding Mohamed Light as the #1 seed going through the weekend. Currently, as it stands, it's Mohamed, Sandbox, and Pedro as 1, 2, and 3. Sub has leapfrogged Clown as the #4 seed, with Clown's golden ticket holding him currently at #5. But you still have Adriel, Asaf, Riley, Mugi, Greek. A lot of people still in the mix to mess with that seeding overall. So we'll see how they shake out.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Sub actually beating Mo. Small upset, game 1. We're heading to game 2. There's still a lot of cards open here. I mean, you talk about it a lot, this importance of saving certain cards for later in the best of 3. I think both players kind of had the idea in game 1. Use something a little weird. Only using Vines for a spell. I'm not even sure Sub even had a spell. So he just did a great job of conserving lots of spells, keeping lots of things open here for game 2. I guess the only other big difference maker is potentially the Hero Valkyrie. Like, that has been used in some other bridge spam decks. But I think the Hero Valkyrie really got its place here in game 1. And then game 2, he has so many options for pigs, for Evo E-Barbs, and everything else.
And they both played a very different look in their first matchups. Mohamed Light against Doom played Piggies and played Hog Lightning. The opposite side of things, Sub against Saudi in the first round played Hog EQ and played Royal Giant E-Barbs. So very different looks when they've played against those players versus when they face off in this rematch of last year's championship in Atlanta. And I like what you're talking about, where like are we looking at something where they're trying to play cards that don't make a lot of other appearances here, right? The Skarmy, first time seeing it on the day, and we see it across from each other in this one.
And in game 2, Mo's going straight with the mortar. It makes sense. Seems like it's just the best deck in the game right now. Sub with a drill deck. Drill, Fire Spirit. Most likely we're going to see the Snowball, Drill, Poison, and a Tesla, actually, since he's already used Cannon. Probably going to be the last 3 cards from Sub. And then on the question of like who actually has matchup, I'm not gonna lie, I played this drill deck. I love this drill deck. I have lost so many games versus mortar decks like this. So difficult to perfectly defend while also getting damage. And it's gonna be even more difficult ever since the drill has gotten nerfed. And you have to now also worry about Evo E-Barbs. I guess I will say though, like, Berserker is probably one of the best counters to Evo Barbs in the game, just using that ability to really lock them down.
What do you think about Tesla in this matchup against the Drill versus the Cannon?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Cannon is a lot better. It's cheaper. You can actually get even elixir trades versus the skeleton. Sorry, I guess there is no skeleton barrel, but I would just say, just in general, it being cheaper is better. And then even the Evo can be sometimes helpful for stuff like minions and stuff.
No damage either direction through the first 2 minutes of gameplay. Double elixir on its way, and Sub maybe heard me, decided to get some damage on the board. And Evo Mortar down, picked up by the Berserker, who immediately gets the ability.
I really like this decision to play the Poison on Mortar. Something that I've learned from playing this matchup is just this idea that this Evo Mortar is such a threat. You just got to get a Poison on it when it's Evo'd. Decides not to hit tower, though, and just play it super safe. Not sure if that is the right play, but let's see if he can get some damage with this drill.
Patient there. No ability on the Berserker in that exchange. Evo Drill trying to get damage instead. The Poison will be what gets the first ticks on the right-hand lane for Sub, and that will give him a very slight lead. I mean, this first 3 minutes, we basically could have just not played as we get into our sudden death overtime. A highly defensive matchup through the first 180 seconds.
Interesting Poison yet again. Once again, just giving a lot of respect to this cannon cart and how strong it really can be. It's almost a secondary win condition in this deck.
Evo Mortar on the right-hand side. Poison not there for it as Sub has to contend with a lot coming down the left-hand lane. Tesla holding, will take a little bit of damage on that left-hand side. Back to the Tesla. And somehow able to control this Evo Mortar. Sub playing a very clean game in a very tight situation. He's going to give up, though, I think, a shot on the right-hand side. No, the Fire Spirit did get the pickup.
Oh, but it does
the connection
lock.
on the left-hand side.
This is another reason, like in your question earlier, another reason why Tesla is really kind of sucks, actually, versus this Mortar deck is because anytime it goes underground for 1 second, that's just a Mortar lock. That's what we're seeing right here as everything starts to pile down.
And late activation of the Berserker ability. A lot of damage in, though, due to the Goblinstein.
Solid Snowball, great Poison, but a perfect Skellies for Mo. Counters that quite nicely. Tesla up high, trying to defend. But defense isn't what he needs right now. But that's also why Mo's pressuring.
Cannon Cart turns back to help. Fireball, just to add a little insurance. And this is looking like game number 3.
Evo Drill Poison, last chance, 3 seconds left. Pfizer trying to distract, but it is simply not enough. And Molight's going to, like you said, take game number 2, force game 3, and he just makes it. I keep saying it, but man, that was just simple. That was really simple how he just continued to apply pressure, use the cards that he knew were advantageous. That's like probably one of the biggest keys in Clash Royale that I see like separate, you know, an average player from a great player is understanding the value of a card in any given situation. This is like one situation or kind of idea that is actually very comparable to chess. Like sometimes in chess, if you have a really nice bishop on one side of the board, it can be more valuable than, let's say, a cannon cart. And it's like, or sorry, not a cannon cart, a rook. And it's just a very similar idea of like, sometimes there's certain cards in your deck that will be more valuable despite being less elixir cost. And that's exactly what Mo did here. He realized the value in the certain cards that he needed, like the cannon cart and like the mortar, and then he just applied pressure and cycled multiple of those.
And I will say that I think in chess, most of the time a bishop more valuable than a cannon cart. So I think you were right. I think you were right the first time there, Juice. As we look at the deck situation going into game number 3, a lot of some overlap between the two. Both players played skeletons. Both players no longer have cannon. We did just see the mortar cannon cart deck with the Evo E-Barbs. Evo E-Barbs available still for sub. And on the other side of things, the Hero Berserker available for Mohamed Light. So we'll see kind of if that interplay comes back in. Dark Goblin gone for both as they played those bait-style decks in game number 1. And razor thin between these two as it has been. Do you expect, though, Juice, with so many cycle cards still available, Log still available, Snowball available on one side, Barbarrel on the other, Spirits available en masse for these guys, you know, even with sub having used 2 of them, still a lot of Spirits. Do you expect this to stay in the realm of cycle, or will someone maybe break it open and go a little heavier?
That's a tough one. I think that both these players are, at their core, cycle control players. So I think that the heavier decks, although they are a little bit better in this meta, potentially with Evo E-Barbs and different stuff like that, I think that we're much more likely to see stuff like Pigs, like Hog Rider, Goblin Barrel Drill. Probably not a Miner. Miner's been nerfed a lot. Also, Rocket's been nerfed. So even though both these players are great Miner Rocket, great Miner Poison players as well, it's a little bit less likely.
Well, both sides taking their time getting ready for the game number 3. Of course, we are in the upper bracket on this one. Nobody has lost out of these two players yet in a match, so the loser here will drop down to face off against Greco in the lower bracket. And Greco, of course, has already just barely, unofficially qualified on points for World Finals with making the top 12. So much less frightening prospect for Greco than you would normally imagine in this situation. And of course, Greco a tough out for either Sub or Mohamed Light. Winner will go on to face Mugi. Great matchup either way, whether it's Mohamed or Sub. Of course, if Mohamed Light and Mugi face off in this matchup tomorrow, that's going to be one that everyone's tuning in to see. One of the all-time great matchups. A matchup between, if that does happen, between the only 2 people to ever win a solo CRL World Finals. Of our 5 World Finals, Mohamed Light has won 3 of them. Mugi has won 2 of them.
That's absurd, actually. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, only 2 people have ever been a solo world final or world champion. That's unbelievable.
Both of those players will be making their 6th World Finals appearance in Shanghai. Mohamed for every single one of our solo World Finals. Mugi missed 2024, but did appear in the World Finals in 2020 as part of Ponos in our last year of teams.
Man, I'm just so fascinated about how like the margins are becoming so thin for these games that even a monk ability chip with there's no other reason except for I just need this small amount of monk damage on the tower right now. Even that is a play that is maybe supposed to be made, but there's a big punish from Mo here on the right after getting a really nice wow, and then he lets some damage go on the left though to conserve for roll delivery right. Overall, Mo ends up being up like 100 damage. Fascinating plays all around.
We'll see if Sub can turn Royal Giant into a winner as we get into the later stages of this one. Sub did win with Royal Giant against Saudi. Very different variation in that matchup. Was running E-Barbs, the E-Barbs double spirit variation with the Phoenix. And here he goes, first RG.
Bar Barrel, Berserker.
Oh
ability,
my!
E-Spirit plus Fisherman. RG gets a shot. Once again, we see a small damage trade, about 100 HP on both sides. Mo continues to be in the lead. Really interesting how Sub basically knew that Mo was forced to play either Drill or Piggies, and then he just has solid Piggies counters. The Piggies are being controlled fairly well, but on the other hand, Mo is just super ready to go for RG in this situation with the guards and Tesla. Great ways to counter RG Fireball.
And the ability does get activated for the hero Berserker. She gets on tower.
Jeez.
The Piggies do a lot of damage, 1644. Royal Giant with a slightly over 10% use rate this weekend so far. 28.5% win rate on this Saturday. And looking like that win rate could fall further if things continue on the same pace as Sub sets up RG in the back.
It's what you gotta do. RG in the back, try to build up that double dual lane pressure. But once again, the biggest problem is not only the guards and not having a log for those guards, but these archers. Archers and evil archers apply so much DPS. They have so much DPS for such a cheap amount of elixir. It's a great way to just chunk Royal Giants off the map.
And now switching lanes into the weak side goes Sub. Minute 20 remaining. Has to maybe fireball the Evo Archers here. Barely gets enough elixir for it. Tesla back in cycle in time. RG's not going to connect.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that bar barrel was a little bit aggressive on that last sequence. Because without the barbarian barrel, and then he's giving up a really fat lightning here. Mo actually decides to not take it, which makes sense. He's up enough damage, he can actually get a delivery down for way cheaper.
Triple elixir. Can Sub get a pair of RGs on the board at the same time? Kind of a heavier version of Royal Giant. Not as easy to cycle and get a second one down. He will be back to it here. Let's see if he doubles down.
RG does not get the shot on the left side, but then it actually walks up and locks in tower for 2 hits. And then we see this push on the right. Monk ability, deflecting the tower, keeping the wizard and RG healthy with a ghost, a fisherman in the left lane, and another fisherman on the right. RG's locked and Mo's out of elixir.
Oh my! Sub! Can he defend this last second? And he does! Gets the tower down, and Sub defeats Mohamed Light, prevents the champion versus champion matchup, at least for a little while longer, and moves in to the upper bracket semifinals.
Man, I think this is the first time that we've actually seen Royal Giant be played with OG Royal Giant stuff. With the fisherman, with the wizard, with a monk and a ghost, and it still works. I think this just makes a lot more sense in the cage. He's able in Triple Elixir to make that double lane push actually happen. The first successful double lane RG push that we've seen. This is what it takes to beat these control decks if you're an RG player.
What a big one. Royal Giant jumps in win rate on the weekend up to 37.5% as Mugi and Sub will face off tomorrow after that win. Sub, the points leader out for players who don't have golden tickets. He has been so solid this season and just hasn't quite gotten that last golden ticket. Doesn't matter. He will be appearing in China for our World Championship. But definitely would like to move up in the standings. Mohamed Light now dropping down to the lower bracket where he'll be in an elimination matchup against Greco.
Wow. I'm just like fascinated about how we know Greco is one of the most important players for like the points, and the fact that Mo is now getting sent almost like a mercenary down to lower bracket right now.
Well, it's definitely one of those pieces that changes a lot of the math, whether it be who gets a golden ticket, how that one evolves. And now, speaking of golden tickets, we move on to Pedro, who already has a golden ticket against Asaf, who has enough points to qualify for Worlds, but is one of those players who, if he wins the golden ticket this weekend, then provides some movement below him on the leaderboards, in particular looking at Morton and Viper. Asaf and Pedro, interesting matchup here, because Pedro, obviously a really talented cycle player. You have two guys who are both well known as being top ranked players. Both guys consistently in that top 10. Pedro multiple accounts at the same time, obviously. Asaf, a guy whose skill set has grown beyond purely being a drill one trick into somebody who now is going to be a first-time CRO World Finalist amongst people with, there will be multiple players at World Finals with making their 6th appearance. Asaf making his first, but it does seem like one that he has well earned in this 2026 season.
Well said. But on the other hand, it does still feel like he's kind of at a massive disadvantage here, with Pedro just really cementing himself as one of the best competitive players. It's been a while, but I will never forget when Mo back in 2023 was like, he was asked, who can beat you? And it's like Pedro. He's kind of like, I see myself in him. He's my rival. So like that's like a lot of praise to go to Pedro. It's been a while since then, but I think Pedro's almost started to prove that. And we'll be hopping into this game very soon to see who will actually win this, see if Asaf has what it takes to take down Pedro.
Pedro's such a fascinating case because a lot of the people who broke into like that higher level of success in CRL in the solo era were guys who'd had a lot of success in the smaller tournaments, whether it was doing all of like the Rebels old tournaments like the Queso Cups and the AMG Cups and the things like that, or whether it was playing a ton of the smaller teams events, like coming up through all of the older semi-pro stuff. And Pedro just kind of appeared in 2023. He had a couple of things he did before that, but he kind of went from 0 to world finalist in a very, very short amount of time from a public visibility point of view. He had some good ranked finishes at the end of 2022. He finished second place in November of 2022, but he didn't really go through all that, like working your way up through the competitive scene that a lot of other players had laid the blueprint for example, Sub.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we're hopping in. Asaf, he's got with this bridge spam deck. I saw Asaf playing a bridge spam, or just, I don't even know what to call this. It's a mix between like a bridge spam, but it's mainly a hyper bait deck, or just like a bait spam deck. Saw him playing it on, there you go, hyper spam. I like that. Hyper spam. He was, I think he was like, I don't know, I want to say like top 50 in the world with a deck like this the other day. I copied it, and it's a lot of fun. Suspicious Bush, like I said earlier, I think it's massively underrated, and it synergized quite well with the E-bar supply. It's kind of ridiculous pressure, honestly.
Little touches both ways after the first minute and 15. Even on Elixir between Pedro and Asaf.
Suspicious Bush. Goblin Gang. It's weird. There's not like a set in stone win condition in this deck. It's just, I'm going to spam you with Mother Witch, Minion Horde. It's very similar to the Mortar deck in that way. I'm just going to spam these kind of half win conditions on both sides of the map. And right when you're caught lacking, I'm going to drop a Vines and something's going to be on your tower for huge damage.
This is going to be some good damage for Asaf. Pedro, very, very low on Elixir, takes a huge couple of swings. And just like that, Asaf opens things up as we go into double Elixir.
Gang Bridge, keeping up the pressure. Tesla Evo forced out. Looks like Pedro is running Graveyard here. Graveyard definitely has comeback potential, especially with this Furnace though, because Vines is not enough to deal with Evo Furnace. That's why Asaf is going to cycle one out early right now. He's thinking that he might actually have to double Vines to take this Furnace out if necessary.
Minions temporarily survive the poison, then get taken out. E-Barb's Mother Witch pressure left-hand lane, and Asaf is just, yeah, hyper spam. Best way to put it.
Literally. Gang here. Will the Furnace spawn of spirits? Nope. Another Furnace back. We see the Dark Prince. Gobstein on defense as well. It does jump over the river too. What an interesting idea to know that it's gonna jump over the river. So going for the high Goblin Sign actually is still good because the tower is gonna help out later.
And the rare actually seen the rage spell, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of fallen. It's no longer absolutely popular or no longer necessary most of the time for the E-Barbs at the moment, but a full-on rage spell with the Evo E-Barbs.
Wow. I don't know if Asaf just didn't know that Pedro was playing Graveyard, but the Mother Witch in the back is going to be the play that puts Asaf in a difficult situation. Just gave Pedro that opportunity to make that attack happen. And now Asaf's back in the situation where he desperately needs some damage.
Ill-timed rage spell on the right-hand side, although if you have the elixir, you can't take it with you.
I'm really just trying to think.
Left.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like how Asaf couldn't even hit the tower at this point. Because now that it's triple elixir, it's just these Dark Prince, the Evo Furnaces, the Teslas, the Bar Barrels. I mean, everything's locked down. The Vines is not very helpful. Mother Witch is doing its best. Evo E-Barbs is probably the key, but is it enough?
And they just can't survive. 15 seconds left. No way to really get directly on tower. And the Evo Tesla shuts it down. Pedro, all it took was one. Graveyard gets it back. He takes game number one.
Beautiful. Beautiful plays from Pedro. When the initial Evo E-Barbs, it's always the single elixir for a deck like this. Like if you end up taking 500,000 damage versus any sort of suspicious bush or E-Barbs or some sort of high pressure deck, you just have to realize, you know, that's going to happen. Once you get to double elixir time, that's where you're just going to keep flooding the arena with these Furnace Fire Spirits. Furnace, I mean, obviously Fire Spirit doesn't make it a tower anymore, but Furnace is now spawning those Fire Spirits 30% quicker. So you're going to just flood the lane, and if you get in tank in front of that Furnace, then that 30% quicker Fire Spirit starts to really apply pressure. And then it was really just one mistake once again. Asaf, one Mother Witch in the back at the wrong time, in the right place for Pedro to just go in for the attack, get the Graveyard damage he needed, and then sit back and continue to defend for the rest of the game.
Yeah, rough outing for Asaf, and a fun deck pick, as you mentioned, but in the end, didn't get the win for it. When you go with the fun deck picks, you're really hoping that you're getting that one-step advantage and that you're not worried about cannibalizing other spots, because this also does take out that Mortar Cannon Cart Goblinstein deck, right? That's been kind of a key portion of that now gone in this matchup. Last match, Asaf played Drill where he won, played Piggies where he lost, and played Mortar Cannon Cart Goblinstein. So we'll see where he goes in game number 2 against Pedro. Pedro, on the other hand, in his first matchup against Rico, played also the Mortar Cannon Cart Goblinstein with the minor variation, played some Hog Rider, and played some Royal Giant. So slightly different look at it this time here against Asaf as he played his Graveyard deck. Graveyard not seen very much today at all, but has been successful in its appearances.
Yep. Graveyard, it's really interesting, right? Because like in this meta, like I said, Mother Witch is just so used. It's everywhere because it's synergized so well with E-Barbs.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's also just a deck where you can really capitalize off of one mistake. I mean, you're literally spawning tens of skeletons onto a tower directly. And like in that situation, not only did he play the Mother Witch in the back at the wrong time, but he also had just played his Rage on offense. And without either Mother Witch or Rage to defend those skeletons, Pedro just did a great job of capitalizing on the situation and then relying on defense. And that's honestly what Graveyard does best. Graveyard is always a deck where, you know, ideally you play one Graveyard the game to get the damage you need, and that's all you do.
Yeah, I mean, the Graveyard has kind of changed, right? Where initially it was, hey, don't play Graveyard until double or eventually triple Elixir once triple Elixir came out. Then Graveyard became kind of spammy, where people were playing a Graveyard very aggressively. And now it's kind of reverted back to, let's be a little more cautious with Graveyard. Overall, throughout our August season, Graveyard has had a 47% win rate and a 6% use rate. This weekend, it has a 2.5% use rate with a 100% win rate.
There you go.
Has won in all of its appearances.
Very interesting.
Game 2 for Asaf and Pedro. Asaf aggressive with the Piggy Open.
Piggy Open, guards, and a Wizard to defend. So most likely going to be Hog or Royal Giant. Always with this kind of over-defensive combo. I had to guess it'd be RG. Pedro's known to be a strong RG player.
Pedro, this might be, I'm just double checking to confirm, this might be Pedro's first time playing guards overall in the August season, as he has not logged much time with them, if at all. And yeah, I believe that's his first time playing guards this season.
I'm trying to figure out what the guards are for. I guess it's good versus RG. But E-Barb's already played from Asaf. You can't be worried about that. I don't know. I feel like you almost would rather just have a quicker cycle. But I guess they are pretty spell resistant as well. Like even versus Piggies, like it might be helpful later in the game.
He's also very rarely played the Evo Wizard. So a lot of rare pieces, a little unpredictability from Pedro in game 2 against Asaf.
Shield does go down from the Wizard. Spear Gob going to get one hit on the left. So Pedro's basically made it through single elixir without any major damage. Once we are heading into double elixir, we're probably going to see some dual lane RG attempts here, which is what he needs in order to break through this Goblin Hut deck.
First time playing Fisherman in this season as well.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the players had a very similar realization that I had earlier. Just like this cage version of RG is just not working. Like, you're going to play RG, you might as well just run the Fisherman. Going to be helpful versus any tank to help your RG break through. Definitely not as strong in defense, but that's why the Wizard's here. That's why the Wizard's the Monk is here, in order to supplement that, that nerf to the Fisherman.
Monk getting knocked back due to the RG shots on the Goblin Hut. Royal Giant going to get on tower, do some real damage for Pedro. And he has extended the lead after that Royal Giant just continued to go to work. The Monk could not get anything really going to knock back. Kept on getting pushed away and stunned by the Evo Royal Giant ability. And I wonder if that might inform Asaf to a different methodology next time the Evo Royal Giant comes down.
Wow, so Monk ability deflects the wizard into itself, but then Pedro's Monk ability deflects the Monk's Monk wizard ability, like hit, back into the Shadow Realm, because if there's double deflections happening, I think after like the third deflection, it just disappears. But still, got some damage is Asaf, and Pedro just trying to piece together something. It's not really working though.
Under 200 HP separate the two players as we go into triple elixir.
Oh man, what a fisherman there. Pulling the furnace is huge. Evo Piggy's trying to get some damage. This might be Pedro's time to attack. And he gets the deflection too. That might be, I don't know. I don't want to say it's all she wrote, but this might be game.
And the Monk not doing enough. The RG not getting retargeted. And yeah, that's going to be it. Pedro 2-0 sends us off into the lower bracket and puts himself into our upper bracket semis.
Man, kind of an I'm gonna say it was kind of an anticlimactic ending to such a hard fought battle. But if you ever deflect a bar barrel, I mean, as soon as Monk came out, I had this realization that if someone deflects my bar barrel, I'm going to lose, because it's not just a log, it's not just a spell that's getting deflected to your tower. It is literally adding another unit. There's another unit in that barbarian that basically spawns directly on top of your tower that is just so difficult to defend. It also just prevents, it just allows everything to continue to steamroll through.
Pedro now into the upper bracket semis. And we now are going to turn our focus in a few minutes to the final matchup of the day. And some important context I'll give you there in just a second. But Pedro, Mugi sub Pedro, our upper bracket semifinalists so far, awaiting one more. Will it be EGW or will it be Adriel? On the lower bracket side of things, we now have most of our picture for elimination to get things going tomorrow in the early stages, as Asaf and Dominic will be our third of our second round elimination bracket matchups. One of those two will be going home early. Of course, Asaf will be appearing at World Finals, unofficially qualified at the moment for points. Dominic needing to get the win kind of over and over and over. He needs to go on a run tomorrow to stay alive. But Jackson, as we turn our focus to our final matchup of the day, EGW versus Adriel, this is the one. This is the fascinating matchup. And let me give you some context here. As I said before, we talked about earlier today the way that things can place out. EGW, as you can see, currently in 14th with a minimum of 200 points. But with a win here, he guarantees himself a spot in the top 6 this weekend.
Okay.
If EGW makes it into the top 6, that is going to bump Morton off of the leaderboards.
Wow.
And will mean that someone above Morton has to win a golden ticket for him to be back in. Also, if EGW makes this tops, if he wins this next matchup, that will bump Viper all the way out of points and will put him into the LCQ for sure. So EGW with a win here can not only eliminate Viper from a World Final spot and force him into the LCQ, it also puts Morton in a precarious position where he will need help from someone winning a golden ticket to make his way back into a guaranteed World Final spot.
And then who are those people? Who are those people that could win a golden ticket to help him bump in? It'll be Sub, Adriel, Asaf, and Riley? Is that right?
So it'll be everyone who is ranked above him who is still active.
Okay.
So that would be more directly Mugi, Sub, Adriel, Asaf, and Riley. It would also mean that if Greco or EGW wins a golden ticket, they would take themselves back out of the points. So realistically speaking, it's very likely that Morton has qualified for World Finals, because the only players left who wouldn't be pulled out from above him on points are Coco and Coco, Evolve, Dominic. Like, there's some pretty tight positions there.
Right.
So it's better chances than not that Morton qualifies. Viper is the one who really needs some help. If EGW
You're right.
wins here, Viper's going to have to turn his focus towards the LCQ no matter what.
Wow. Thank you for the breakdown. Can I get a W Rich in the chat for being the, I don't know, he's the point guy. He understands the points. He understands all the different moving parts in this final monthly final. And we are hopping into the gameplay once again. Really all eyes, many eyes on EGW right here. If he wins this, both of Viper and Morton's fates could be drastically changed.
If he loses here, doesn't mean that they're not changed, right? It just means that his journey to the top 6 is a little bit more difficult, or a lot more difficult, because we are not an elimination game here, but a win here for EGW has massive implications.
Got it. Okay, so and then matchup-wise, we just have a nearly straight mirror matchup. EGW not having Evo Minion Horde and just having regular minions instead, which most likely means he's going to have the Evo Elite Barbarians in his variation. And I would actually assume and I would predict that that would actually give Adriel a slight advantage, actually. Mainly because this mortar deck defends E-Barb so well with the help of the Gobstein, Skeletons, as well as minions.
First 90 away. Some slight damage on the right-hand side from Adriel. Had a bit more in the left-hand lane, courtesy of that Mother Witch.
Okay, finally drops the E-Bars, but there's that Evo Minion Horde. Insta Fireball. Very important to get that Fireball down before the Gobstein Scientist hits one, because then at least one minion would go invincible and then continue to help defensively. It's a really nice speed, nice timing on the Fireball from EGW.
Cannon cart protected by the Bar Barrel. Cannon cart in response. So here we are on one of the most consequential matchups of the day, and both players leaning on the most impactful deck of the weekend.
Another Minion Horde trying to cycle back to Evo Minion Horde. Bar Barrel to tank for the regular minions to deal with the Evo minions, but how do you deal with this Gobstein? Decides not to play Mortar, maybe saving the Evo Mortar for later on offense, but there's going to be some damage coming through.
Handles the Mother Witch, now dual lane pressure. Evo E-Barbs with the minions over the middle. Cannon cart working on the left-hand side. A little bit of help from the Doctor. Cannon cart might be able to... Nope, does not stay on its wheels. And EGW trying to find some way to get to the second level. Can't quite get it done.
Yeah. Mortar does not splash tower either. Fantastic defense from Adriel. And I guess this advantage, this damage advantage, is really just coming down from a Mother Witch. Mother Witch getting some piggies earlier. And then now he's just taking that advantage and continuing it. We already compared Clash Royale to chess earlier today, and now I want to compare it to poker, actually. Whenever you're up damage in Clash Royale, it's almost like you're up in chips in poker. You're able to apply more pressure. You're able to put your opponent in situations where he doesn't want to be. Like in this case, EGW is just forced to be more aggressive, but that just means more defense and more counter push for Adriel, which now just continues to extend his advantage.
And Adriel's not one to get baited into overcommitting and trying to go take the tower. He knows how to play with a lead, knows how to sit back.
Yep.
Not going to get horse to the barn syndrome, as we see so many less experienced players get.
Right. With 46 seconds, he just continues to do just that. Spawning in some Mother Witch piggies, applying some pressure. Evo Minion Horde over the river, trying to just help out on both sides, defend and attack. And also, I think specifically the defensive mortars. Defensive mortars are so difficult to deal with from either player, but the fact is Adriel's just up damage.
E-Barb's working on the right-hand side against the Mother Witch. Minion Horde, now more pressure from Adriel. Forces out the Fireball. 14 seconds left.
I mean, he just made it look easy. There's 5 seconds left. Evo E-Barbs have one last chance, but the time is going to run out. And then, boom, Adriel with it. I don't know. He just made this mirror matchup look like he had a hard counter. Maybe he does with the minions. Maybe Evo Minion Horde is just so much better than Evo E-Barbs in that mirror. But, I mean, it can't be that good. Like, he just played so well.
Clean, calm, focused, and we were talking earlier about that difference of players who know when to pressure, like who understand pace really well, and we saw Adriel's understanding of pace demonstrated, just complete proficiency of pace throughout that match from top to bottom. Knew when to chip, knew when to push, knew when to hold, and all of that came together to a very nice win for Adriel. And now he is 1 win away from making our top 6, making the upper bracket semifinals, getting a little bit more points, a little closer to grabbing a golden ticket, and also from maybe relieving some of the pressure being felt by Viper and Morton right now in their positions, because EGW kind of holding the fate of both those players in his hands, at least a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe that pressure is getting to him. I'm sure he's not even thinking about that. He's just focused on winning his own game, playing his own game. I am trying to think, though, like, at this point, you play probably the best deck in the game. You lose, and now you're continuing on this best of 3. You want to keep your dreams alive of staying in the upper bracket. Like, what do you do if you're EGW here? Especially with a little bit of more of an odd gameplay. Like, especially since he's already used his Evo E-Barbs. I'm not sure what he brings next. And then on the other hand, you know, he's just playing against an opponent who could play just about anything.
I think that if you go with one of the core meta decks here, you're in EGW's position. EGW is a good player. Adriel's a world-class player. And Adriel's also very experienced and calm in these situations. If you go for one of the core meta decks, the likelihood of getting like a really imbalanced matchup is kind of low. And now you're getting into a position where you're trying to outplay Adriel, hope he makes a mistake in these tight moments, and I think that favors Adriel overall. If I'm EGW, I do some EGW things. I go with something creative, something strange, something where I'm trying to go swing big for matchup, as opposed to try to play it up and down narrow for a more mundane win, knowing that right now a 55-45 is probably not a win for me in this situation.
It's true. Yeah, it's just that difficult situation. I think we talk about this idea all the time, especially when you're up against these, like you said, world-class players of, you know, do I take the solid deck or that just gives me a chance? But is that chance even a chance versus a player of this caliber? Or do I go, like you said, this route of, okay, let me try to hit a specific snipe with a volatile deck? But that, once again, is also risky. That's a double-edged sword. If you miss that snipe, all of a sudden you have almost zero chance to win against a player who probably just has, you know, a solid meta deck that can counter you. So it's very difficult. I don't envy EGW's position, but he's been here before. He's won in a situation like this before. Let's see if and what he's going to bring to try to beat Adriel in this situation.
And Adriel now, with accounting this season, a 3-time world finalist, and a very small list of players who have made that or better. Of course, you know, we have some players in this mix who are going to be making their 5th, 6th, 4th appearance overall. EGW, one of the few here vying for his first ever time at CRL World Finals. And you talk about the value that experience brings, not just because of whether you're nervous on stage or not, but also the getting that weight off your back of, I've done it before. I'm not shaking trying to get that first one going. That is invaluable for a player like Adriel. What I also don't know is, you know, we know a lot of which players are working with which coaches. A lot of these players are multi-time world finalists. They're able to secure the assistance of some of the top world finals coaches. I have no idea who EGW is working with or if he's working with anybody for this one, and that also adds another layer of pressure and uncertainty.
Yeah, that's well said. I was thinking about the same thing, because if EGW is in a position where he is making his own decks. That's difficult. I honestly want to think that. Well, I mean, I have no idea. Honestly, I just looks like he's typing to someone right now. So that was the only reason why I stopped with that line of thought. It looks like he might be working with someone, but either way, it's definitely difficult to point. It's a very difficult situation to be doing this without a coach because there are so many cards, there are so many moving parts, and yeah, just one mishap with a deck is all it takes to lose, and we saw that with Arden earlier as well.
Here we go, game number 2. Adriel can do a lot of favors to Morton and Viper. EGW does not want to let that one go.
So Zappy's a miner. Yeah, this is an EGW deck, all right. Not sure what that is. And then Adriel with just Hog EQ straight up. Saving skeletons maybe for later in the set. Berserker instead of Skellies. Interesting. A little bit late there on the Tornado. Hog is going to get one sneaky hit in there. And then a Wizard from Adriel. So honestly, I like the Wizard idea. You know, he's not worried about getting damage on the tower. He's worried about being able to defend a crazy EGW deck, and that's where the Wizard really shines.
Adriel, alongside the other qualifiers of Greco and Sub, are going to join a small group. There's 37 players who've appeared in multiple World Finals. Adriel, Sub, and Greco will join 18 other players who have made 3 or more World Finals appearances.
Interesting. Alright, so EGW is running Balloon, is what it looks like. We've seen this deck, Evo Executioner, Balloon, Evo Mega Knight. We haven't really seen it ever since the Mega Knight got nerfed, though. And then Adriel also does seem prepared for this. He does not have the cannon variation, but a Tesla variation of this deck instead, allowing for some just extra air defense in case for those balloons.
But, you know, Tesla, Wizard, and Electro Spirit, that's all he has. That's not a lot to contend with this. Right? We're gonna likely see a connection here from this Loon, and there we go. And this kind of reminds me a little bit of that Mugi Mohammed Light matchup from 2021, right? Where Mo had, you go, hey, well, he had cannon rather than Tesla, but, you know, had a couple of control pieces, but not that much more behind them. And just I like this pick from EGW as he gets the balloon connection, going with something a little bit out there, a little bit different as we talked about, and kind of going for broke, trying to find the win.
Yeah, that was a wild balloon connection for an insane amount of damage. But I think it really comes down to the Tesla placement as well from Adriel. I think it's just a big... it's just a micro... It's a big micro. It's kind of an oxymoron, but it's a big micro mistake there. Not pulling that balloon into an area where the Obsolane Tower can be of assistance.
And Balloon tanking for the miner as it will continue to chip away a little bit.
Man. And he's down so much damage.
Yeah.
He's down so much damage, he had to even prevent the little balloon guy to reach your tower, and that's just never a situation you want to be in.
And there's just so much here that prevents a Hog from getting a connection, right? Between the Evo Mega Knight, the cannon requires the Earthquake, the Zappies to slow things down, even the Exy, especially in its evolved form.
True. Yeah, a lot of Hog counters here. There you go. You're going to see the Zappies again. We'll see the Mega Knight again. Full counter. And I don't even think, Earthquake plus Log doesn't even take out Zappies anymore. So, wow. Yeah, just very clean win for EGW in game number 2. We're going to see game 3. Somebody's sweating
Oh boy. Yeah, I think it's all of us sweating right now. EGW, Adriel, Morton, Viper, you, me, a few parents who are watching, hoping that their kids can qualify for World Finals. That's all across the board, just nerves right now. And you got to wonder, like, obviously not an elimination matchup yet, so the real pressure isn't on EGW. But EGW also knows that he has to finish really, really high to have a true shot at trying to make World Finals this way. You know, we're not just talking about, we've been focusing on the conversation being, hey, here's what EGW does in order to, like, eliminate Viper, in order to get rid of these other players. We also think about, like, what EGW needs to make it to World Finals. EGW, if he makes top 2, locks in a World Finals berth, right? Wow. Now, at this point, having made top, if he's made top 12, every step he takes forward towards higher on the points makes it so that other people can do him favors based on where they finish. So he's now in a place where he might qualify on points, but he doesn't know, and he wants to create more padding at this stage.
Man, fascinating. So many moving parts yet again. Looking at the locked cards, what do we have? So spell-wise, Fireball's out, Lightning's available. What win conditions synergize with Lightning? Roll Giant and Piggies and Hog, potentially. So those are all options for EGW, actually. Adriel has used Hog so far. And then Poison's been used for EGW, so that means no Drill or Graveyard available. So Adriel doesn't have to worry too much about that. And then on the Evo side, both Evo E-bars have been used, as well as Gobstein, really strong. It's been used. Zappy's been used for both players. Interesting. So I wonder how what kind of crowd control, because with Fireball out, there's going to be an option, since Fireball's been out and also Poison's out from EGW. Adriel probably has a chance to run some sort of like Skelly Dragons spam deck with specifically Roll Hogs, maybe even Magic Archer, and then we'll see if EGW is able to counter that with some sort of Bowler deck. But wait, no, EGW's even used Bowler already, so it's starting to look even better as the longer I look at this board of like a potential Roll Hogs deck from Adriel.
We'll see if that's the choice Adriel goes with. Yeah, AGW didn't use Bowler. He used Executioner before, right? Does this thing have him having used Bowler?
Yeah,
already?
Is that incorrect? It says Bowler and Executioner. Maybe I think that is incorrect.
I think that's incorrect because he played the Mortar Cannon Cart deck in game number 1,
right?
And then he played the Xe Mega Knight deck in game number 2.
Okay.
So I do think that's a slight error on the graphic here, which, not the end of the world. But I'm trying to see. I'm wondering if they accidentally marked the Bowler. Yeah, see, here we go. Now I see them making the change from the Bowler to the Executioner. I thought that might be what it was. So yeah, the Executioner is what's out. So Bowler is still available. Valk is still available. A few different splash counters are available. Bomb Tower still available for EGW as well.
All right, I'm going to call it. EGW is about to run Bowler, Golem, Lightning. That's my guess.
Bowler, Golem, Lightning. The pick. Well, let's go ahead and see if Bowler, Golem, Lightning is the EGW pick. Place your bets, folks. Take your hands off the table. We're spinning the wheel.
Man, this is intense, dude. They're leaking Elixir. They want to see their opponent make the first play. Man.
Yeah,
I guess
EGW is just staring.
Yeah. This is one of the what would be the word? Difficulties after the Electro Spirit nerf. Or one of the things that people were scared about is, okay, E-Spirit's OP, they make the towers on their own, but it's also the way a lot of games start, is playing a Spirit of the Bridge first play, forcing your opponent to respond to something super cheap. Without that as an option, we might see more people waiting till double elixir. We have not seen that until today, which also makes me think that both of these players are running something expensive, some sort of heavy elixir cost deck.
Makes a lot of sense. An unsurprising situation here as we all wait with bated breath. And
27 live spectators, I just realized. They're starting to spam some emotes on the edge. That's hilarious.
everyone just wants to see it happen. Everyone wants to see it go.
Oh, it's not Golem. Dang it.
Giant Skelly on both sides is a very interesting story.
Yep. An Evo Baby Dragon. Man, really clean snowball there. Pushing the the Executioner in range of where the Baby Dragon can splash. Kind of allowing this right side push to get completely stalled out and countered at the bridge.
So graveyard for EGW. There's some poison value there. He'll take it.
Okay. Doesn't quite hit the Executioner though. A little bit of a counter push. Maybe another giant skeleton cycle. Nope, Dark
There goes the
Prince
loot.
instead.
Opposite lane.
Yeah. Let's see. Snowball is in cycle for this.
And just barely needs it with the miner doing the tankage.
So I'm trying to figure out matchup here. I think that... I would say I would rather play from EGW side. It seems like the balloon counters he has is slightly better than the graveyard counters that Adriel has.
Well, 90 seconds left to decide it after both players really slow playing the opening moments. The zap! What a huge zap! And the damage lead now for Adriel, 20-56 to 25-52.
So close to getting a balloon hit there. Unbelievable. Dual lane push. Wants to go opposite lane of the Exy. Another nice snowball to push that in. I'm sure we'll see a tornado. No, he lets the Exy die. Is he allowed to do that? Now the graveyard's a threat.
Evo zap to help clear aggressive Giant Skeleton plus Dark Prince from EGW. Tombstone high going to work. Poison on offense, getting a little bit of everything for EGW. 44 seconds left. Lead still for Adriel, but not by much. Goes Giant Skelly Balloon.
Nicely balloon miner in the front. Dark Prince doesn't pick it up. Great snowball, but that balloon ability is so strong. EGW might be back
zap
to another
here.
God Putt. Is that enough, Rich?
Not going to get a real drop, but death damage should come in. And that death damage is huge. Opens up the lead. 15:52 to 21:33. 15 seconds left. EGW has to graveyard, or that's it. Graveyard in. Can he get damage from it? Exy going on defense. Giant snowball trying to move things out of the way. Zap trying to open up a little bit more. Poison in. Adriel's clap, and that's it. Adriel with the win makes the final four of our upper bracket and holds off EGW for one more day.
Unbelievable. 2-1 win for Adriel. Some amazing decks, some unique decks, and even better gameplay. Adriel, he just walked it in. You love to see it. He's just so consistent as well. Like he's got the demeanor, and I would love to take a look at the decks that these players played if possible, because we saw some unique decks there. Obviously first game it was just kind of a mortar mirror match where, you know, it's like the minion horde kind of seemed better than the E-barbs, and then second, oh never mind, go ahead and talk through the bracket. I guess we're not looking at the decks.
We'll be there in just a minute. I'm sure they'll get those worked up for in a moment. First and foremost, upper bracket, Mugi, Sub, Pedro, and Adriel. Pedro does already have a golden ticket. All 4 of these players have done enough to qualify for World Finals, but Mugi, Sub, and Adriel doing it by points so far. Pedro a golden ticket holder. We'll see how that shakes out. Upper bracket side when we're back tomorrow. Down to the lower bracket elimination side of things. This is where all the implications hold. EGW and Evolve. EGW needs a little bit of help to make it to World Finals unless he's able to make it up into those upper echelons of points. He needs to do some good work tomorrow left to do. If he doesn't make it top 2, he'll need some help from other players. Evolve has to win a golden ticket. Asaf and Dominic, well, we'll see more about those elimination matchups tomorrow. Here's where we stand at the end of today. EGW has not quite leapfrogged Morton and Viper. We'll see if he can do that with some more work tomorrow. Of course, if one of those players above them win a golden ticket, that could open up some spaces and move Morton into a more secure position, even move Viper back in to World Finals. But that's going to be the story tomorrow. Who wins the golden ticket? Can EGW continue making headway along the points, and how does that affect the players above him? So much fun tomorrow. I will not be on the cast, but I will be watching with a lot of excitement to
Hello. W stream. W first day of monthly finals tomorrow. Second day tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so unbelievably tired. I'm so exhausted right now. It's insane. Oh. Mentally grueling. But a jolly good show indeed. That was a long 6 hours, yeah. University great as always. Thank you, Oizy. W commentators, let's go. W commentator, let's go. Let's go. Go have a nap, come back later. No, guys, I think I'm going to end the stream, unfortunately. 7 hours. Put in 7 hours of yapping. But, I will be live tomorrow. Guys, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central Time, I will be commentating the monthly finals. I think it's going to be me and Josh tomorrow. Guys. What I learned today, Bishop over Cannon cards. Yeah, I was so tired at that point, and I was trying to connect it with Cannon card. Like Cannon card was the Bishop, but I was like, the Rook, yeah, I don't know. The Rook, and he sacrifices the Rook. Predictions for tomorrow open, by the way. Go in and hit your predictions. Juice train of thought jumped on a cannon car and left the building. Literally.
How do I explain salvation to someone?
Yo, thank you for the Prime for 11 months. Honestly, bro, Romans 6:23. It's Romans 6:23, right? Yeah, the Romans 6:23, bro, is the answer to your question. Thank you. Shout out to 1C. Thank you for the Prime for 11 months, bro. Credit to Levy. E-Babes. The E-Babes was pretty funny. I totally did not mean to say that. Calling E-Barbs E-Babes was really funny. Oh, are you 32 gigabyte smart? I don't know what that means, Amir. I don't know what it means. We are rolling over the E-Babes. All right, guys, that's all I got. I will be live again tomorrow. Early morning, 9 a.m. Clash Royale in a couple hours. Guys, if anyone wants to join in today's Clash Royale session, I don't know what we're going to go over. Probably going to go over like 2.6 or some sort of evergreen deck. It's group coaching that I started. You guys can join the group coaching. You get access to all the previous guides, all the past guides. You get 15% off one-on-one coaching. And you also get on my friends list in the Clash Royale clan, bunch of stuff like that. Links in bio on TikTok. !1 Clash Royale. We're going to be doing that session in a couple hours. So I'll see if there's any Clash Royale members in the chat. I'll see you guys soon, all right? I anticipate back to the usual 50% or less. These predictions tomorrow is so hard. Yeah, I saw you guys were cooking. With predictions today. Like some of y'all, like, I don't know, you were like 6-0 at some point, right? We cooked today? Let's go. All right, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless you all. I love y'all. Peace out and good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.